The Pistons spoiled LeBron James' birthday last night with a 128-106 win over the Lakers in Los Angeles. That win concludes Detroit's 5-game road trip in which they went 3-2. Last night, it was unsurprisingly Cade Cunningham who led the way again for the Pistons. The soon-to-be All-Star had 27 points, 11 assists, and 5 rebounds in the win. Jalen Duren was the only other starter in double figures with 14 points. Marcus Sasser, however, came off the bench and had a big game for Detroit with 19 points and 5 assists. He went 4 of 6 from downtown in what was his first game since December 20th, and just his 5th game this year as he's dealt with an injury all season. He also played a season-high 24 minutes. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff discussed how Sasser's performance was just another indication that anyone on this team can have a big game on any given night.
And they know, it's going to be everybody's night on a different night. And they play that way. They play selfless basketball. They share the game. There's not internal competition. They believe in team and team over self. And again, I believe it, honestly, like the reason we're in this position and we've won multiple games just because we've been more connected than other teams. And I feel that way every single night.
Defensively, Detroit limited the birthday boy to just 17 points. Luka Doncic had 30. The Pistons still hold the second-best record now at 25-8 in the NBA. They will now return home this Friday to face the Miami Heat. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy New Year's Eve. Good morning. Jim Costa with Stoney. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass. And we've got a full show today. TJ Lang for the final hour. We'll make some picks. There's been a shakeup. I'm calling for an audit. While we were all gone, some nefarious action may or may not have taken place. Stoney, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Everybody.
Yeah. We're just talking to our update guy, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
I got a group of 20 going out tonight.
Wow, that's good.
Getting after it.
Downtown.
That's right.
Have a good time.
Out on the town.
That's what the young folks do. It's great.
He's got his girlfriend too, right?
Yeah, she's going to be there. Yeah. Luke Sloan from over WWJ. He's done some updates with us. He's going to be out with that group tonight.
I think Brendan's going to do anything special tonight.
Oh,
yeah, probably.
Something will be popped. Whether it'll be the question or not, I'm not sure. That's what I think you were referring to. I don't know.
Question, yeah, not the something.
Yes, I know.
Like, I'm going to the Wings game tonight. Like, New Year's Eve's a fun.
Oh, I used to. We'll be saving New Year's Eve stories for later.
We will talk more about it later, but just, how it's evolved.
I love New Year's Eve Red Wings game. I went to a couple, but one in particular. You get dressed up in a tuxedo.
I will not be doing that.
It was a lot of fun. And then going out for dinner afterwards. It was a treat.
I think the getting dressed up, I wonder where people are at in that. Like, I asked Brendan, I'm like, are you guys dressing up? He goes, no. I did it 1 year.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it to go to a hockey game, and we're not even really going out after. We're going to go home. We're the lame married couple, I guess.
Well, no, you're probably the lame married couple with no friends.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
God.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's funny. Like, you were talking pre-show. Like, I got friends that do, like, a big Halloween party.
Yeah.
But nobody's organizing anything. I don't know where people are at with New Year's Eve. I don't know if I'm getting old or if it's... I think your word was jump the shark. If it's just not what it used to be, I don't know.
I think it's a question of as far as your age. Obviously, New Year's Eve was a much bigger deal when you were younger. But I remember when I was a kid growing up, my parents, who were at that time probably younger than I am now, they'd have a New Year's Eve party every year. One year it was like a costume New Year's Eve party with their friends. It wasn't like so there was like 6 other couples and they'd change it every year, and it was a big deal. And then the following day, we went over to somebody's house and just sat down. Got there by 11:30 because the Sugar Bowl used to be in the afternoon, even before it was New Year's Eve night, and just watch football all day. And we had to leave at halftime of the Orange Bowl because school was the next day.
So, like, I don't know. You got the bar scene tonight. I'm just not interested in paying a huge cover.
No.
We'll go home. We'll have some drinks and watch the ball drop and celebrate. Yeah. I to your point, I probably would go to a house party tonight. I'm just not into doing the
I'm not
dressing up and going out and paying through the nose to go to a bar tonight. Or I've done the stand out in the cold in line to get into a bar on New Year's Eve and pay a cover. Those days are done. I'm not doing that anymore.
And a lot of times people go to really, I've done the really nice restaurant deal on New Year's Eve, which is nice. Obviously the prices get jacked up. Sometimes it's a price fixed menu or whatever. Go to somebody's house afterwards, watch the ball drop maybe, and then go home. I mean, the days of being up till, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, they're done for us.
Yeah, well, like my clock is forever shifted doing this now.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
you know that.
Yeah.
And then that's part of the challenge.
Yeah, and I'm working tomorrow morning.
Well,
not that early.
you won't be in at 6.
No, I'll 10 to 1 tomorrow.
You get a good 8 hours.
Stoney Aloni.
Stoney Aloni. That's how it should be branded. Can we get the voice guy to cut some new liners?
Yeah.
No, and some of it too is like PSA to everybody. Get home safe.
Yes.
I don't want to be on the roads at 12:30 or 1 o'clock anyway. That's part if you go out and stay out and you're
Correct.
downtown when the ball drops. But if you are in that spot, get an Uber, order a Lyft, get home safe. Don't do something stupid. Don't ruin your life or somebody else's.
Call Mike Morse. I did the ads for there. He's providing free Uber rides or whatever for people. So take advantage of that stuff.
Stoney, the Pistons took advantage of the Lakers last night, picked up a win on the road.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it because it was a 10:35 late start. Mm-hmm. And Cade just took over early to set the tone, which sometimes he doesn't do. The Lakers came back and tied it. I believe it was at 79 all. They tied it. And then Pistons just went on a run the rest of the game and just blew them out. A Marcus Sasser sighting. Came off the bench, did a nice job. Karis LeVert didn't play. Tobias Harris had to leave the game early, but I was watching some of J.J. Redick's press conference. He's whining a little bit because they asked him about the officiating.
Oh.
He goes, because the players, obviously, as all NBA players do, they complain all the time about the officiating. He asked me, he says, look, we knew beforehand. He goes, they're a selfless team, basically, as J.B. Picker said. They're a really good team, but they're physical. That's their DNA, and we have to realize they foul on every possession and just play through it.
Well, it's good that he said that because anybody who wants to complain about officiating, we got a John drop for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. Exactly. But how significant a win is that, Stoney? Because everybody wondered, okay, the East is bad. You go out West. The Lakers are a playoff team. They have LeBron and Luka, who both played.
Right. Their third best player is hurt. Austin Reeves has been great.
And they shot poorly.
Yes.
And they would have obviously wanted to have him. But, Stoney, that's a notable win.
It was a good win, especially coming off the other game against the other LA team where Kawhi had 55 on Sunday night.
Yeah, put it in context. LeBron and Luka combined didn't have 55.
Correct. He was on a heater in that game. But it's, to go out West, granted, their first 2 games were not against great teams, Portland and Sacramento, but that trip is always tough for East Coast teams. And to win the trip, the Utah game was the only one I was a little disappointed that they blew. They should have won that game.
Yeah.
But to have a winning West Coast trip is pretty impressive, 3-2. And now their next 3 games are not going to be easy. I mean, I can't believe they're playing tomorrow at 7 o'clock at LCA against Miami, who's they're always good.
Always seem to play tight too.
And then they have a back-to-back next week at Cleveland, and then the Knicks, or is that next? Oh, that's the week after.
No, I think you got the spot on because Monday is a big deal. It's the
Knicks' first game, the first time against the Knicks, and who they lead by 1.5.
But the night before they'll play
at
Cleveland on the road. Yes,
and Cleveland's, I don't know what the hell's happened to them right now, but they beat the Pistons pretty badly the first time.
Yeah, that was the ugliest game Detroit had played all season.
Yes.
I think Cade had a rough night. It might have been held to single digits. But yes, Stoney, they'll go road, home, back-to-back. Monday is going to be a showcase showdown against the New York Knicks.
Yeah. LCA should be jumping that night.
Sunday's a 2 o'clock game.
Oh, it's
So
2
you can
o'clock.
watch that leading right into the Lions.
Sure.
I mean, the Pistons certainly have a better chance to win than the Lions do.
Yeah.
I would think so, yes. I don't know what the
Bickerstaff
spread is.
against his old team, and then it's Ben Johnson against his old team.
Like, how about the storylines? It's great. How big a deal is that win against the Lakers last night for you guys? 248-539-9797.
It's a nice win. I mean, especially since Luka, they didn't do much. LeBron was shooting a lot of threes. It looked like
3 of 10. Yeah.
Look, I don't want to say it's time for him to hang it up. He's getting close.
41 years old.
Mm-hmm. And credit to him, he's still a really good player.
Mm-hmm. but he's not the player.
He's not a top 5 player anymore.
No, it's funny because you go, well, Cade outplayed LeBron. Well, he should.
Yes.
You know, it's like we've reached that point where it's not like LeBron is the measuring stick to where your young player needs. Cade's ascended past where current LeBron is.
Absolutely. I mean, the rest of the season is going to be very interesting because especially, the rumors that Tatum is going to be back sometime in March, get ready for the playoffs. And they're playing some really good basketball, too. They're in, third place, I believe, in the East, the Celtics, or at least in that division. Even Philly is actually playing decent if they can keep guys healthy. But
well, that backcourt's been a revelation for them. Yeah, I mean, they'll run on you. They won an OT again last night. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Yes, Stoney, the Celtics are the 3 seed right now in the NBA's Eastern Conference behind the Pistons and the Knicks. So let us know on the Pistons. By the way, 72 points in the paint. Yeah. That's who they are. Their identity shows up when you head out in West and you defend and you get to the paint and Cade. Yes. That's how you win those kind of games. We want to hear from you on the Pistons. And then the New Year's Eve question. Is New Year's Eve overrated or are we old? Because nobody on the show is planning on really partying it up tonight, right?
No, but as you get to 6, 7, you don't party up as much anyway, So
was that the most and least hip a person has ever been at one moment?
Yes, exactly.
You doing this little impromptu 6-7 routine. It's great. So maybe that is part of it. 248-539-9797. Want to know about New Year's Eve. It's 97.1. 22-point win for the Pistons last night against the Los Angeles Lakers. That's Mark Champion on the call.
I think it's great. Marcus Sasser comes off playing off the bench, playing some good basketball. He's been hurt. And you never know with all their guys who have really done some yeoman work on the bench. I mean, I'm not saying they're auditioning for the trade deadline or anything like that, but when you have as many players as they have who are playing well, you might be able to give one up to get even better.
Deep team.
Yes.
Second best record in basketball. And that's a marquee win against a marquee franchise.
Yeah.
They don't have Reeves, but I don't want to hear it when you have Luka and LeBron.
Yeah.
And Stoney, the best player on the floor last night wasn't Luka and wasn't LeBron.
No. It was
Cade Cunningham.
Yes.
Now, Luka had 30, but he had 13 free throws. Do you know how many free throws Cade had?
Probably two. Yeah.
Two.
And he was taking it to the hole too.
Yes, he's
He was
aggressive.
jamming. He played great.
He defends. No one's going to ask him to get in shape like Luka. He's the best player on the floor. Think about that. In a city known for their stars, who collect stars, Detroit had the biggest star on the floor last night and beat the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's great to win in that building. It's always special. You know, he brings back memories of the championship games. I mean,
Yeah.
And Cade. But by the way, what do you think of Cade's new look?
Well, the cornrows?
The cornrows with the
headband?
headband. It looks good. Yeah,
Cool
absolutely.
to switch it up.
Absolutely.
248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. And we also have audio, by the way, of LeBron talking about the Pistons and putting in perspective how he's watched them grow. He actually was very complimentary. We'll get to that. But first, Everett in Southfield. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good, Everett.
Happy New Year.
Same
Happy
to you.
New Year.
Yes. I think last night was a big win for Detroit because so many times, the basketball people have said, hey, Detroit have not played anybody. Like they are fluke. They had an easy schedule. I mean, you are only responsible who you playing against. But I think last night playing against as far as a historical franchise, and also too on national TV, it got the Pistons exposure that they need. Because to me, in my opinion, I think the Pistons can't beat the Knicks. The Knicks barely beat us last year. We didn't have ID and also Stewart.
Yep.
So by last night put us, a victory, and also too, I heard that was like the biggest points as far as against the Lakers at LA between those two franchise history. So yes, it was a big win for us, and let people know, hey, as far as Detroit, watch out for these guys because like these guys, this team could play.
I think the Pistons are getting a lot of national love, so I don't think this is a problem with that. If you watch any of the talking head shows like NBA Today on ESPN, they love themselves some Pistons, and Cade Cunningham gets tons of love.
Yeah, look, he's come onto the scene here. They're the 1 seed in the East right now.
Yeah.
To his point, though, if there are any people out there that are going, cute young team, they've never even won a playoff series, how serious should I
did
take
somebody
them?
say that? Yes.
Yeah. Evan Roberts, cute little team. Anybody saying that? I mean, look, these are wins. They've beaten the Lakers, they've beaten Rockets. Haven't played the Thunder yet. I don't know,
Correct.
and the Thunder are better, but like they're the only team with a better record in basketball than the Pistons.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I love what I'm seeing out of this basketball team. And if it comes down to a showdown not only on Monday, but in the playoffs with the Knicks,
I'm not afraid of them.
look, Detroit, I think, got their taste of playoff basketball.
Absolutely.
They played the last 4 games of that series all within a possession. 2-3 points for all of them. That's without Beef Stew, without Jaden Ivey. If Cade has taken the leap that we see him take, and it shows up in the postseason, the Knicks are going to have their season end when they face Detroit.
The Knicks have gotten a little better than they were last year as well, but the Pistons have gotten. I think the improvement in the Pistons is more. It'll be a great series.
Yeah.
Especially if the Pistons have.
Well,
I'm not even going to say home court advantage because in that series, the Pistons won their 2 games on the road.
The Pistons didn't win a playoff game at home.
Correct.
But this year, both teams have been great at home. The Knicks are 15-2. Pistons are 12-2. Monday is at LCA. Great chance to hold on to that one spot. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some more of your responses, but let's get to LeBron's response after the game.
That was pregame.
Yes.
Yeah, he's right. Everything he says is right. They play a selfless brand of basketball. JB Bickerstaff, in the update before the show, talk about they don't seem to care who has the best game every night. It's not about points.
Nope.
Obviously Cade's the leader. And when he sets the tone like he did last night, I think that's very important to come out, especially
On the road.
historical franchise, whatever word you want to use.
Don't be intimidated.
Exactly. The Pistons are here. And they'll do the same thing when they go to the Garden. Look, the games they've lost in Boston, I mean, Cade missed one free throw. That's why
Yeah, I know.
they lost one game. So
Yeah.
they're fun to watch. The only thing you have to worry about, I mentioned officiating, is they don't get into foul trouble with their big guys. Because there have been a few games where, JD's gotten into foul trouble early. You have to take him out, in the first quarter with 2 quick fouls. Hate when that happens. And, but they still, I still believe they need another scorer, a shooter, but we'll see what
I think
happens.
specifically shooter. I think
Yes.
that would help space them out because otherwise, I mean, they check all the boxes.
Yeah.
You have a star. You have a defensive mentality that carries not just 1 through 5, but 1 through 10, and it shows up in quarters 1 through 4. Yeah, it's a little more floor spacing for half-court offense come NBA playoff time.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, everything's humming. Like, I think another thing to look for is, so your star player's Cade. He's your leader, right? You see his steals totals? Active on defense. Even he's bought in fully on the defensive end. He's 13. I got it right in front of me. 13th in the NBA steals per game right now. I mean, he's been a factor, a force on both ends.
Oh, yeah. Look, he probably won't get it, but he's in the MVP conversation.
Yes.
So you guys think, in terms of adding the shooter, is that becoming the Pistons' version of
Oh, boy.
Get
the
bigger
edge for the Lions and the bullpen for the Tigers?
and get bigger on the blue line for the Wings.
Well, that's
yeah, I know.
that
I
doesn't-
know.
no,
They're saying-
look,
so-
as
so-
you have a contender emerging, is it a must move?
I think it is.
Because
Personally,
wasn't there a report yesterday that the Pistons will probably have a conservative approach to adding?
I didn't.
Yeah, there was. I heard it in one of Otto's
Okay.
updates because Mike actually interrupted him and said, "Oh, great! Does anybody want to make a move in this town?"
Right.
But no,
That's
it's-
why
it
I
was-
love that as soon as you connect the dots, because it's like, I don't want to. You're right. They need to add a shooter. What I don't want to do is like set them up to then have the same conversation we've had with all the other teams.
Correct.
Shooting should be attainable. This isn't like, hey, you got to go get a superstar edge or you got to sign a Bregman-like bat.
No.
There should be shooting available come trade deadline time.
Yes.
From a seller. Doesn't have to be a starter or a superstar, but just someone to help balance out the lineup. Ideally, it's a superstar, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be.
No. And you got to hope some of their younger players get better. I still need to see Asar Thompson be better offensively. He misses a ton of shots, but he's still really good defensively.
Yeah. But it's that trade-off, you know?
I know.
You can't go line change like hockey. You can't go one possession for one possession.
I know.
So, it's someone like Ivy, too, that could take that leap and be a little more of a shooter and a little more of a scorer still.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's so important that Sasser, continues to play well like he did last night, because Ivy's minutes are, they're getting up. They're improving a little bit as far as, the amount, but he's still on a minutes restriction.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a guy to watch, has been from the jump, but especially closer to trade deadline. Like, what do you have there? Not saying he should be rolled into a trade. He
No.
could.
Right.
But how much he grows will help decide the level of urgency you're going to need when it comes to adding somebody.
Right. And also with him, they get to decide whether they want to, give him a big deal.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Some of the text coming in. I'm not a big LeBron fan, but why should he hang it up soon? He's still a top 30 player, Stoney.
It's the fan in me. Not that I'm a huge LeBron fan. You just don't like to see the greats go out and not be a good player anymore.
You don't want to see them limp to the finish.
You don't want a Miggy situation, right? I mean, it's true.
I mean, Miggy still had a hell of a farewell, but I understand those final few years were tough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Conversely, the other side of that is you want to know that your player, your star player, gave it everything he had and emptied the tank in his career.
That's
There's
true.
a sweet spot, though. Like, I'll give you a guy who retired, I think, too early. Nick Lidstrom. He said he could have kept playing
Oh,
at a
yeah.
high level, but just didn't want to see his standard dip. I probably would have wanted to see his standard dip 10%.
Yes.
And then go, okay, he's lost a step. Don't need to see anymore. Don't need to see him, sitting out there at 48 years old.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. LeBron's 41.
Right.
He set all these records. He's well past his prime.
Mm-hmm.
It's a marvel that he's doing what he's doing.
He's great. It's something.
But if he's going to start averaging 14, 15 points a game, like he had 17 last night.
Yeah.
All right, I don't need to see Jordan on the Wizards.
No.
But averaging, being off of his prime just shows you how dominant and what an athlete game he played in his prime. And now his intelligence is taken over as a basketball player. And he's still,
Right.
he can still show that athleticism. But what he was doing at 25 was insane.
How many threes did he shoot last night?
10.
He's doing that a lot more, which
Develops that range shooting.
Yeah.
But on the year, he's shooting 31% from three. So if you're shooting more of them and you're making less of them,
Yeah.
it's scoring. This is the worst scoring season of his career. Again, this is not a shot or slander. He's 41 years old.
Right. Look, guys that age, how old's Crosby right now?
Sidney Crosby?
He's still playing great. Ovi, on the other hand,
Oh, my gosh.
he's not.
So it's funny you bring that up. I didn't go to the Caps game when they were in town because it was a Lions Sunday.
Right.
My wife went to the game and she goes, "Oh, he's old.
Yeah.
You can tell when you watch him up close. He's old."
Right. And I don't know if he's going to officially call it quits for this year or not, after the season.
My gut says yes.
Yeah. So, they come back into town, I think the end of January.
Okay.
Or something. It could be his last game here because I didn't realize they were coming back because I thought that Sunday was going to be.
I thought it was too.
The farewell to Alex tour. You had Ovechkin in the afternoon and Anzalone
Oh, God.
in the evening because I don't think he's coming back.
So the Caps have one more game here?
Yes,
Yeah, this got to be his last year, right?
you would think so because look, he still has got a great shot. He's still smart as hell. He knows when to get into trouble and get out of trouble. But I think I don't want to say he's holding that team down, but it's tough. It's a little tougher to watch than it is with Crosby. Crosby's
Yes.
still, and I know people around here don't like him, and I think he's
Whatever.
He's still one of the greats of all time.
Yeah, without sitting here doing hockey rankings, definitely top 10, top
10.
7 or 8 maybe.
Yeah.
Whatever. We don't need to count them out. 248-539-9797. All right. It's New Year's Eve. We're going to have some fun with that later in the show. TJ Lang at 9:02 spends the final hour with us on the final day of 2025. We're going to talk about Calvin Shepard. We've been kind of dancing around it. We've given some of our opinions. We've never really asked you guys where you stand on it. That's at a later time in the show, 8:02. What we're going to do is the picks coming up next, and then talk a little more about this bowl season because Michigan plays today. It's 97-1. All right, we're starting to get back on track here. Make the picks this week. We have a shakeup. We have a new leader. Tom Milliken, Gov, in first place after a 6-1 week.
That's right. NFL season. Get this college crap out of
just
it. We got a
saying,
bunch of college games.
Nobody
this week.
was in. I want to do an audit. What's going on? I'm a game back, and then, it gets pretty ugly from there. Greg is 8 back, Heather 9 back. John is 13 games out of first place, and on the year, I don't even know if I should say this out loud, 30 games below 500.
How can that be?
Like, that has to be acknowledged. We're not making fun of him here, are we? But
Oh, we are, but
we are.
30 under.
But sometimes facts are funny.
This one's funny.
Yes, I know.
Unbelievable.
That would be hard to try to do, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we got a bunch of playoff games and some big NFL showdowns. Greg, let's tee it up.
By the way, I am 8-6 in my 2 appearances on this program.
Yeah, Stoney, you're better than all of us.
No time for the Citrus Bowl. Let's go to the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Ohio State is 9.5-point favorites against Miami. Jim.
Yeah, I think it could be low scoring, which makes me really hesitant to do this. But Carson Beck against that good Ohio State defense, I think a couple turnovers. I think Ohio State sits on a lead. Give me the Buckeyes to cover.
This is a tough one because I think Ohio State's the best team in the country. 9.5 with that defense. Miami, I think, is going to keep it somewhere close with a backdoor cover. Carson Beck, I know he struggles at times, but he has played in some big games. Miami 8-5 against the spread. Ohio State 10-2-1. I'm going to take the points. I'm a points guy today. Give me Miami.
And normally, too.
John is showing some Big Ten solidarity by saying, F Ohio, he's taking Miami. Heather is showing some Big Ten solidarity by taking Ohio State.
Okay.
I will show some show solidarity and give props to my man Paul Sarah, our own Mr. 305. I'll take the U.
You know what? The defense, and it's going to be a low-scoring game. I have a tough time seeing Miami get to 17 points. I really, really do. And I think Ohio State's going to get at least 27. So I will take the Buckeyes.
Okay.
All right, we go to the Orange Bowl. This is un-American. An afternoon Orange Bowl. Outrageous. Oregon, 2.5-point favorites as they take on Texas Tech. Stoney.
I think Texas Tech, their defensive front is so good. Oregon, I know people want to make a big deal that James Madison actually made it interesting at the end, but their starters are out. Like I said, it's going to be a close game, but I'm going to go with Texas Tech because they're 11-2 against the spread as compared to 7-5-1 for the Ducks.
Mr. ATS over here.
Yes, I'm a trend guy.
John is going to take the Oregon Ducks. Heather, she likes TT. Oregon is going with a white, black, silver look for the game against the Orange Bowl. They're going away from the lemon lime combo, which absolutely rocks. I cannot stand for that. Give me the Red Raiders.
So this is a conference game for me. I don't respect the Big 12. I think Texas Tech is probably overinflated. They do have a good defense, but I think Oregon wins the game. It's only 2.5. I'll take the Ducks.
It's very coin flippy. We did a deep dive on Cash the Ticket. I'll just put it this way. Oregon is going to struggle to run the ball against the number 1 run defense. They tend to get bogged down in the red zone as it is. Could be a big Sappington spot, their kicker. I'm going to take Texas Tech.
To the Arroyo Seco in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, it's the Rose Bowl game. Indiana, 7.5 points as a favorite against Alabama. This, again, is un-American to have 2 teams with the same primary color playing in this game. You need a blue team versus a red team, or a red team versus a green team, or etc. Can't have 2 red teams going in this game. Either way, John will take the Hoosiers of Indiana. Heather will also take Indiana. For me, how do you stop a Crimson Tide? How about an IUD? I will go with Indiana's defense. Give me Aiden Fisher and the Hoosiers.
Great line.
That is an unbelievable line.
So Greg had the Keith Jackson and the pageantry, and who doesn't like turning this game on New Year's Day?
Yep.
But guess what? The rain is in the forecast. Heavy rain today, tomorrow. Rain might taper off at kickoff. It will affect the field. Who knows? Maybe the nice paint might be all over the place. Therefore, I'm going to take the dog here. Close game because of the weather.
Yeah, but see, Indiana's the better trench team. So if it turns into one of those slugfest kind of games, Bama has struggled to run the football. Look, this is one of those deals. Indiana Not Alabama is favored in this game, and for a reason. Indiana's an elite operational team. Third down offense, third down defense. They've got the Heisman winning quarterback. They run the ball. They stop the run. They've got NFL receivers, plural. I can't believe this. What world we live in. I'm taking Indiana to roll Alabama.
I'm blinded by the brand. I mean, Greg is right. Red team, white versus red team. It's crimson versus crimson. Give me the points. More than a touchdown is what I'm doing. I'm taking the points.
All right, to the nightcap, the Sugar Bowl. This is good old American football. The Sugar Bowl should be played at night, just like the Orange Bowl.
Yep.
Georgia taking on Ole Miss. Dogs are 6.5-point favorites in New Orleans. It's not okay to do the Georgia bark at your boss. Jimmy's going to talk to me after the show. I'll take Georgia.
I'm going to go Georgia here, too, and it's because of the way their defense played against Alabama in the SEC championship game. I think they've risen to a new level, and with no Kiffin there, I think Georgia's going to shut down Ole Miss. I will take the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I think the rally for your coach game already happened. The Bulldogs really outclassed Ole Miss in the fourth quarter of the final meeting. I think that continues. Give me Georgia.
I'm going to take the points. Ole Miss is 8-4-1 against the spread. Georgia's only 6-6-1 against the spread. So that statistic plus the points. And don't forget, Charlie Weiss, the junior, is still their offensive coordinator. He's calling the plays. I think they'll be able to score a little bit.
I can't believe that. That's Charlie Weiss Jr., the little squirt that was on the sideline in South Bend. Mm-hmm. Okay. Before we go to the NFL, John and Heather will both take Georgia.
Rebel Island, baby.
Uh-huh.
To the NFL, Seahawks take on the Niners. The number 1 seed is at stake in the NFC. Seahawks are favored by 1.5. Gov.
I'm surprised at the line here. I thought the 49ers would be favored. Again, although this is trickier because it's Wednesday and this is a Saturday night game, weather is going to be a factor here. I think that favors the 49ers. I will take the Niners.
I'll take the Niners, too.
Absolutely. I home dogs. Give me them.
John, he's going to go with the Seahawks. Heather's going with the 49ers. Oh, everybody just wants to just dismiss the Seahawks so easily. I will take the Seahawks for that reason.
You and John.
Ooh, yeah.
I like that. I like that for everybody else.
Ravens 3.5-point favorites as they play the Steelers on Sunday Night Football. Jim.
I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with this. Is TJ Watt playing? Is Lamar playing? Tomlin has a dog of more than a field goal. I don't know. It's an old standby. Give me Pittsburgh.
This is the game they should bill as the coach who loses may lose his job game. I'm going to go with Mike Tomlin because they're home and home dog, 3.5 points. Be a close, boring game.
Both John and Heather are beholding the majestic stride of King Henry, so they're going to take the Ravens. Jim, I'm with you. Like, who knows what this game? Like, do I want to pick the Ravens? Like, because I just think it's nicer and cleaner? No, I'm going to take the Steelers.
And does Baltimore remember they have Henry? Because week to week, it depends.
I know.
Yeah, this is a little puzzling spread for me, too, because of Lamar being in doubt. And I think it's a little bit disrespectful to the Steelers at home when this game just traditionally, I remember when we picked it the last time around, close game. Usually the dog either prevails, dog usually covers for sure. I definitely like the Steelers here. And if I was ever to predict a tie, this game has a tie written all over it because of the coaches in limbo, like Stoney said.
And finally, Lions play out their regular season. They travel to Chicago, taking on the Bears. Bears are favored by 2.5 points. Just 2.5? Yes, just 2.5.
Ben Johnson! Ben Johnson! Ben Johnson!
Well, to me, this is the easiest game to pick. I don't see how in God's green earth, unless there's a monsoon or an avalanche or something at Soldier Field, that the Lions can even keep this game within a field goal. There's no way. Give me the Bears.
Let's go to John. He's bearing down. He's taking Chicago. Let's go to Heather Park. She's bearing down. She's taking Chicago. Oh, Stoney. Oh, it's just such an easy pick. How are they favored? Only 2.5 points. Lions.
Yeah, this is head-scratching to me that this line isn't more. And I just don't know why the Lions would risk an injury that could carry into next season with their quarterback, with Hutchinson. St. Brown, who knows if he's playing? He probably will just out of pride, but he'll probably come out. I don't know why you would risk injury in this spot. It's almost like because we're the Lions, we're going to finish and fight hard to the end. We'll do that with the backups. I think the Bears cover.
Greg, I share the same belief you do. Why is it only 2.5? And we know the Lions, maybe it's stupid, maybe it's stubborn, are going to fight their tail off until the finish. The fact that this is 2.5 tells me expect a nail biter. I'll take the Lions. And wouldn't it be something for them to win this game and it would have put them in the playoffs?
Yes. And Ben Johnson losing to Dan Campbell twice.
Those are your picks. 97-1. One game we didn't have in the picks. Game later today. A helmet game if there ever was one. Michigan, Texas. Citrus Bowl.
The burnt orange versus the maize and blue.
The winged helmets.
That's right. They played at the Big House last season.
Two of the 10 biggest brands, 5 biggest brands in all of college football.
That's
Showdown
right.
today. And yet the Stoney, the interest is palpable.
Oh, can't wait for this game. I mean, I'll watch it, and I'll probably be cheering a little bit.
Do you agree with the statement made by our very own Greg Hargrave pre-show? He said this is the most meaningless game Michigan has ever played.
I don't know.
And he goes, this is not hyperbole.
I know. With opt-outs and
Or
things like
hyperbole
that.
for people who know.
I mean, you could argue, Brady Hoke had a bowl game. Oh, no, Rich Rod had a bowl game. They played either Mississippi or Mississippi State, I remember, right? In the Gator Bowl. That didn't mean squat. It was Rich Rod's last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Look, bowl
Yeah,
games,
but that was that was the death knell of Rich Rod, though. 52 points in the Gator Bowl.
Yeah, but at the time going into it, nobody cared, really, did they? I don't know, because it was the Gator Bowl.
So I think the point is bowl games matter now less than they did
of
5
course.
and 10 years ago. So by definition, any bowl game today is, outside of a playoff game, less meaningful than it once was.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember, at least it's a helmet game as opposed to the game I'm referring to where they played Mississippi State.
Yeah, but let's just play this out. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Michigan if they win today, because you want to win. You want to see Bryce play well.
I know.
Texas is going to miss their entire defense.
Pretty much.
And every running back on the roster has opted out. And if you win, the coaching staff's already been gutted anyway, so it's not like there's really any momentum. It's a brand new scheme and system and coaching staff for next season.
Mm-hmm.
So outside of go blue, go team, score more than the other team.
Go Big Ten. Put it on your bowl record. I don't know.
But is he not wrong to say, like, there's really no meaning in this football game?
Pretty much he's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, how many meaningful games were some of the years where they didn't make bowl games? Those Rich Rod years, or regular season games that didn't mean anything. I mean, if we're going to sit down, just compare meaningless drivel, because that's what it is. I mean, but everybody will be watching. I can't.
Will everybody be watching?
I can't imagine Michigan fans not watching. They might not care.
Are you guys making a point to it's 3:00 today, 3:30 today?
Yeah.
Are you guys making a point to like carve out time to watch this bowl game?
Absolutely.
So for me, Mr. Michigan here,
Yeah.
I go home, I'm going to take a nap. I'm not setting my alarm for 3 o'clock. When I get up, I'll probably flip the game on.
Yeah, see how it's going.
Yeah. It's not appointment television.
Tom?
Yeah, it's not an appointment for me either. I mean, I might be moving around a little bit, so might just listen on the radio some. But I mean, look, I'd rather watch tonight's game.
Oh, of
Oh,
course.
yes.
I'd rather watch Ohio State and
Of course.
And
it-
Miami.
It,
Miami,
it,
yeah.
it means something.
Yeah.
But it's still, I don't know. It's still my team that I root for, so I'm going to watch the game.
Are you going to watch the spring game? 'Cause that's kind of what this is it not?
No, there's some things I want to say.
No, you're right. A spring game would actually be Whittingham's coaching staff. I'd be more interested in watching the spring game.
No, because I don't know. I want to watch this. It's a game. If they lose and Poggi does something stupid, who cares?
Right, you write it off. Doesn't matter.
Right. I'm not going to sit there and lose sleep over, oh, my God, I can't believe he dropped the ball. Bryce sucks. I'm not going to go through that stuff.
I just mean if
But
it doesn't
it's
matter
a-
if you lose and you can't make it, it's not a big deal if they win. So then it's wallpaper.
Yeah,
like
but
these guys point, like if it ends up on your TV and you're working on something or you're doing some chores and okay, cool. I can't imagine people are going to be all fired up to watch this today.
I didn't say about fired up, but I think any Michigan fan is watching their team in a bowl game. I mean, Michigan State's played some bowl games that have been pretty lame, but Spartan fans, I would assume, would watching those games where they played Pitt in a bowl game one year.
Yeah, New Year's
when
Six game.
Kenny Pickett, didn't play.
Yeah.
They've had some other games, and Spartan fans are watching the game. You're not going to like I said, lose sleep or cry or be pissed off if you lose. And you're not going to sit there and, do shots of joy if they win, but it's your team. You're watching, I think.
maybe the only value in this game for them is to see Bryce Underwood without Sharon Moore.
You saw that a
And
couple times already this year.
I know, but now there's no Sharon looming overhead whatsoever. So do they let him kind of cook and wing it? Like, because there's nothing to lose.
Right.
Yes. Is there another element of, Sharon was
Holding
putting
him
the clamps
down,
down on this
yeah.
guy who was holding them back, and good riddance. And look, getting 10 wins is a nice round number in college football.
Oh, sure. Again, you'd rather win than lose.
I mean,
Beyond that, I don't know what you want
right.
from
It
this.
doesn't go in the memory banks like the game they played. What was it? They played Florida in one game where they had a guy who scored a touchdown and didn't. Christian Turner, was that in that game?
Yes.
But you watched it, but you didn't
They
remember.
played Florida, just the one game against Florida.
Yeah, they seem to play him every bowl game, including they beat Tim Tebow. That was Lloyd's last game, right?
But it used to be, though, bowl games, even if it wasn't a marquee game, right? If it wasn't a BCS
Right.
or one of your big brand bowls, you could still go, hey, I want my young team to go through the practices. I want my young team to get a jump
Right.
start on next year. Stoney, who's playing in this game for Michigan? And how many of them will be starters next year for Michigan? By the time Winningham gets here, hits the portal, brings some of his own guys, some of these guys go pro, some of these guys hit the portal. It's not really the same.
I know.
Like,
All
I'm-
right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you watch? That's different.
Now go ahead and finish what you're
Did
going to
you
say.
watch Central Michigan play Minnesota in that bowl game?
Northwestern.
Yeah, Northwestern.
To your defense, Central did play Minnesota in a
I
Detroit
know,
bowl
I
game
know.
years ago.
I know. No, but did you watch Central play?
No.
Really? Okay.
Now, to Tom's point, I was driving from West Michigan where we spent Christmas with my wife and her family. I had it on the sound coming out of the speakers in the car during the second quarter, and I heard turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown. It's 21-0. Stoney, I'm good. I don't need to hear any more sounds. I don't need to take
Okay.
a look when I get home and
But-
see how the game's going to finish.
Okay.
I'm good. And to be fair, this was my team's first bowl game in 4 years, our first winning
Right.
season in 4 years.
Yeah.
I got no interest in it. It's a jump start to next year, but candidly, half my roster is going to be gone next year.
I know. Look, like I said, I don't think the care factor is there at all, but I still think that you're still curious.
Curious is a great way to put it, Stoney. And these guys are curious too. They're going to have the game on at some point. They're going to check the score at some point. Yeah. Curious, not invested, not interested. Michigan fans can speak for themselves. We simply have a few opinions on the show.
I know.
248-539-9797.
Can I add one more point about thing? And look, some of this is like the time of the day, Wednesday versus Saturday. I was much more anticipatory of the Pop-Tarts Bowl than I am for the game today.
Sure. There's a buy-in from the teams. Most of the players played. The teams buy in. They put the sprinkles on the helmets. They sacrifice a mascot. Like there's something to watch. 248-539-9797. We're going to zoom out and talk about bowl games in general, because if you've watched some of this stuff, oof. And if you haven't, we understand, but want to hear from you anyway. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Marcus Sasser didn't make his season debut this year until December 6th after dealing with a hip injury. He's only played 5 games since then, but last night was by far his best as he had season highs with 24 minutes, 19 points, and 5 assists to help lead the Pistons past the Lakers 128-106. After the game, the young guard spoke with the media and shared how his return to the court this month has felt.
All praise to the man above first, and then just my hard work every day. I always had a good support system around me, and then the team, they always keeping me up, and then like I say, just the work that I put in, staying confident. So when my name is called, I do have that confidence, and I'm ready for the moment.
Sasser's 19 points contributed to another big night for Detroit's bench, in which it outscored the Laker bench 74-34. Ron Holland had 11 points and 7 rebounds off the bench. Isaiah Stewart also had 15 points, which Detroit needed after Tobias Harris left the game early with an injury. Luka Doncic led the Laker starters with 30 points, 11 assists, and 5 boards. LeBron James had 17 points on his birthday. Meanwhile, for the Pistons, they were led in the box score by Cade Cunningham's 27 points and 11 assists. Now Detroit gets an extra day off to travel back to this side of the Mississippi after spending 8 days on the West Coast. They will host the Miami Heat in downtown Detroit this Friday. That game will be available right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's take this up a notch, Stoney. The confession you made pre-show. How much of bowl season have you watched?
Zero, pretty
Okay.
much. I mean, it's been went on in the background occasionally, but like last night, the Alamo Bowl was what, USC-TCU, or is that the
OT thriller? Yep.
Okay. You know, I have a big history with the Alamo Bowl because I used to go to Florida around this time of year, and even I remember watching Michigan. That was the Drew Stanton got hurt. I remember going to a strip club for my birthday, actually watching bowl games with girls on my lap.
Okay.
With my father, actually, and among other people. I've told that story before. But last night, I didn't care. And look, I just want to set the record straight. I am not saying you're a bad fan and Michigan fan if you have the same opinion that you guys have. I'm not being the fan police. Okay. I think there are just a lot of people out there, because they are a fan of a team, will watch their team no matter what.
Stoney, would strippers have helped the enjoyment of TCU USC?
I probably. Yeah. Especially, well, it depends. I'd have to. Were they wearing the? Did they start with wearing the sweaters?
Oh, the USC
the song girls, sweater girls, whatever you want to call them.
I didn't know where you were going with this at first, because you're like, the Alamo Bowl. I have a great connection. I would always go down to Florida, and I'm thinking, Stoney, you know the Alamo's like Texas, right? Yeah. Okay, but anyway, to your point, you're not as invested in bowl games.
Right.
I don't think you're alone. I think most people are nodding their heads in their car or wherever they're listening, saying, yeah, man, I'm hardly watching. Like Stoney, I've bet a bunch of these with Cash the Ticket.
Right, that's the one thing.
And that there's a fun in that, I guess, but I feel like we're pulling our hair trying to figure out who's playing, and I'll give you a great example. We had Army in the Fenway Bowl against UConn. So I'm not upset. We hit the bet. Skylar Bell is a star receiver for UConn. And he was telling and begging his teammates to play in this game. His quarterback didn't play. Some of his teammates decided to opt out or portal, whatever. He's like, I really want to play. We got to get guys in this game. Stoney, he played one play, took himself out of the game, did a wardrobe change, and never played again.
What a hypocrite.
That's bowl season.
I know. It's awful.
Did you see East Carolina had a running back go home for Christmas, never come back? I decided to open up gifts with the fam, and I'm hitting the portal. That's bowl season.
I know.
And even Michigan, Texas, two big-time brands. I got Bryce. I got Arch. There's a curiosity factor. It'll be on in the background. But who's actually playing in this game? I can't tell you for Michigan.
We know 3 people aren't playing.
At least 3.
Right.
And I think will be more. And for Texas, their first, second, and third running back all out. Both edge players, 2 corners, a safety, and the heart and soul of the defense, Anthony Hill, the linebacker, is not going to play.
Are they all for the portal? They all go into
Some
the
of those
draft?
are NFL guys. Anthony Hill's probably an NFL guy. But who's playing in these bowl games? They become background.
Right, and you look at the crowds and you can see why.
Sure.
Nobody cares.
So if you're a Michigan fan, we do want to hear from you. But big picture, like bowl season, are you less invested than ever before?
Absolutely. And this has been heading this way, you know, especially once they started the playoff. As they started adding teams and adding bowl games, and you're sitting there saying, "Oh my God, why? How does this team deserve to even be in a bowl game?"
5-7 Mississippi State will play next weekend.
Yeah, and it's all the only reason these bowl games exist, basically, is because of television
To make money.
Yeah,
Advertising.
I mean, one of the bowl games, I think it was the Snoop Dogg Bowl or whatever. That was on CW. That wasn't even on ESPN, from what I understand.
Did I see him return a kick in that game? I'm kidding. I'm only half kidding.
You might have. I don't know. He was a hell of a football player, allegedly. Anyway, Kirk Herbstreit was doing a podcast that he does with Joey Galloway, and he talked about the bowl games, and he actually kind of pissed some of his his bosses at ESPN at a seminar. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's part of it.
Yeah, now you got schools that, like Notre Dame, that just choose to opt out of bowls entirely.
I know. We protest, Paul.
Some of the response you guys got coming in on the text, and we want phone calls too, 248-539-9797. I'm definitely watching the Michigan game because it's the last game of their season. And Biff is kind of comical, clapping his hands like a seal on the sidelines. Jansen is fuming right now with you guys. He's already been up for an hour, war paint on, 20-yard sprints, national anthem playing. It's a big deal.
He's knocking on doors right now. Make sure everybody gets up early for team breakfast.
The thing is with John, though, it's like, I know a few years ago when they were at a bowl game, we had him on to preview the bowl game. Like, we haven't even thought of that. It's so irrelevant.
Oh, I think he's going to be on with for the post-mortem tomorrow with me.
Oh, really?
Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm. No game is meaningless. Pride and resilience. Just don't watch, Costa. I said I'd probably have it on in the background. I mean, look, you throw the bowls on, they're wallpaper for the holidays.
Right. Look, and I know a lot of people get into these bowl pools, the confidence level. Yeah, so which is probably more difficult now because of all the opt-outs.
There's no consistency. I'll give you another example. And looking ahead for some of the bowl stuff we just put out on Cash the Ticket, you have Arizona's coach who says, yeah, we got some opt-outs. I'm not going to tell you who. It's their personal business, and I don't want to give SMU an advantage. And then you got another school going, here's our two deep, Cincinnati. All the guys who aren't playing aren't on the two deep. We're just going to willingly volunteer it for you. Like, there's no consistency to how bowl season is run. It is the ultimate wild, wild west. Cookies, you're 100% correct. No one's watching any of these bowl games. They're antiquated and should be eliminated. I don't mind that they play them. I mean, what the hell difference does it make? It doesn't hurt me. And if
exactly.
If kids want to play and TV networks want to air it because they have nothing else to show and someone will watch it.
Right.
I'm not saying eliminate the games. Just let's call it what it is. Their importance and significance has never been lower.
And I'm sure, like Herb Street was mentioning, that ESPN still gets a decent rating because there's no other sports on in the day sometimes when these games are on.
So, Stoney, the ESPN aspect, I think, is a very interesting part of it because I think college football works in volume. A college football Saturday works. And also, why does that work? Got games on NBC, got games on Fox, got games on ESPN and ABC. The CW you just mentioned a couple minutes ago.
Something's going to stick.
Something will stick. And I think one challenge we are having is that ESPN has the rights to air so many of these bowl games. And what do they not want to do? They don't want to cannibalize their own audience. So they'll put the games on in their own time slot.
So sometimes they'll have one on ESPN and one on ABC, though.
Well, Saturday they did. They kind of made it like a college football Saturday.
Right.
But look, example. Back in the early 90s, you had NBC had the Fiesta Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Orange Bowl, 1 through 11 p.m. And then ABC would have Citrus Bowl, Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl. You could have those competing games. So, yes, you would have back and forth high-level games at that point that would be competing against one another. Like, I think the lack of television competition is also devaluing this. It's not the only thing. I know we all have our own pet theories on why this is so, and a lot of these are valid, but I think that's one of them that doesn't get talked about. It's like the lack of competition. It's just ESPN airing these, and we want you to watch this game at this time, and then there's another game after that, and there's no competition to watch elsewhere.
Yeah, but back in the day, because when I first started watching bowl games, NBC had them all except the Cotton Bowl. CBS had the Cotton Bowl.
Okay.
ABC wasn't even a factor as far as the bowl games. So you had the Sugar Bowl kick off at like 11:30 Eastern time, and then the Cotton Bowl would compete with it like it would start about an hour and a half to 2 hours later, and then would go right into the Rose Bowl on a different network. It would be on NBC, and the Rose Bowl went into the Orange Bowl at night. And the Orange Bowl always known for the longest freaking halftime show ever. Because the Fiesta Bowl was never, when I was growing up, first of all, it was late to the party. It didn't even exist when I was really young. And then it was never part of the New Year's Day deal. Now it's completely different.
Yeah, now it's ingrained in there.
Yeah.
I just think with this, though, it's a classic example of less is more. And oversaturation in sports are, I think, hurting sports at times.
Yeah.
And I think, too, with this game, specifically with Michigan and Texas, They played last year.
Right.
Sure.
You know, if you get Michigan, Texas, and they didn't play last year, there's a little bit more brand value there that would make you maybe want to tune in.
Okay, sure. But if there was 20 bowl games, Michigan would still be playing Texas this afternoon.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, there were two separate points. You know, is
Correct.
what I was
Yeah,
making. Is that I think because you've got a good logo game here. We just saw that last year.
Right, and you have the history of their, I believe, last bowl game was the Vince Young game, right? The year before.
Between these two teams?
Before. That
They won the national title,
That was a year before they won the national championship.
It was the Rose Bowl, right?
Yeah, and it was a great game. Right, Steve Breston had a big game, and Vince Young had a great. It was a really exciting game.
Let me ask. I will disagree with. We just saw this team last year. I mean, we watch Michigan, Ohio State every year.
Right. Let me ask you this question then, comparing this year to last year. Your interest level in Michigan, Bama versus Michigan, Texas, same, more or less?
Probably it's a little less this year.
Okay. What would you say you would attribute that to? Because it's very much the same situation, right? It's two teams that missed the playoff, two big brands, exhibition, opt-outs.
I don't know why.
I think it's just continuing this trend of less and less interest in bowl games.
Yeah.
Outside of the college football playoff, which this text says, yeah, that's the only thing I care about. Guys, I used to watch every bowl. I haven't watched one this year. Bowls are the new participation trophy of college football, and they mean nothing.
It's true.
They're exhibitions.
Yes.
And,
But like as far as Michigan goes, but a lot of, not everyone, but a lot of people watch their own teams that they root for, you know, NFL preseason games they watch.
But that's part of a ramp up to
I know,
a season.
I know.
This is the ramp down.
Yes.
You failed to do what you wanted to do. And a lot of your players are acting accordingly by going on to their next pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about the Pistons win from last night coming up next, and a little more New Year's Eve festivity talk at 7:35. 8:02, Calvin Shepard, should he be back? We haven't really asked you guys. It's come up on the show. We talked a little bit about it with Dan Campbell yesterday. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. TJ Lang for our final hour at 9:02. It's 97.1. Lions fans, listen up. You know how expensive it is to go to games. And 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, a proud partner of the Detroit Lions, they're giving away tickets to future games. Go to 97.1 The Ticket for details. Click on the ticket event page and find out where you got to go. You go enjoy some tequila and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive tickets have gotten, you don't need me to remind you. You don't want to miss your chance. Don't forget, make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. He led the way, and the Pistons picked up a win last night, late night, out in L.A. against the Lakers, a 22-point victory. Stoney, that's a marquee win against a marquee franchise.
Yeah, the Lakers were 20-10 heading into that game.
Yeah, they got Luka and LeBron both playing, so
Yes.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
Yeah, well, Austin Reeves didn't play, but whatever. Too bad.
So sad.
Yes, exactly. Cade set the tone early too. That they didn't like what happened on Sunday night against the other LA team, the Clip Joint. The way they passed the ball was 30 assists last night. Marcus Sasser coming off the bench and showing something that was great. And they had a little struggle at one point in the third quarter where LA actually tied it at 79, but after that it was all Pistons, and they played a really, really good game against a good team, not a great team, a good team.
Right, but people going, well, the Pistons are the 1 seed in the East. The East is bad. We'll see what happens out West. Winning record on the road trip. And the Lakers are a playoff team. Right?
Yeah.
4 or 5 seed in the West.
That's right.
They beat the Rockets, who also are a pretty secured playoff team out West.
And look, and the East is not as good as the West, but I'm not going to sit there and say the East is bad. The New York Knicks, who are here on Monday night,
Big game.
okay, they're good. Boston is still a good team, and they're going to get Tatum back. There's some other teams that are playing some interesting basketball. Miami, Orlando has been disappointing, but that's probably because they've had a lot of injuries. Franz Wagner's not playing right now. So, yes, that's not as good as the West. Nobody's saying that. But the East, they're not playing bad teams that many times.
No, but I think the other kind of fun part of last night is you go play L.A., the Lakers, the A team in L.A., a city of stars that has 2 Hall of Famers. And the biggest star, the best player in the game, played for the little old Detroit Pistons.
Yes, I wonder how many celebs were in the crowd last night. Hopefully, Cade got to show off with some people. By the way, I was reading after the game. They had 2 days off before the game. They went and spent part of their day off at UCLA soccer field, just playing an intramural soccer game.
The Pistons players?
With themselves. They played soccer.
Okay.
And just to let off some steam, have some fun.
Love
and they talked about how the similarity, J.B. Bickerstaff said, watching them play soccer was just the way they play basketball. Cutting and, making passes into space and things like that. It was fascinating, he said.
Well, and look, I think the chemistry is real for this
Oh,
team.
no doubt.
And it's why I wouldn't clarify myself, or I wouldn't classify myself as someone clamoring for a big trade at the deadline. I think they have a hell of a team. You can always get a little better, and I think shooting becomes the obvious thing to look for. But their chemistry's real. The defense travels. They put up 70 points in the paint last night, just pummeling the Lakers. And yeah, Stoney, on a night where Luka scores 30 and a double-double, Cade outplayed him. Cade didn't get to the free throw line 13 times the way Luka did. He got there twice. Yet he shot much more efficiently. He took control of the game, put his team in position to win, and they won going away.
Yeah, he's still, not a great 3-point shooter, but he's 1 for 4 from 3. That's something the team has to work on.
Yeah.
And that's why I think they need another shooter, because threes are pretty damn important.
Where do you think Cade ranks, though, NBA players? Because I just put him ahead of Luka last night. I don't know if you feel he's better than Luka at this point in his career, but Cade plays defense. No one's asking him to lose weight. He's as in command of an offense as Luka is.
He might be having a better season, but Luka's still young enough. I think that I would I trade Cade Cunningham for Luka? Probably.
I wouldn't.
But depending on for this team, no, because Cade's the identity of this team.
That's almost a fun way of looking at it. How many players would you trade Cade for in all of basketball? Like Wembanyama?
Yes.
That might be it. That might be the whole list. Jokic?
Well, now, yes, I would. Because I think Jokic is going to go down as one of the top 15 players of all time, if not more than that.
It's a short list.
Yeah, it is a short list. He's a great player. I mean, there are some, look, depending on who you root for. I personally think he's a better player, but there are people, I'm sure, who are Knicks fans who wouldn't trade Brunson for him.
I'd rather have Cade than Brunson.
So would I. Tyrese Maxey, another guard who's having a great season. He's a great player.
I'd rather have Cade.
I'd rather have Cade because of his defense and his size.
Yeah. Now, SGA is another guy you'd put ahead of Cade.
Yeah.
But it's a small list of guys.
Right.
Cade has put himself in the MVP conversation.
No doubt.
Which probably means
Yes.
you're a top 5 player in the game.
Yes.
And it's just so fun because you go play LA and they always have Shaq and Kobe and LeBron and Luka, and we have all these stars. And Detroit has to do it the grit and grimy way, which is fine. We'll do that, but we also have the star and a better star than either of your stars.
Correct.
So that's just such a satisfying way to end that West Coast road trip.
And you know how he's becoming a star nationally? I mean, this is not exactly deep thinking, but a little shallow on my part. But one of the reasons why I think he's a star is when people around the league, media, when they talk about him, they don't say, hey, Cunningham's really good. They just call him Cade. He's got that one word name. And granted, if his name was Joe, I don't think they would be the same. But, it's true. Everybody, when they talk about the Pistons, well, Cade's doing this. They don't say Cade Cunningham.
No, that's not. You said it's silly or it's
shallow.
Shallow. That's the truth, though.
I know.
The truest test of your star power is just that instant connective. Hey, the Pistons.
Right.
What do people think of? Cade. Hey, they're in first place. Even if they haven't watched all year, they go, well, Cade's having a hell of a year.
Right.
Even if they're just BSing in conversation.
Correct.
Because, it's got to be Cade's having a big year. Cade is synonymous. He is the star.
But is it because the name is not? A lot of people have the name Cade. It's not completely.
Didn't help
different
Cade
name.
McNamara turn into a star.
Exactly. But you know what is interesting, though? I think people did use. You never heard, McNamara is not very good. They used to talk about him as Cade.
That's just got to be the syllables.
Yeah, probably. Well, look, obviously, LeBron.
Yeah.
Jordan, people called him Michael, but you called him MJ, or some people called him, whatever. But like, there's Luka,
Kobe,
the Joker. Like Jason Tatum's a great player. He's not known as Jason.
Tatum.
Or Tatum. No, he's Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown, if you're talking, Celtics. I mean, Embiid, he won an MVP, but it was never, hey, Joel. No, it's Embiid.
Yeah.
So I was talking to my son last night, and about Pistons Lakers, and I'm like, you can stay up and watch it. We're on Christmas break and stuff, and so he just threw out there, I don't think LeBron's as good as Kobe, and I'm like, I like Kobe a lot.
Right?
Like, come on, right? Like,
yeah,
like LeBron is definitely second best all time, right?
Yes,
arguably number one,
Right.
So not to bring up the old bits and stuff, but it was just in passing. He said that, and I'm like, look, I go, Kobe was great, but don't build him up more to be than. And then I was thinking, well, where would I put Kobe? And I said, he's definitely top 10.
I think without doing the rankings, back end of top 10 or just outside. Like in his era, I put Duncan ahead of him.
Yeah, Duncan's probably the best power forward ever, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I mean,
would you put Magic ahead of Kobe? I would.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
and you got to put guys like
do you put
Jordan, LeBron, Kareem?
Do you put Bird ahead of Kobe? See,
no, I wouldn't.
I think I would.
It's so hard. There's so many great freaking players, and it's so difficult. Even, the people who watch the 80s era and the era now and in between, and even go back to my day. I mean, how do you decide that, Bill Russell and Wilt were as good as these guys?
I know.
Yeah, it's impossible.
How about Shaq? Is he ahead of Kobe?
I'd have Kobe.
Okay.
Shaq was probably physically the most dominating player ever. I mean, but there are some people that think Hakeem Olajuwon was a better player than Shaq.
Well, I personally, and I'd have to rethink this again, but if I was building my starting five, Olajuwon would be on it because of his versatility.
It's weird because I wouldn't think he's one of the three best centers of all time, but I understand the argument for 5-on-5.
To me, it's
two ends of the floor.
It's Kareem, it's Wilt, and Russell for me. But,
yeah. Anyway, we're descending into a very
I know, but
that's on me.
You're good, dude.
No, it's okay. It's a great sports debate. I mean, because there are people who never saw this guy play or that guy, and so you're jaded. I think a lot of the older people believe that the 80s was like the mid to late 80s was the quintessential best era of basketball.
Yeah,
and to some of us it was, but the players today, for whatever reason,
bigger, faster, stronger. They leap higher.
Yes. Now, look, you can't sit there and put these guys. Well, if I don't know, Larry Bird played today, would he have the same impact? I don't know.
I think he'd be one of the best 3-point shooters in the league.
Right. Yes, probably.
And he had a mean streak, closer, MVP.
There's no doubt in my mind that Jordan would have adapted to
Sure.
the three-point.
Oh, yeah,
He
he'd
would
be a
have perfected
menace.
it. He was
Yeah.
the ultimate competitor. I mean, and I think Kobe would have too.
Right.
Tex says, almost got into a car accident hearing you guys say Kobe's outside of the top 10. There are these like Kobe people that think he's better than Jordan. Like,
I know.
Or it's 1A, 1B. And okay, you're in your own world, dude.
I know.
You're like in like this weird obsession with him.
And look,
Most people who rank Kobe,
Kobe-
wouldn't have him top 5. And it's not outrageous to suggest there would be another 4 or 5 guys better.
yes.
I'll say this, and it's just a. There's no way I would. I think it's fact that I take Kobe over Curry any day. It's not even close for me.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. See, Curry changed the game, though. And I always think that's important.
Different conversation. Though.
Yeah. Would I rather have Kobe? I think was a better clutch player.
Oh, yeah. Hey, one last text on this.
Okay.
Because I know we're up against it, but I just want us to address this. I've heard this over and over from this show that the Pistons need another scorer. Why? They have plenty of scorers. It would just take away from the scoring they already have. It would interrupt the chemistry you guys talked about.
Not necessarily. Look, you don't get some, Richard. You have to get a guy who's going to somewhat fit into what they're trying to do. And what it does is the floor needs to be spaced a little better, I think, when they get into a half court game.
Yeah, the Pistons defend, and it leads to fast break points, and they've got Cade who can orchestrate the half court. But we're just forecasting deep postseason questions.
Because Cade's
you're
gonna
you're going to get put into a box in the half court.
Oh, they're going to blitz Cade as soon as he touches the ball. With so he needs to be able to pass out and find somebody who can shoot.
Yeah, and again, Asar, below average shooter. Tobias not having a good shooting season. Jalen Duren is not a shooter.
No.
So these are guys that are going to play big minutes crunch time around Cade.
Right.
Cade's also not having a good shooting season either from 3.
Correct.
So that's why I say shooter more than scorer, but it's
Yes, that's what we said.
hairs. Yeah.
Yes, they need somebody who can space the floor and hit it outside, hit a 3.
And again, they don't have to blow it up or do
No.
anything stupid like that. 248-539-9797. All right, we're going to talk a little about New Year's Eve coming up tonight, and we'll talk Kelvin Shepherd and the future at DC at 8:02. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Getting you wherever you're going this morning. We got New Year's Eve celebrations tonight. Jim Costa, Stoney. We got no Heather today, no John. We got Gov and Greg behind the glass. 8:02, Calvin Shepard. You and I have kind of talked about this, but we haven't really thrown it out for discussion. 8:02, should he be back? We'll talk about the Lions' defensive coordinator spot. TJ Lang will be with us at 9 o'clock. We'll make picks 8:35. Stoney, tonight, any elaborate plans?
No elaborate plans. Watch the Michigan game, and then I don't know. We're going over my sister-in-law's, and there's gonna be like 2 or 3 other couples there. So watch the Wings in the Miami Ohio State game, and then that's about it. I'll stay up and watch the ball drop, maybe.
What do you mean maybe? You wouldn't be awake when the ball drops?
No, I probably will be. Okay. You know.
I know you're working tomorrow too.
Yeah, but it's
not
10 to 1.
Yeah.
So I get to sleep a little bit.
Stoney Aloni.
Now, New Year's Eve, this is, I've told this story before, but New Year's Eve is very special to me and this year in particular, because tonight is the 50th anniversary of my first ever Bruce Springsteen concert. New Year's Eve night, my senior year in high school, 1975 turning into 1976. Okay, fine, big deal. However, my parents and my sister were in Florida staying with my aunt.
All right.
I flew back earlier in the day to go to the concert, number one, but also, unbeknownst to my family, a big New Year's Eve party at my house, where for between 8 o'clock at 7 o'clock at night till probably 1 o'clock in the morning, I wasn't even going to be there because I was going to be at a concert.
Yeah.
So it's been 50 years. We had a snowstorm, so people had to sleep over. People would call, Michael's parents are home or whatever. And the kids would lie. A good friend of mine lost his virginity in my bed with somebody. I mean, it's been, but the fact that it's been 50 years, and it's mind blowing to me. It's been 50 years since the first concert in that New Year's Eve party.
The question we want to ask people is like, New Year's Eve, your plans tonight, is it still a big hopping and holiday for you, or is it overrated? Is it
amateur night, as they like to say?
Yeah.
I think sometimes as you get older, unless you have special plans or somebody you know is having a big house party, I think it's time to get together a little bit and,
Well, it lends itself. People are home for the holidays,
right?
Home from college, or if they moved away for work and now they're back.
In most cases, it changes once you have kids because you don't get a babysitter on New Year's Eve usually to go out. I mean, you can to go out, but you do your thing. I remember being in Florida at times where we would go to dinner, like a 5:30 dinner at a good restaurant, and come back to spend New Year's Eve with the kids.
Okay. And I wonder, some of this might just be like, is it overrated or are we old? Because I've done the New Year's Eve thing. Tonight we're doing the Red Wing game.
I've done that.
Which is it's normally a fun.
Another crazy story about that too.
I do want to hear it. We go last year, this year. It's a fun game to go to, the New Year's Eve game for the Red Wings. It's bumped up a little earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We're not planning on staying downtown after. I don't know if we're old and lame.
What time's the game?
6:30.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, it'd be done by 9:30.
Yeah, which is fine.
And we could go out in downtown. We're probably going to go home, have some drinks, spend the time together. But,
right.
But I've done New Year's Eve all which ways. When I was out in Grand Rapids, I was waiting in the cold at a bar with a cover. I've done the get dressed up for New Year's Eve out in D.C. with some friends.
Yeah.
I've done all the different kinds of New Year's Eve. At this point, though, I don't want to be amateur hour, midnight, 1 o'clock. And it goes without saying, if you're going to be on the roads, have a DD, use a Lyft, use an Uber, pay for a cab, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't call to me the way it once did.
No.
I'd do a house party would probably be my threshold now.
I think one year one of my daughters, her and her friends, they went to Windsor and stayed at a hotel.
Okay.
6 or 7 of their girlfriends. They hung out. Or
But it may just be like you age out of it because Brendan, who does our updates, he's going with a crew of 20 tonight downtown
Yeah.
Detroit. They're
Well,
going to get after
Well,
it.
he's a young lad.
Yeah, he's fresh out of college.
Damn right.
He'll tear up the town.
He should have fun.
Yeah.
So you getting dressed up for the Wings game tonight? Or
What does
you
dressed up mean? Like suit and tie?
Well, I know a lot of people used to, not as many. You probably see a few because I know one year I did. I wore a tuxedo to the Red Wings game, and it was kind of cool in a way. We got dressed up after the game, went to some place to have dinner. I believe it was an old place called Doug's Body Shop on Woodward in like Royal Oak area.
You did dinner after the hockey
After
game.
the hockey game,
It's a late dinner.
if my memory's correct. I know we went to Doug's Body Shop after the game.
Okay.
And then I thought I was going to have some fun post New Year's and went to the girl's house and
This is before you were married.
it's before I was married and was told, nah, I don't think so. I'm dating somebody else who I also knew who actually tried to who set us up. So
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Back up.
I was at a Lions, a woman who I was friendly with. We kind of had like a little flirty thing going
banter,
on.
all right.
And at a Lions game, this guy was telling me, "Oh, you should go out with her." You know, all right, fine, whatever.
he was seeing her?
He was part. I didn't know it at the time.
Why he was seeing her, but he thought you should go see her.
Yeah, yeah. And then, so I'm saying no, and then she goes, "No, I don't think so. I'm dating him."
Your head must have been spinning. Like, well, hold on, but this is the guy who told me to go see you.
Really? That was very lame.
So, but okay,
I'll tell you who it was in the break.
Oh, is it someone I might
Somebody
actually?
you know? Yes.
Tom's making a face back there. We don't need to do this on the air.
No.
But I have some follow-up questions.
Yes.
So you were already back at their place when
I
this
was
happened?
dropping her off.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I was New Year's Eve.
Hey, go.
New Year's Eve. It's a green light. I'm going in.
Had the ball already dropped?
Yes.
Okay, so this was, you guys had the fun at the
Yes.
party, and you thought you were,
Spend decent amount of money on tickets
okay.
and dinner.
did you buy her dinner?
Of course.
Midnight kiss?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This is
I'm
very,
trying to remember.
The mixed signals on this.
I know.
I'm flabbergasted on your behalf years later.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, if you got some good stories, we'll hear them. No one's going to top Stoney's stories, but we want to hear from you guys about New Year's Eve. Like, is it all it's cracked up to be? Is this a night where you age out of it? Where is that point where it stopped being, hey, we're going to go out to the bars past midnight for New Year's Eve? Is it house parties? Is it low key? Are you not doing anything? Like, Tom, you had this comment pre-show. You said, I don't know if your generation really does this.
Yeah, something I just think the young people don't do as much today is the whole going out for this and all that. I really think it's lost its love. I think in the masses is what I'm saying. Like, I think it used to be a huge thing where most people went out and did something younger age, and I just don't think it's quite the same anymore.
Brendan's the outlier, our update guy.
Yeah, and I also think, too, in general, like, the changing of the year has kind of become a little less relevant.
Yeah. Once Y2K hit, it's kind of jumped the shark. We survived that, and everything.
Like, resolutions aren't a thing like they used to be.
I don't think I agree with that. I still think maybe this is the old soul in me, but I still like a little bit of self-reflection at the end of the year. I make New Year's resolutions. We all know we don't keep them.
I still think it's as popular with certain age demographics as it's always been.
Yeah, but younger people now are drinking less, right? Is that maybe part of it?
True.
This is a big drinking holiday. I mean, if you don't go out and have a few.
Right. Well, that's champagne was made for New Year's Eve.
Right. But don't they say, like, Gen Z's drinking less alcohol?
Yeah.
So what does a Gen Z New Year's Eve celebration look like if it's dry?
Some gummies.
Edibles or, yeah. Okay.
I guess.
248-539-9797. We'll roll the conversation over and get some of your thoughts. It's 97.1. Happy New Year's, everybody. Good morning. 97.1, Jim Costa. Stoney sitting over there. You'll be in tomorrow.
I'll be in tomorrow.
Stoney Aloni from 10 to 1, ringing in the new year with people. And we're doing some of that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to know about your New Year's Eve plans. And we want to know if it's overrated or if we're just old. Because our update guy is fresh out of college. He's going with a group of 20 people downtown to the bars tonight.
Right.
And none of us are doing anything elaborate.
Right.
I'm going to go to the Red Wing game. I'll have a good
Yes,
time. You're
absolutely.
going to meet with some couples tonight and
Yeah.
watch some games. But it doesn't feel like the raucous New Year's Eve.
No.
And maybe that's just because
It's an age thing.
it's an age thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a 20s thing to go out to the bars on New Year's Eve.
I still think people in their 30s still do it. I mean, it all depends. To me, it's still a lot of fun as long as you don't have to deal with, major, crowds. Like my sister-in-law one year, her and her kids, they did the New York thing. It's like you couldn't pay me money.
Oh, the Times Square?
To do the time, be in Times
in the
Square.
diaper.
And you got to be there so early. You could go
What time do they get there? How does that go down? Like they're there. Are they now? Like the people who are doing Times Square, are they there
I don't
now?
remember what time she got there, but you meet. It's like anything else you wait in line for or whatever. You meet friends and
Yeah.
you beat
You're
people who you're
around.
around people that you become friendly with, and hey, listen, I got to go to the bathroom, save my spot, that type of thing. But first of all, it's cold as hell usually, and it's like, what's the big deal? Is it? It's just for some
Just say
people, it
you
just
did
might
it.
be a bucket list item.
Yeah, say you did it. Like, look, like I said, I've done the expensive. It can add up. I mean, you want to go out and do like I did DC one year. You want to reserve a spot.
I
I
loved New Year's Eve
drinks.
in DC in Georgetown back in the day.
But I mean, you're spending hundreds just to be in the place.
Yeah.
And then you're going to dress up. And you're look. I did it once. I'm happy I did it one
Right.
time. I'm not looking to do it every year. It's more low key now, at least for me. 248-539-9797. I will keep an eye on how many people are dressed to the nines at the Red Wing game for you, because you said that used to be a lot more common. Last year, I don't remember seeing a lot of it.
Yeah. So maybe Kenny Cowell will be wearing a tux. Or
Maybe
Ken
he
Daniels.
will.
Maybe Mickey will have like a flannel tux.
A flannel tux.
That would be awesome.
That would actually, and he could pull it off, too.
Yes, he could.
This text says, I'm 31. I don't know anyone not going out or doing something tonight.
Yeah. I think everybody goes out somewhere. I don't think, unless you have a kid issue, I don't think most people
But I'm saying,
stay home.
what I mean by stay out, maybe there's just a...
Right.
I'm talking about it's 11:59, you're in a crowded bar, you've had a few drinks or more, and you're ready to party.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, going out. I don't mean going out to dinner and then coming home.
Oh, okay.
Or going to a house party. I'm talking like out. You're spending money,
Mm-hmm.
you're getting hammered, you're bringing in the new year. I don't know that everybody's doing that.
No, probably not. And with the price of things
I know.
these days, it's really expensive too.
Yeah, I know. Guys, my New Year's plan is to stay with my wife and watch some movies, have shrimp and steak for dinner with a fire in the fireplace. Happy New Year's, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, low key.
It's fun.
The older I get, 44 years old, I don't care about New Year's Eve. But I've never kind of cared too much about doing much on New Year's Eve. The only thing I do is go out with my in-laws every year. Other than that, I'm in bed around 10 o'clock. Oh, you got to stay up for the ball drop, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Look, to me, the ball drop kind of lost its luster when Dick Clark
Okay.
left. Stopped doing it, Ryan Seacrest is a very talented human being, but it's not the same.
Yeah, and then the other thing that you had there for a while was Anderson Cooper and Kathy Griffin.
Oh, she was...
Then she got canceled.
Yes, exactly.
There's like no kind of hook to grab you into watching that.
Right.
anymore.
And by the way, the New Year's like Rockin' Eve. That's cool, but then they go show some bands playing and they're pre-recorded.
I
and
don't like that.
I
No,
hated that.
no.
And they're doing it like early December and they got all the New Year's Eve decorations and all that. And this is just fake.
Yeah, I don't like that. Guys, I have a 1-year-old and a pregnant wife. We'll be in bed by 9. This is the most excited I've been for New Year's in years.
Yeah, look, that's obviously understandable.
Good morning. Wife and the kids are going up north. I'm going to sit at home tonight with Thai food and the dog, Brian, in a car. And go with the kids up north.
I did that with, not for New Year's Eve, but on Christmas, Chinese food and the dogs.
Guys, 46 years old, 4 kids under the age of 16. There's nothing better at this point than making a nice dinner, lobster tails and steaks, staying home, and being in bed by 10, Justin in a car. Guys, I'll be watching the ball drop on Fortnite tonight. That's about it. Stoney, did you ever get into Fortnite?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. And actually, my biggest regret in that realm is never really learning how to play Madden or any of the sports games. Like FIFA is great. I played MLB The Show once with my nephew when he was like 13, and it was like 23-0 after one inning. And I was just like, I've had enough.
Guys, I'm 22. I've always thought it was a little overrated, but I still like getting with family and cooking great food. That's Jaden.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the most unexciting holiday. I'm 47 now. My wife and I have no intention of going anywhere but sitting on our couch and watching the Red Wing game.
That's what a lot of people probably be doing tonight.
Times Square people are already out there as of yesterday.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, no thanks.
No. NFM, not for me.
I'm going on a date with an OnlyFans model signed Sharon. Big plans for New Year's Eve. Brendan Shabath is our update guy. You're going out tonight.
Yeah, we'll be out in downtown Detroit. Should be a good time.
Now, how dressed up are you going to get?
Not dressed up at all.
Okay.
I am very low effort when it comes to the holidays in general. Even Halloween, it's hard to get me dressed. So today will be a completely casual, comfortable. It's a Wednesday anyways. Like,
Right.
I'm off tomorrow, thankfully, but still, I'm not going to go all out here.
Guys, I'm 24. My fiance and I are getting pizza and having drinks at home. Sticky floors, hundreds of dollars on sugary drinks. No thanks.
I think it'll be fun. I will say I have always found New Year's Eve to be a little bit much ado about nothing, but it's an opportunity when you're young, I think, to go out and have a good time with some friends.
Yeah, that's an opportunity no matter
celebrate,
how old you are.
And like any day of the week, too.
If you're with good people, your friends or whatever, you can have a good time anywhere.
Well, there's no age limit on having fun. I just mean
Right.
like at some point, like I'll just speak for myself. I feel like I did it, kind of grown out of it. I don't have this desire, like we'll get out of the Wings game tonight. I'm not going to go, hey, we got to race to the bar for the next couple hours.
No.
Yeah, I had that exact thought this morning. When will I reach that point? Like,
Yeah.
I'm young now. Like, I
I'm
woke up
happy you
tired. I'm
are.
like, I gotta. It's gonna be a long day today. I'm like, but I'm young. It's fun.
Yeah,
for
rally.
a couple more years, we'll do this, and then eventually, I'll be in bed by probably 10 or 11. On New Year's Eve, and it won't matter.
Have fun with it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
tonight we will. Yes,
You should.
In a couple more years, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Anyway, 8 o'clock hour. We're going to make some picks. 8:35. Go through all the college football playoff games, which, by the way, start tonight.
Yes.
You got Ohio State, Miami tonight. First college football playoff game of this extended stretch. 3 games tomorrow on New Year's Day. TJ Lang's going to join us at 9:02. Get some thoughts on the Lions, and we're going to get that conversation started after the update because Calvin Shepard, I've made the case to hire an outside DC. You've said you'd give him another year. It came up yesterday with Dan Campbell, but we realized we've never really had the conversation where we've invited everybody's thoughts to the table here. So we'll throw out the number. We'll talk a little bit about the Lions' DC position and where they go moving forward. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The sky was falling on Sunday after the Pistons lost a second consecutive game when they fell to the Los Angeles Clippers just days after losing to the lowly Jazz. In order to avoid a bunch of chicken littles running around to close the 2025 portion of the season, J.B. Bickerstaff took an unusual approach during the Pistons' off day on Monday to get Detroit off the schneid and ready for last night's game against the Lakers.
We played soccer. That's what we did. We played soccer on UCLA's campus. It was time where you lose a couple in a row. People can get, a little bit down and start thinking about it. But, we haven't seen the sunshine in I don't know how long. So we just went outside and had a good time playing. But the similarities between the game was great for our guys to see. The way we moved the ball when we were playing soccer, the way we advanced the ball when we were playing, the cuts, the reads we were making. It was great for our guys to see that. And then it translates to the game of basketball.
And it worked. The Pistons outscored the Lakers 32-18 in the fourth quarter for a 128-106 win last night. They had 74 bench points once again to contribute to the win. The Pistons currently rank top 10 in the league and top 5 in the Eastern Conference as they're just shy of 40 points per game off the bench. So the Pistons close 2025 with a win and will hope to ring in 2026 in the same fashion tomorrow when they take on the Miami Heat back here in Detroit. The Heat are 18-15 this year and currently on a 3-game win streak. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
John and Heather with the day off. Stoney is in all week. And we're talking a little bit about New Year's Eve and what people's plans are. We'll take some more of those phone calls. Stoney, you also want to work in this Calvin Shepard conversation because it's been percolating and we've kind of had the conversation, but let's have the conversation.
Okay.
And let's throw out the number of people who want to jump in, 248-539-9797. Do you want Calvin Shepard back?
Yeah, with one little caveat. If Brian Flores for some reason is a free, if there's some great one there, maybe I would make a move. But I'm going to say, yeah, I want him back. I think he showed at certain times during the season.
What times? Show your work.
Well, the Tampa game, the Legion of Whom.
Okay.
And where they would try different things. I really think based upon the bullets that he had in his arsenal, you really couldn't tell whether he was going to be a great defensive coordinator or not. They tried different things. Sometimes they blitzed too much. Sometimes they didn't blitz at all. They, such a man team, and he was, honed under Aaron Glenn. Maybe they played too much man, but they did go off to the zone every once in a while. They matched up stuff. And towards the end of the season, they couldn't stop the run. Now, I don't know if that's scheme or if that's players not doing what they're supposed to do. And I think that a lot of times coordinators, especially defensively, they get too much credit, too much blame.
Probably right.
When the actual players are maybe in the right position and they can't do a good job. I mean, the fact that we saw what Pittsburgh did running the ball, the Lions were so weak, doing the edge work, trying to where guys like Brian Branch are really good. He didn't have them. He's still young. He's 37. His happy birthday, Calvin Shepard, on
is it his birthday today?
January 2nd.
Oh, okay.
But so he'll be 38 years old. And I still think he's young enough where he can turn into possibly a great coach. You never know. I mean,
but are we in the business of incubating and running a daycare to develop the next great defensive coach, or are we trying to win a Super Bowl next year?
I don't know if anybody could take this team to win a Super Bowl next year without the major acquisitions that they need player-wise, to be quite honest with you.
I don't think it's just going to be you hire a different coach and instantly have the number one defense. The question is, could a different coach have gotten more out of this group or get more out of next year's group?
Possibly. I mean, you think guys who have a resume like Dennis Allen, maybe you could sit there and say Dan Campbell made a mistake of promoting Kelvin Shepard too early in his tenure. Maybe he was afraid that Aaron Glenn was going to take him and be the defensive coordinator for the Jets. And he saw enough with Kelvin Shepard in his 5 years working here. He became a Lions coach in 2021, working his way up. And this was his first chance at a coordinator. And no, I'm not going to sit there and say he did a terrific job or anything like that. But I think so many times in sports, we're so easy for rush to judgments based upon a very small sample size. If they run it back next year and they get players that I'd like to see at different positions, especially defensively up front, and the results are the same, then you make a change. But he seemed to be a guy that was obviously very energetic. The players seemed to respond to him. And
so, okay, you make the case it's more the players' fault this year than Calvin Shepard's fault. Mm-hmm. Okay. Aiden Hutchinson going to be back next year.
Right.
Elaine McNeil going to be back next year.
Maybe.
Oh, that's interesting. Why maybe?
Well, if you want to get some players, you might have to make some decisions. And
I don't think his contract is really all that movable at this point, right?
No, I don't know. You never know. Somebody might want him. He was a great player up until this year.
I would assume he's back next year.
I would assume, yes.
I would think second year for Tyleek Williams. He's a starter, former first round pick. Jack Campbell, Derek Barnes, the majority of this front seven's coming back next season.
Probably. I mean,
so if he can't get the most out of this group, and this group's going to be back next season,
well, maybe they need to get some of the different position coaches under him to help as well.
Okay.
You had a new defensive line coach this year, and obviously the defensive line was not very good. So Casey Rogers may not have been the answer. I don't know. Maybe you get a new secondary coach. The defense is going to be strange next year anyway because it's safety. We have no idea about Kirby Joseph. We have no idea when Branch is coming back. Best guess would be middle of October, I would guess, with the Achilles. I think he deserves. I think he deserves one more year, one more shot.
Does he deserve one more year because 1 year is not enough, or he deserves one more year because he actually did a good job? Because I think those are two very different conversations. The last 6 games of the regular season
were horrible. I agree. I'm not defending his work for the last 6 games, but
rubber meets the road. You're either ascending into the playoffs or you're falling flat on your face. They did the latter. Stoney, I mean, look, it's nothing personal.
No, I know.
The times we've interviewed him or we've been around him, I actually like him as a person, but this is purely business.
I think it was
They're trying to win a Super Bowl.
I think it was a personnel problem. If they had 3, I mean, at one point they didn't have any of their starting secondary. I mean, and that was especially for the Tampa game. That was their best game.
Do you feel like they were getting carved up through the air or on the ground more?
More on the ground.
Okay, so.
That's the troubling part of this, is that the run defense really just tanked in the second half of the season.
Right.
I just don't get why that occurred. That's not where the injuries were up front. They were in the secondary. It's like, I look at it this way. Why are injuries an excuse for Shepard, but they're not an excuse for Morton to a degree with the offensive line and how depleted it kind of was?
Well, it kind of is because I think with the offense, you can see by actual play calls. I don't think, at least personally, I'm not attuned to exactly all defensive play calls. I think I think that's part of it. And I do think the defensive line, as far as the run, I think that's even more of an indictment on the players, especially guys like DJ Reader, who didn't do anything. I mean, if you want to say, give credit maybe to Lopez, he did a good job. But that's about it.
248-539-9797. Couple texts on this, and we'll get some phone calls in the mix too. Guys, says, talked about this yesterday, but if Flores is available, you have to attempt to bring him in. It's an instant upgrade. No impact on the cap, Jeff in Petoskey.
Well, I said I mentioned him, that there are caveats to this.
And he is on an expiring deal, Brian Flores. So unless he's already eyeing a specific job.
Dallas.
Yeah, people have brought that up. You make a phone call.
He might get a head coaching job.
He could. This one says, keep Shep unless Flores comes. Defense suffered once Dan went to call plays on offense. Not sure why, but it makes more of a point that we need a true OC so that Dan can be the CEO of the team and help out whoever the defensive coordinator is. Okay. Using the Tampa game as a reference is a choice. It's a game where Detroit didn't have to worry about Bucky Irving, Godwin, and Evans got hurt.
Right.
Yeah, what is the signature defensive performance from this season? There's not one.
No, I mean, there were a few games where they didn't give up a lot of points, like the Philly game, but Philly had
Philly's
their
offense
problems.
is all
right,
kinds
exactly.
of busted. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, everybody's putting a signature performance up against the Eagle defense.
Yeah.
Buffalo just had a signature defensive performance against the Eagles defense.
I know.
Let's get to the phones. Pete, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, guys. This conversation gets to that uncomfortable point for, I think, most realistic Lions fans, and it's like, how much do you weigh the injuries? And you don't want to make it an excuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how much do you weigh the injuries, whether it's Dan Campbell's performance, Shepard's performance? And I have an argument as far as the being carved up on the ground or in the air. If you look, especially in that Pittsburgh game, but if you look at these last few weeks, when the safety's responsibility was to come down and run support, their run fits were never correct. They were out of position every time. That Pittsburgh game, I'm not going to sit here and say the front seven had a great game because they had big issues on contain as well. But the front seven wasn't as bad as the back guys supporting the run. I mean, it was It was like watching, a bad college team with the safeties.
And Pete, how much of that is Kelvin Shepard? How much of that is on the fact that you didn't have Brian Branch and you didn't have the players who were supposed to be in certain spots that weren't?
Yeah, I certainly don't believe that Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph make the plays they make on their own. I think they're put in great position and they're great players. I personally think that those are just players that either didn't have the time to get to know the responsibilities or the ability. I don't put that on Shepard. I just don't.
It's not that he's 100% responsible for the defensive issues, but he is responsible as the defensive coordinator of this team. I mean, he said, I'll stand on the table and tell you we didn't get the ball run down our throat, and then the very next week got the ball run down their throat. At some point, I do question the whether or not he is going to be the defensive coordinator that architects this team to a Super Bowl. And if there is a guy like Flores available, or someone like Bowles that's fired, or Dan Quinn that's fired, a lot of the fired defensive head coaches
Are really good.
come in and take ownership, and there's detail, and they have a counterpunch, and they don't go 7 weeks of lousy defense.
That's true.
Period. No matter how many injuries they have.
Yeah. I mean, look, would it be an upgrade if they get one of those guys? Yes. I just have a
I'm
hard
not saying fire him with no plan.
Right. I just have a hard time putting my arms around that a guy's not going to be as bad just because he had his first year doing it was not great.
But in listening to you, you're willing to fire a D-line coach. You're willing to replace personnel, but it couldn't possibly be that the DC's not good enough.
Oh, it's possible, but I still think I'm allowing the chance for just like rookie players to get better. These guys are never going to get better as coaches if you just get rid of them all the time after 1 year. That's my point.
But I look at this team as they're begging for a defensive genius to a degree to be their DC so that Dan and the new OC can take care of the offense. Dan's an offensive guy. Go get that guy like, Philly did with Fangio, and that guy might not be available. I don't know yet, but that I believe this team is begging for that. This organization to just have, you're the defensive guy, your hands are all over it, and Dan can take care of the offense.
How about this? Let's just use some teams that have recently won the championship, okay? Andy Reid, famous offensive guy. Who did he pair up? Spags, who's a defensive mastermind, and they really had a great defense during this run of Super Bowls. Who else is someone who's won? You mentioned Fangio comes in to take over the defense, takes that off of Sirianni for the Eagles. Go through it. You could highlight.
Shanahan's done it. With Fangio and Saleh.
Bruce Arians won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay and Tom Brady. Former NFL failed head coach Todd Bowles with the Jets ran his defense. There's so many examples of it. And if Dan can truly grab hold of the offense, and they scored a ton of points, had a bunch of explosives, shore up the offensive line, let them continue to cook offensively, and hand someone this defense who can get more out of the guys, not be a victim to whatever he's given personnel-wise, but achieve more.
But yes, the proven track record, yes, that makes a lot of sense. But who's to say that in year 2, Shepard doesn't develop into one of those guys? That's my point.
Who's to say he will?
I know.
That's when you get a proven commodity.
You want to take another year to gamble and find out?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. If it doesn't work, there's always 27.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. That was intentionally sarcastic.
I know.
Stoney.
I know.
I'm sorry. I should probably have done this to myself. I don't know if we have the board up, but. Phone calls, feedback. TJ Lang, top of the hour, 97.1. morning. Happy New Year. Jim Costa, Stoney, in for John. Heather off for the rest of the week. Ringing in the new year. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass. TJ Lang will join us at 9:02. We'll make some picks at 8:35. And I think we need to do like an audit. I don't know what's going on here. Somehow Tom's in first place. There's a major shakeup. Got to do some investigative reporting.
I'm looking
on
at the standings. It's Tom and then it's Costa.
You're bad, Stoney.
See, what you should do,
do I need to go bitch about that and go, you got to get my name right on the promo?
No. Somebody should know about it.
Yes.
Hey, but now your Lions pregame show for next year should be called Costa Rica.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Costa Rica.
We're talking about the Lions. I want to knock out some phone calls. You got some good texts coming in. You guys have thoughts on this. Calvin Shepard, should he be back next season? And Stoney says, yeah, give him another season.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not nothing. I'm going to die on the hill. Like if they fire him and bring somebody else in, fine. I'm not
going to shed a tear.
No, but
And on a human level, I like the guy. I want to be honest with people. It's been 6 weeks of utter disaster on defense. Injuries or not, his front seven's largely healthy, and they're getting gashed while he's telling people, I'll stand on a table. We're not getting run on and run down our throat. It's exactly what's happened to this football team. And the idea that you could just bring somebody in who's run a defense before, maybe a failed head coach, a Todd Bowles, a Brian Flores, a Dan Quinn, if these guys get fired or are available, it's a no-doubter for me. This team's chasing a championship, not running a coaching developmental program, hoping that guys get better. Those guys will come in and achieve more with less.
I get it. I mean, like Fangio has been really good, and all the names you mentioned. I was surprised that he didn't get Dennis Allen, but maybe Ben Johnson got there first.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like that's what happened. Let's get to the phones. Drew in Roseville. Drew, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, Costa, Stoney.
What up?
Happy New Year, boys.
Happy New Year. Good to hear from you.
First, I got two things. First, I'm going to say all the things we need to get done, which you guys have covered pretty much all of it, right? Now, if Flores is there, you got to go after him, okay? I mean, we don't have time to wait around for a guy to develop into a number one defensive coordinator. I'm sorry. The window is closing. These players that we have, the extensions are going to be due this offseason, right? I mean, the money's going to be starting to come up short. I mean, and we need offensive line help. We need defensive line help. We don't know what our secondary is going to be. We need to make a lot of bold moves in this offseason. Now, my question to you guys is, do you think the brass has the cojones to pull those moves off? Because we haven't seen anything bold, since the guys took over. I mean, yes, they built a good team. They got a good solid core, but where's the big extra one more push up the hill to get us over the top move? I haven't seen it, man.
Nobody
I really
has.
hope he gets it done.
No,
I really do, guys.
Nobody's seen that move.
No, and Stoney, you asked Campbell yesterday. I thought one of the big money questions, did you guys fall too in love with your own? And he said no. In his mind, they haven't. Well, okay. At the same time, it can't just be a loyalty routine because this team wasn't good enough.
Right.
So some of the guys that they were loyal to, they shouldn't have been.
Correct. And maybe, obviously, that some of those guys will not be back, you would assume.
Well, and that's the test of, are you willing to have those tough conversations and, more importantly, make those tough decisions? To his point about future and the cap, fifth-year option this offseason for Gibbs and Campbell. You're going to pick up both, right?
Yeah.
And it'll be going into the contract year for Branch and Laporta, both coming off of injuries and not small injuries, Achilles and back injuries. Those are going to be conversations that they're going to want to explore, all while at the same time, it can't just be re-sign our own. They're going to have to bring in some outside people. Let's get to Brian in Detroit. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, fellas, I understand y'all complain about the defensive coordinator. This Dan Campbell's team. He's responsible for this mess. Y'all talking like the defense. I don't care. I don't want to hear nothing about a coordinator. Dan Campbell, the one run this team. They're in last place. Mm-hmm. They might lose this week. It's not like people think automatically eliminate the injuries next year and they can come back. Fellas, they might be in last place next year. All those three teams ahead of them will have a just as great opportunity to improve and get better. Man, Dan Campbell might be in a world of trouble. And that Super Bowl window is closed. They're not winning no Super Bowl with this team. They're not winning no Super Bowl with Goff and Campbell in the positions they are. Whenever the Lions win the Super Bowl, it won't be with those two gentlemen.
Well,
with him being the coach.
I think that's going too far.
I think that's gone too far, and I don't think the window has closed because look, is it as wide open as it was a year or two ago? No. But when your best players, hold on, Brian, hold on. When your best players are locked up, they're going to be here. Now, if they don't do anything, meaning Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, whoever, of making this team better with those core players, then the window will be closed at the end of the year. And as far as Campbell goes, look, the seat is going to be a little warm for next year. There's no doubt about it. If they have a season like they had this year, where you see the trajectory that's going down and looking forward to 2027, and you don't see a lot of hope there, then they need to think about making a change. Absolutely.
Let me ask y'all a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you automatically think that the Lions will be better than the other three teams in their division next year?
Automatically, no. Look at this league.
Yeah.
Look at the league.
Yeah, Brian, I want to make that.
I ain't talking about I'm talking about the division.
I understand.
No, I know
that.
you said the other
division.
Yes.
No, and I would make the point to you, Brian. It's not automatic.
Not at all.
No, nobody on this show has made the argument that you can just roll out the ball next year and the coin's going to flip the other way. They have to have these tough conversations. They have to do things they haven't been willing to do with the roster. They may have to fire people that they don't want to fire. You know, you could say it's Dan Campbell's team, so it's Dan Campbell's defense. Fine. What does he want to do with his defense? Does he want to run back Kelvin Shepard, or does he want to do something different with his defense? It's ultimately his call. As much as we can make this about what Shep did or didn't do, it's on Dan Campbell to get it right. And automatically, it's not going to get right. You have to do things. You have to make decisions. But if they make the right decision, Stoney, they still have all pros on both sides of the ball.
That's why I don't think
they're gonna. Somebody goes worst to first every year. The Niners are sitting in a spot for the 1 seed this week after a 6-win season.
Yeah, and teams go from first to worst. We saw it with the Lions, and we saw it with the Washington team. Right?
Commanders, yeah. So, no, it's not automatic. I don't want this to get twisted as like, well, we're doing Detroit radio and the sun will come up tomorrow.
No, they have to get better.
Yeah. Couple texts on what we're doing with the defensive coordinator spot. Guys, I'm with Stoney. I think Shep earned another year. Some observations in the run game. In the Steeler game, it seemed that the defensive end opposite Hutch didn't contain. The back waved by as he was getting the edge. I'd love to hear if that's personnel or coaching, Dennis grinding away at work.
This is what we're going to talk to TJ about, who knows the X's and O's a lot better than me.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
And unless you know the play call, and I think you made that point earlier, Stoney, it's
Right.
hard to know, like, was the safety supposed to have the run fit off the edge?
Right.
Who was the safety? Had anybody ever heard of that safety?
Mm-hmm.
Was the end actually the run contained player? It may be different based on down and distance. First half, second half, first down, third down. The net result, though, was ain't nobody there.
Right.
And it wasn't like it was one play. It was all day. And it wasn't just one day. It's been 6 weeks.
Correct.
This one is chasing a truck. Eagles hired 2 new coordinators, fired them, then the next year hired 2 more and won a Super Bowl. Detroit will never make those types of moves.
Well, they also got Saquon Barkley, too, which helped them win the Super Bowl as well.
Yeah. But that's the example, right?
Yes, exactly.
They brought in Fangio.
Right.
Guys, as good as it sounds to try to find someone like Flores, everyone knows damn well MCDC is not going to get rid of Shep after 1 season, especially with the injuries. We're good. Does it feel like a we're good move, Stoney? They just keep Shep?
No, I think it's different.
Okay.
Because the we're good thing to me was talking about people like Davenport who have major injury concerns, and like, how can you say we're good?
He's not back, right?
Who, Davenport?
Yeah.
He better not be.
If you keep Shep and you bring back Davenport and Onwuzurike, that is the definition of we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. We got Wood in Detroit. Wood.
Good morning.
Speak for yourself.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, listen, I think that Shep is a product of being hired where we needed a instant winner. Like, we needed a guy that already knew how to be a defensive coordinator, not learn on the job. We needed, because we're trying to win a Super Bowl, not just be good for some years. I think that's what I don't know, according to Brad Holmes. I think coach, and that way when we bring in a defensive coordinator like a Flores or somebody like that, he can still learn out of them. But now it's like if we bring him in, the Shep get
That's a good point.
demoted and go back down. You know, that's the problem right there. And I think Dan Campbell is he's a loyal dude. So I don't know if he'll get rid of Shep. But we're trying to win the fans here are trying to win the Super Bowl. That's why we get upset when Brad Holmes don't make that one big move, like bringing in a Rashid or somebody to get us over the top, because that's what we need. When Isaiah Thomason was trying to win the championship, we made moves. Mark Aguirre. Like, you got to do it. You got to do it if you really want to get over the top. You can't just be standing here saying, I think we're good with the guys we got, bringing in guys who get injured every season. That's not a proven commodity. It's not going to work.
No, and it's a great point, Wood, about expectations and about, hey, if this was a different world where the Lions weren't this far along, Shep probably is a no doubt, hey, you give them another year.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're going the wrong way the last few years and there's an urgency from the fan base to win a Super Bowl, change becomes a more real conversation. To his point about the over-the-top move, it's not just basketball. He cited two different eras where basketball, our teams have swooped in. I mean, Stoney, you've seen this, and you know where I'm going to go with this. We've watched our hockey team go out and make moves in the past. The Brendan Shanahan move is probably the biggest one, but even you win a couple cups in the late 90s, it stalls out. What do the O2 Wings do? Let's go get Dominic Hasek. Let's go get Luke Robitaille. Let's go get Brett Hull.
Yeah. Obviously, with the cap era, it's a little different, you know.
But baseball, where there's no cap, it didn't lead to winning a championship, but they got further, in my mind, when Dombrowski was buying and adding at those deadlines. They got further because of those moves.
Yes.
All right, we got the picks to make coming up next, 97.1. Winter means snow and icy roads. It means more serious injuries from car accidents. When you're in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG has won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you too. KG will make sure that driver that hits you is accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. That's late December. Gray and gloomy out. Good morning, 97.1. Happy New Year.
Absolutely.
Happy New Year, Stoney.
Thank you. Yes. Big anniversary for New Year's for me. 50th anniversary of my first Bruce Springsteen show. And, it was an interesting night that night, having a party at my house when I wasn't there.
And a friend having some fun in your bed.
Exactly. The Tower Theater in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania.
Remember it like it was yesterday.
I know, yes. And Upper Darby High School. I believe Tina Fey went to Upper Darby High School. Anyway, more important things. TJ will be here at 9 o'clock. Last night, I saw the beginning of the game, but not the whole thing. The Pistons defeating the Los Angeles Lakers. Nice win. Ended the road trip 3-2. They did lose a game standing-wise not last night, but
on the trip.
On the trip, because they're now just a game and a half ahead of the New York Knicks. But Cade was great last night, and have him do it in that atmosphere was pretty cool.
Yeah, look, I think it's a pretty significant win last night.
Yeah.
Look,
Lakers aren't great, but they're good, especially on the road. I mean, they're missing Reeves, but, they still have LeBron and some guy named Luka. Perhaps you've heard of him.
Yeah.
Marcus Smart's a pretty good defensive player.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's one of 82, but I think it was a significant win for the Pistons because of what you said. Like, the Lakers are a playoff team. A lot of this talk about, okay, the Pistons are the best of a bad East. What's going to happen when they play the West? 3-2 on the road trip. This season, they've now beaten the Rockets and the Lakers, a couple quality teams.
Mm-hmm.
And in a city that's all about stars, biggest star, best player.
Yeah.
He didn't play for L.A.
No.
Played for us.
Absolutely. He was
Cade
great.
Cunningham.
And he set the tone early, and I know he was probably a little upset by the Clipper game. He had nothing in the first half and had 27 in the second. But, you watched another star, Kawhi Leonard, at 55 in that game. But
no, I know, but think
he was
about
on
it.
a heater.
Like Luka's a guy that's a perennial MVP candidate.
Yes.
And Cade comes into his house, doesn't get the free throws that Luka does.
No.
And Luka was at the line the whole night. He had 13 free throws.
Exactly.
Cade had two free throw attempts.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do? Well, we're going to win by 22 points.
Right.
And it wasn't all Cade, but Cade leads the way. He's the tip of the spear. He's the leader of this team. He's bought in not only as the creator offensively, but the dude defends too. He's among the league leaders in steals. I just thought it's the irony of, hey, that's a marquee franchise with all their big stars. It's LeBron's birthday.
It's cool. National TV.
Yeah, NBC spotlight game. And guess what? Pistons win.
Yes.
Signature win, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They have some big games coming up. I mean, tomorrow night they play Miami, who's always a tough
thorn
out.
Yeah.
Yes, that's at LCA. And then they have back-to-back, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, Sunday afternoon.
In Cleveland. Now, I know the Cavs are struggling big time. I don't know what's wrong with them. But
they popped Detroit earlier in the year.
And then the Knicks, for the first time this season, are here. And I know everybody's fired up about that game, and they should be. But hopefully the Pistons, I know they're not going to be looking ahead because the two games before, like I mentioned, are not going to be easy games.
Okay, it's popped in my head. That game against the Knicks Monday night, it's going to be fun. I mean,
Yes.
It's Little Caesars Arena. It's 1 versus 2. Biggest Pistons regular season game since?
Wow.
Was Chauncey still playing?
I can't. I don't remember.
Chauncey!
Maybe. No. Did they break their 28-game losing streak
Yeah,
at
but
home?
that wouldn't be a bigger game than this.
I know. This is pretty. It's a big game.
I mean, I know it's sad that you got to go that far back, but it's also the statement that, like, here's where they've arrived.
Right.
They've arrived back at this position again.
For different reasons. I remember one of the years the Lakers came in with LeBron and him and Beef Stewart, a little
I remember that.
beef going on. That was turned out to be a pretty good game.
We have some audio from LeBron. He spoke glowingly about the Pistons yesterday. Now, this is before the game?
Yes.
Yeah, but he was talking about how things have changed in Detroit. It's that Detroit feeling again.
Yes.
Kind of what we're talking about now,
Yes.
right? Is getting back to those days.
Yeah, because I remember when he was in high school being touted, even the year before he was drafted, he and some of his people are at Palace for some big games, sitting under the basket when he was still friends with Worldwide Wes back in the day. And, the Cavs weren't very good then.
Nope.
So
But think about it.
wanted to see some good players.
So his longevity is well documented. It was his 41st birthday, and he's still playing, and still playing fairly well, albeit not his best. But his career has spanned going to work Pistons, where they were the juggernaut and he had to topple them, an entire decade-plus long rebuild. He's still playing, and the Pistons have completed the cycle.
Yes. He's gone from Cleveland to Miami to L.A. Oh, I know, Cleveland to Miami to Cleveland to L.A. Yeah.
But, like, it's an entire organization life cycle that he's watched from afar, obviously, with the Pistons, and now you see, boy, hey, they're right back up near the top.
Look, he's still a great player. He really is.
Is this it, though? Is this the last go-around?
I don't know. I would think so.
Got nothing left to prove at this point.
No, absolutely.
Got all the records. He's
the only thing he probably wants to do is try to win maybe another title with the Lakers, because the one he won was the COVID one. But hey, he got an NBA Cup though, so he's got that, which is nice.
A little extra hardware.
Yeah, he's got another banner that he can be proud of. Yeah. There's actually been some talk of him. Of him being traded at the deadline to a team that's really close to winning. Yeah. And no, here is not the answer.
Do you want the Pistons
it would be
to
fascinating, but
shooter doesn't have to be a blockbuster. I'm not clamoring for a blockbuster, but a shooter. Help him out in a half court, because more of those playoff games can get bogged down, and just help Cade and company.
Yeah.
But
you know who's a shooter? TJ Lang.
Get some shots up next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings have gotten off to a good start this season, and they will look to close 2025 on a high note tonight against the Winnipeg Jets. Todd McClellan was asked yesterday if confidence has been key for this team this year. While he said it has, and he's seen it grown, there's another word that he finds more important. The Wings will drop the puck tonight against the Jets at 6:30 p.m. as Patrick Kane will play in his second game back from injury after missing 6 straight games during the holidays. 2 goals tonight would give him 500 for his career, a feat only 49 other skaters in NHL history have accomplished. Kane's 498 career goals currently rank 6th among active players. Todd McClellan also said yesterday that James Van Riemsdyk could play tonight after he missed 2 games with an injury. McClellan couldn't assure JVR's appearance and said he still needed to meet with the medical team after yesterday's practice, but he said according to his eye test, JVR looks ready to go. And Michigan football will finally end this tumultuous 2025 season today. In just about 4 hours, the Wolverines will take on number 13 Texas in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Michigan is looking for its 25th bowl game victory in program history. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Stiff mic. I want those wimpy mics. Keep that in mind. Now we know your preference. Good morning, 97.1. We've got TJ Lang hanging out with us on a Wednesday. Everything's a little off at the end of the calendar year, but TJ took a little extra time to get a little sun over the weekend.
Yeah, it was just, especially being gone for Christmas, missing really the entire day with my family,
right?
So
yeah.
And look, I mean, players kind of vented about it too. Like, yeah, it sucked, man. Holidays are, supposed to be for, you would hope the family,
right? But other people have to work on Christmas too.
Yeah, I get that. But yeah, and even like all the people at the stadium, I'm sure they wanted to be at home instead of, cleaning and doing concessions and whatnot. But and look, I played on Christmas before when it falls on a Sunday, and that you kind of understand.
Right.
I think. A lot of the frustration was like, man, we already planned Thanksgiving. We've already had 2 Thursday games.
Right.
Like, you're going to throw another one. But look, I mean, it was something that you knew when the schedule came out. So, for me was, if I'm going to miss Christmas with the kids and with my wife, at least we're going to do a little trip afterwards. So,
where'd you go?
We went to South Carolina, Myrtle Beach area.
Oh, nice. Did you get to play any golf or?
No. We actually did. We got lucky with some weather. Saturday, Sunday were really nice, like low 70s.
Right.
Started to get a little chilly when we left yesterday, but I actually drove down. So
wow,
we were supposed to fly out let's see, I got back from Minneapolis. We landed about midnight. Our flight was supposed to be about 8:30 Friday morning.
26th.
There already started to be a bunch of cancellations, though, because I guess the ice storm that was coming in Friday. And our flight had already started to get delayed a little bit. And we're like, what if it gets delayed? You know, and we're only going for 4 or 5 days. It's like, what if we can't get out till Sunday? You know what? Let's just jump in the car and drive.
How far is the drive?
It was about 12 hours down and about 12 and a half coming back yesterday. So I got home at 12:45 in the morning, Friday morning. We jumped in the car at 1 o'clock. My wife had the kids ready to go, and we booked down. I did about the first half. I think I drove till about 7 o'clock somewhere in West Virginia, or, right on the border of Virginia. But it was actually kind of a cool drive. It's kind of spooky, though, man. Like, I don't know if you've ever taken that. I think it's called the West Virginia Turnpike. You're driving through the mountains, and it's like just up and down and sideways and weaving, and it kind of tripped me out a little bit because like it kind of throws off your equilibrium.
Yeah, I've made the drive.
It's like 6:30 in the morning, and you've been driving for 6.5 hours. It's like, okay, I think I need to pull off and take a little break. But no, it was a good trip. It was good to get away for a couple days.
Good.
And like I said, we got lucky with some good weather. It was nice to sit on the beach for a couple days and just watch the kids have a little bit of fun
and then reflect on that game and the season.
I tried to forget about it.
How were you feeling about as the season ended?
Like all of us, I guess it was kind of a culmination of just a lot of frustration, a lot of grind. And I'm not making excuses for the guys. Like I even asked Coach about it. Like, man, it's just season just felt like it was hard on you guys, right? And these aren't excuses, but it's like when you got an extra week of training camp, you got an early bye week, you've got, 2 stretches with 3 games in 12 days and 3 Thursday games in 4 days. And look, I think a big thing too is that I know it wore me out, so I know it had to wear those guys out too, was every single road game was like 4 o'clock or 8 o'clock. So we're not getting back. I mean, how many times, Jim, I'm coming in here off 2 hours of sleep, on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock. And it's like, man, like that over the course of 3 months, like that wears on you. Right. And like I said, that's not an excuse.
No, because
that's the price you pay of being a good team and playing late games and being on prime time. And look, you got to deal with it. You got to be a professional. That doesn't mean that it doesn't wear you out, right? So I think ultimately,
supposedly they had the most. Supposedly they had the most rest of anybody in the league,
relative to who they played.
Yes.
So the team would have had a shorter week that was coming into play.
Okay, right. Yeah, which makes sense, but that doesn't mean you're getting the most rest out of it.
It doesn't help you get more sleep. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, but last week was just. It was a dud, man. It just sucked. And, I tried to really not think about it. I tried to go back and rewatch the game, I think Monday, and then my computer broke. So I haven't gotten the chance.
The computer said, this is too ugly.
It's just too bad. We can't. This is snuff film. This is illegal in North Carolina. You can't watch this.
Yeah.
This is exactly. Now, I've heard different hosts bring this up. They think that was the worst performance of the Campbell era. Or at least since they've been good.
Isn't it? It feels like we've said that 3 times this year, right?
It's point.
Like, man, like it can't get that bad. These guys are going to have to find a way to get better.
But 3 passing yards?
I think the most frustrating thing was Minnesota did the exact same thing they did the first matchup, and you did nothing. And you still did nothing. You could not find out how to beat a blitz. And I don't know if that's coaching. I don't know if that's scheme.
I was going to ask you because
quarterback,
it felt like they were chasing down from the backside a lot. I don't know. You didn't go back and study at all, but
there's multiple problems, and even just off the top of my head, like kind of going over through some of the notes I wrote down, where like I think a big problem in the run game is teams know when you're running the ball because your run game and your play action do not match up. They just don't. Like when they're running the ball outside zone, they leave the backside guy unblocked. You don't ever do that in the play action game. You don't do what Matthew Stafford did and hey, let that guy chase. We're going to boot out the backside, get the tight end in the flat or get an over route. They don't have that. Maybe they have it in their playbook, but they don't run it. All their play actions are, a tight end blocking on the backside or a tight end slicing to the backside to pick up that backside defensive end. Well, I know if I'm a backside defensive end and nobody's blocking me, it's a run play. I'm going down the line to make the play. And that's kind of been a thorn in their side for 6-7 weeks now, where it's like what's going on from? Well, because the play action game, like it doesn't match up.
Is that because we talk about the injuries all we want, and especially the offensive line. However, I think I said this the other day, the Laporta injury.
Oh, might be ends.
And then with Brock Wright getting hurt, that might have been the most significant position injury of all of them.
Yeah.
Because of the blocking part of it
Yeah.
and not having Laporta.
And marrying the concepts.
I think that hurt them more than losing both their safeties did for their defense. Wow. That's how, I mean, and it's just, look, when you're watching the game last week and, you got a tight end matched up one-on-one versus a corner in the run game, and the corner makes you look like a third grader and just throws you to the side, like, that's embarrassing. That's absolutely embarrassing. And, I know there was one play in there, too, where Jared got smoked from both defensive ends coming to the corner. Everybody's like, what are the O-linemen doing? Well, the O-linemen are pinching down to try to take care of that middle pressure. You got Jahmyr Gibbs on one side on Van Ginkel, and I don't know who the tight end was on the other side. Your job is to get in the way, slow those guys down so your tackles can have time to get back in case the pressure drops out to get help on those. Both of them just let them just basically, here, take my flag and go, and just run right by me.
So it wasn't so much that they were asking them to block them solo for 3 seconds. It's just, hey, be a bump in the road.
You gotta, hey, 1, 2, get him on there. 1, like have a 2 count, right? Like 1, 2, okay, get into the flat. Both of them literally just like reached out, gave him a high five, and were like, have fun, go meet at the quarterback. And it's just, but also, here's my big thing with Jared Goff. He doesn't seem, at least last week, I don't want to make this seem like this is who he is, but at least last week, just based off one game, he didn't seem to me like he knew where his weak spots were. Like there's in every single protection, you're like, okay, we've got a matchup here. And it could be matchup based, it could be schematic based. Hey, if they bring 2 from this side, I'm not protected there. I got to get the ball out. Or, hey, I've got my third string left guard matched up versus a big time 3-tag one-on-one here. I might want to be leery of that matchup.
Yeah.
Or I've got Harrison Smith standing on the edge of the line of scrimmage. I know the running back's blocking that way. I got to get rid of this ball. Instead, it's just like, oh my gosh, he came and hit me. Like, what is going on? It's like, I expect more from you. I just do, man. Like, I expect you to be the guy at the line of scrimmage, regardless of the play call. And I don't know how their operation is. I don't. I played in really 2 different systems. Green Bay, I had the same coach, and that kind of developed over the 8 years I was there. And then, that was more of like a freedom based. And maybe it depended just on the quarterback we had. Aaron Rodgers was like, just a mad scientist. Like, I don't care what the play call is. I'm going to do it my way, right? So. And then I also played, when I came to Detroit, Jim Bob Cooter was like, these are the plays you're going to run. Like, I don't care if they know what you're doing, just block it. And it's like, the whole point is to try to, like,
keep them on their heels.
Yeah, schematically or formationally or, with motions, like, try to keep them guessing, right? Like, so it's like Jared Goff just looks more to me like, well, this is the play call and this the coaches want me to run. And if it's not there, it's like, whatever. Like, I can't, it's hard for me to accept, though. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to accept. And there was another play in that game where, they're running out of shotgun. Jahmyr Gibbs is to the left. They have a wide zone going to the right, a slow developing play. They're clearly showing pressure off the backside. And they clearly know Jared Goff, it's not an RPO, it ain't a read option. He's handing this thing off, and it gets chased down and tackled for like a 5-yard loss. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, how is that acceptable that you're just going to be like, defense had a great play call?
But how
you got to be like, guys, screw it. Hey, this play is dead. Let me just at least get into something. It doesn't have to be a home run ball, but let me get into something here where it's not going to be devastating, right? Even if I switch to a little quick trap up the middle or something, so now that guy doesn't have time to trace it down from the backside. I don't know, man. It was just a lot of frustration, and like I said, I mean, look, we're on the same boat, and that game feels like it was so long ago. That's why it's like just still hard to talk about. But and what about like that? I think the biggest thing, and there was a lot of games, I'll have to go back during the break and kind of point because I was counting them out the other day, but there was a lot of those losses, at least 4 or 5 of them, where you had chances to finish, you had chances to close, and they just could not come up with clutch plays, whether it was offense, whether it was defense. I mean, look at the Minnesota game. You had a big third down. But the first time you played them, big third down, they called a little wheel route, boom. You get stopped there, you get the ball back maybe. Philly, Pittsburgh, Green Bay.
The fourth downs on Thanksgiving.
They go for a fourth down, you get a stop there, boom. Like maybe we get the ball back. So the offense, like it's kind of like, oh man, we just couldn't find a way to get the ball back when we needed to. It's like, yeah, but on the flip side, you had the ball 3 or 4 times in the third quarter to start fourth quarter and did nothing with it either.
Right.
So,
a lot of 3 and outs.
Yeah, it's hard to have sympathy for this team. You know what I mean?
And like you said, I mean, I know I was hard on you, a couple weeks ago, and you were like, man, are these guys soft or pretenders? Like, I think I told you it was like, I'm not soft is like,
yeah,
like we said,
it's insulting.
Like maybe you're just not as good. That doesn't mean you're soft. But pretenders, like,
is what it is, man.
I'm not saying it, but I'm not going to be as hard. I'm not going to be as hard as on you as I was a couple weeks ago when you said it.
And TJ, I don't want to take a victory lap. I'm bummed. You know what I mean? I hated that that's how I felt about it. And there's no credit for being early. Like, pronouncing the body dead a week early. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, and I think it was just more, I guess if we really sit here and thought about it and talked it through, like, maybe we could talk ourselves into, okay, we probably should have seen it coming. I think the biggest surprise, though, was, like, that was Dan Campbell's team's, like heartbeat was, like, when we do get down, just when you count us out, boom, that's when we're going to surprise you. That's when we're going to come back. And, you know, I think John laughed at me a couple weeks ago, and I was like, guys, there's a scenario. If you win a couple games here and, you know, you get some help, you could be playing Chicago for the division title at the end of the season. And that's what would have been happening this Sunday if they could have taken care of business, man. But, you know, it is what it is. And I guess these guys got one last chance to try to go out with a little bit of pride here this weekend.
We'll talk a little bit about that with you. And then just also some bigger offseason conversations. If you guys want to jump in the conversation, 248-539-9797. TJ Lang in with us today, New Year's Eve. It's 97.1. Guys, as the year comes to an end, you probably want to start the new year with a brighter smile. And with Brightside Dental, they're always welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special. And don't worry about cramming it in your busy schedule. They can get you in often same day. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. You don't have to stress or dread it. 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightSideDental.com. They'll take care of you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Happy New Year, 97.1. We've got TJ Lang in studio on a Wednesday, and he gave us some of his thoughts on the Vikings game. I think we're all ready to put that behind us.
Yes, bury it.
Stoney, I still got one more game. We can get to that later. Why don't we get into this offseason a little bit with you, TJ? Because when you have a season like this, change is coming, right?
Yeah, it has to. And I got to imagine, and look, I mean, I've been part of these for a long time. Like, if you have a season where, you know, it's kind of, I'm not going to say it, maybe embarrassing is a strong word, but a wake-up call.
Yeah.
A wake-up call. Yes, changes they're inevitable. Like, they're going to happen. Player-wise, you know, probably staff-wise, there's going to be changes. You can't just do what you did last year and, you know, hey, man, like, once we get these guys back healthy and, you know, oh, man, that was the reason, right? Like, next year we're going to have a full team and let's run it back again. I think this season was too much of a, you know,
bring the band back together again.
Not close enough, and I think that there has to be changes. Yeah, so I'm not going to speculate on what changes are going to happen, but I think that clearly number one for me, I mean, I think Dan has to, you know, hire a very, very good, hopefully seasoned offensive coordinator, and you know, that's not me trying to push John Morton out of the way, but it's kind of
writing on the wall.
Like, it's kind of writing on the wall, right? I mean,
and Dan needs to be a head coach.
Yeah, and if John Morton, if he wants to keep John Morton on staff, and you know, hey, like we loved you as a analyst or pass game guy, like you were great doing that. Maybe
during
that's
the week,
more your specialty.
Yeah,
that's totally a possibility. So
it's on him if he would accept the demotion. But yeah,
I think so. And look, offense. I mean, I don't know what that offensive line is going to look like. You know, I think pretty evident last week that they benched Graham. I mean, he's active, he's healthy, not healthy. Everybody's banged up, but he's dressed on the sideline. And, you know, they went with Kingsley, who, I mean, I'm not going to say they win the game if they play Graham, but do I want a young player on the road against that defense, you know, maybe over a veteran guy that has at least, you know, seen this and has the experience? Like maybe, but you know what? My thought on that, and I have no idea. I didn't talk to anybody about that decision, but I think maybe that part of them was, hey, maybe we know that, you know, Graham's either going to be moving on, you know, to retirement or, you know, not coming back, whatever it may be. We don't want to get caught in the same situation we were in last year where we, you know, we maybe thought Frank was coming back. Like, we have to see what we have with these guys to maybe see if they're a part of the future.
But it's a weird spot when you're still not eliminated to start
when
doing...
it's a must-win game. That's what I'm saying is, like, that's the part where I'm like, and look, I think Kingsley actually did a lot of good things the week before against Pittsburgh. So it was kind of like, if that was their mindset of, hey, like, saw a little bit of something from this guy, let's see what we got again with him, and maybe, you know, maybe this could be the guy that we can go into next year with and kind of pencil in as that center spot. I don't know, like, but that's just a thought that they had. Yeah.
So
Decker, I mean, he did. We talked about it about a month ago. I mean, he did that long piece with Burkett about, you know, already thinking about, you know, what he's going to do and if he's going to come back. I don't know which way he's leaning. I don't ask guys those questions.
Jared was with, you know, Gator yesterday and intimated that there's Frank ain't coming back. Like that.
Oh,
that door
I
is
think
closed.
that I would imagine so. Right. I think especially if, you know, if Graham's going to move on and Taylor's going to move on.
Right.
I mean, those are his buddies, right? That he played with forever. I don't think he's going to want to come in and be a part of a rebuild offensive line.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, I wouldn't even look at that as an option, to be honest with you. And I think Jared was pretty clear about that yesterday.
He was. Now I think one of the moving pieces on the interior, because Campbell was asked this week, what is Ratlich's long-term position? Because he'll factor into the middle three. It's just going to be.
What do you say?
I don't think don't think he.
No.
I think he's a good question, but he didn't. This was not with us. This was with the general media. He didn't give a specific answer.
Okay.
And he said, I'm not sure.
I mean, I wouldn't object.
I thought Tate had a good year, man. I thought he had a really good year. Like, I thought he got better. I thought, like, there's always going to be some rookie moments where it's like, yep, you're going to learn from that one. But
do you see him turning into a center? Look, remember, Frank started as a guard.
Yeah, Frank started at guard. That was my last year playing. He was the other guard, and then they bumped him over the next year. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get to watch enough of these guys in practice, right? Like that's obviously, if he's taking reps in practice and, you know, doing some things, like we only get to see him for 3 hours out of the week, right? Like those guys obviously would have a better feel for it. But I think that if they want to stick him at guard, I think he's got a bright future there. Okay. If they want to keep him at right guard, man, I think he had a really, really solid rookie season.
Did Mahogany come back too quick? Because he wasn't as good after he got hurt than before. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to remember the timeline on that when it initially happened. It was kind of like maybe the end of the season, and I don't know. I mean, guy, he's a young guy. I mean, they heal up a little bit faster.
Right.
No, I think
But they got to
that-
evaluate. Is he a starter next year? Like, these are all really tough decisions.
That's fair. That's fair. And I think Christian kind of same boat as Tate, where you see a lot of really good film from these guys, and there are a lot of really good things that excite you. That could be like, yeah, these two young guys, man, like we found something here. I think Miles Frazier did some nice things when he was in there.
Right.
But yeah, these are going to be huge off seasons for those guys individually to not get complacent, not feel like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm good, I can start to relax a little bit. Like they're going to have to expect even more out of you moving forward.
Well, sticking with the line, what have you heard? Because he played once, I think, but you couldn't tell. In practice, is Manu somebody that people can expect to be a player, or is this still way too early?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to have that answer by Sunday.
No, I know.
Or the spring when they have to make roster
There's
decisions.
going to be a lot of guys that are going to be in the same boat, man. Like we saw it basically this past training camp with some of the project guys from the draft before Manu, with Colby Sorsdahl and with Broderick Martin and with Hendon Hooker. I think Dan Campbell, and he even said this. I don't know if he said it publicly, but it's not a secret. He was like, Bill Parcells always kind of said, hey, for young guys, for project guys, you need 2 years plus a training camp to really see what type of player they're going to be. So guys that are going to be going into training camp on their third year, Manu being in that boat, is going to be a make or break year for him. Right.
But,
so it's going to be a big offseason to see if he can come back and be somebody you can rely on.
But just expectation setting. I don't think you can expect him to be
No.
a starting offensive
Yeah,
lineman.
no.
It may develop into that third tackle through a training camp. But TJ, is this priority one? Is offensive line priority one for you this offseason?
Yeah, I think both sides of the ball up front.
Yes.
I do. And, look at Roy Lopez had a really good year. Would I love to bring him back on a decent deal again? Absolutely. Especially I think DJ Reader's going to be a free agent. Al-Qudine's a free agent. Davenport's a free agent. I hate to bring, I know you,
Right.
That's a trigger word sometimes with
Well,
you guys. But yeah, I think
Well, we're
that
good
both
right
sides
now.
of the ball are up front are going to have to be priorities. And I look at it more like this too, and I'm listening a little bit this week on vacation, you guys talking about, changes. You obviously asked Coach about it yesterday about Shepard. It was a shame last week because I thought Shep had his best game of the season. It was a big-time game, must win. I thought he had his defense ready to go. I thought he did a really good job of switching things up and getting the defensive backs more involved in some of the pressure plans. He looked like he had his guys ready to go, but ultimately he just got on the biggest play of the game. You look
So
at,
break that down for people.
Yeah, so Kevin O'Connell, I think there was just under 4 minutes left in that game, right? You get a stop on first down. It was 2nd and 10. Minnesota gets to the line of scrimmage. A typical Kevin O'Connell, let's see what kind of defense they're running, calls a timeout. Detroit was showing, hey, we're going press man coverage. He says, okay, we're going to switch to this little jet sweep. Comes back out of the timeout. Shep had an opportunity to change it. Okay, hey, they're clearly calling a timeout because they want to see what defense we're in. And that to me was, you know what, my guys are playing well today. I don't need to change anything. We're just going to beat you. And you got a little bit schematically. So that could have been, a learning point, I think, for Shep probably to say, like, man, like – my guys we don't have the depth and the talent right now just to line up and show you what you're going to do and beat you every single play, especially with some of the injuries that you had. So it was unfortunate. It sucked that play happened because I thought it took away from what was a really good game by Shep. But I if I'm going to make some adjustments, I would say I already kind of mentioned the staff part on the offensive side, right? Trying to find an offensive coordinator that can come in and just run the offense. And defensive side, I still look at it more as personnel. I don't think I look at it as much as the coaching staff that's like, man, these guys are just out of whack schematically. Like they just don't look like they have the guys. And a lot of that's injury related. But look, I mean, some of these injuries, like Kirby, I mean, they've been pretty open about the fact like this is going to be something that lingers for him. Branch, I mean, who knows when he's going to be back?
Right,
So,
he's come back from Achilles. You're talking maybe mid-October, right?
Yeah, but defensive side, I still look at the biggest upgrades you can make or make with personnel.
Yeah, and then the offensive line has been the backbone of the Dan Campbell, these teams. And you know better than anybody that up until this year, whether it's injury or performance, they would blow people off the ball, which means they could run the ball, which meant they could set up the play action for what Goff does the best. And they couldn't do that this year. And if you can't run the ball with that type of quarterback, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. And I know we're up against it here, but like Dan Campbell said yesterday, if Jared Goff's going to be your guy for the future and he's your quarterback, I got no problem with that. But like you said, you better take it serious on giving him everything he needs to have success, right? We've seen it starts with the offensive line in that run game.
Yeah, I think it's more about the pocket than the player. I mean, if they give him a pocket, we know what kind of player he is and what they're capable of. They just didn't have that pocket for most of the year. And I think TJ made a good point. Christmas Day, you could say, hey, Goff, regardless, you got to do better.
Yeah, he had a horrible game.
With pre-snap and ball security and just not having that many turnovers or letting it spiral. But for the season, the constant was they couldn't run the ball well. He didn't always have a clean pocket, and a lot of times he was under siege, and we just know he's not that guy.
No.
So, yeah, I think that's priority number one is the offensive line.
Yes.
Now, the defensive coordinator conversation, we've been having it a little bit, you and I, Stoney. And I know people are welcome to jump in on the phones. You could say personnel, but when the DC comes out and says, we're not getting the ball run down our throat, when that's exactly what happens back-to-back-to-back weeks. I mean, in the last 6 weeks, they've given up 30 points per game and over 400 yards per game.
Well, every
and
game.
a lot of ugly games on the ground. For all the injuries in the secondary, their front, they've been getting manhandled. Now, maybe that's personnel, but where are the run fits? Why is there no answer to just letting the other team run for 5-6 yards a pop?
Every game they've lost this season, all 8 games, they've got outrushed. That's the constant.
Yeah. Anyway, we got phones, we got texts, we got TJ. It's 97.1. Got some text coming in. We got some room on the line. Call in, text us 248-539-9797. New Year's Eve tonight. Be safe out there. Have a good time. Get home in one piece. Use a ride share. Be an adult. We got some text coming in, Stoney. To me, it seemed that Graham and Decker quit on the season and the team let Goff out to dry.
No. And I'm sure that TJ, who knows them better than I do, would absolutely object to that text.
Yeah, it says, TJ, the unnamed texter, Graham and Decker quit on the season and left Goff out to dry.
Yeah, I think Stoney handled that one.
Yeah, Graham could have played. It was a coaching decision, yes?
Yeah, and I did see Taylor. They had a bug going around, and
It was nasty. Whatever's been going around.
Looked deathly ill when I saw him on Christmas.
Have you, anybody in your family had this thing?
We did a couple a little while ago.
Dude, I had it over the weekend.
Not do it again.
Evan Jenkins just had it. It's no joke, man. It'll knock you out for 24, 48 hours.
Great. Glad I'm here.
You already did your family vacation.
That's
You're
right.
fine.
We did, but we had my son had flu plus like pneumonia, but it's going back probably about 3 weeks now.
Okay.
So hopefully we don't get another round.
Guys, I'm sorry, but a win on Sunday as a fan would be nothing short of frustrating. I hope they get killed, Paul and Flint. Looking ahead a little bit to the
I don't think you have
game.
to hope. I think they are going to get killed.
Well, I mean, look, the fans part of it is like, hey, if we're not doing anything, like we'd like a better draft pick
And an easier schedule.
Yeah, but I don't know. I have a hard time with that because even like
Right.
the players, like you don't care about the draft.
No,
man. You're
I
like,
know.
well, great. Will you let me get a better draft pick so they can
No, most
draft my
peop-
replacement?
No,
Like,
exactly.
let me-
Most people care. Most
You don't
players,
care.
you guys care about showing stuff up on tape. Where
Yeah.
if you don't make it here, if you're somebody else will.
Yeah, I got to prove,
Incentives,
man.
too.
I might be looking for a job next year, right? Or
Yeah.
hey, I got to prove that I can be a guy that's a part of this future, man. Yeah,
Now,
there's a lot that goes into
It's
it.
organizationally like what the Raiders did to Max Crosby. That is,
Oh yeah, you could just start benching players
Right.
or whatever. Well, he's hurt. Put a bunch of dudes on IR.
I know.
or whatnot. But no, it sounds like. I know I listened to Dan yesterday, and it sounds like this is a game that they obviously want to go out and anytime you play your rival, especially and a rival coach,
Mm-hmm.
who left you for a division team, man. Yeah, there's always a little bit on the line there.
Holmes,
I know people doesn't matter to people, but
no, I mean
it matters to the players.
Again, you just got to compartmentalize. Like as a fan, draft pick,
right.
schedule. As a player, livelihood, pride, financially, incentives.
And you want to win when you're playing pickup basketball. You want to win.
Yeah, you're not going to show up, put all the work in all week, and then I hope we lose.
Yeah. These are the most ultra competitive dudes in the world.
Yes,
That's
why they're the best in the world at what they do.
Now, the Bears in general, TJ, what do you make of this football team? Like they won the division.
Yeah, they're man. They found their stride. They found their stride, and I think that Ben Johnson has done a heck of a job. I mean, that kind of first 3-4 weeks were kind of like, okay, you could kind of see this thing maybe going south, right? Like that's a big thing, first impression, and hey, we're doing all these things, man, and this is tough, and this is a lot, and this is different, and the accountability is much higher, and it's uncomfortable, right? You combine all those things and you're not winning, like it's pretty easy to lose guys. Ben Johnson obviously found a way to keep them together. And hey, man, we're going to take some lumps, right? Guys, just keep working. Trust me. Like the Dan Campbell motto, like just guys, I need you to trust me. I need you to put your trust in me. I know what I'm doing. I got a plan for this stuff. And you see that working out for them, man. And I think that Dennis Allen was a great hire for him. That defense is playing, man. They're playing good ball. They're flying around. They went and got C.J. Gardner-Johnson when nobody else seemed to want him.
Yeah. And then look at all the turnovers.
He's helping them out, and they're turning the ball. They're taking the ball away. What a 30-something takeaways in the season.
And they've
it's
had more, I believe, more man games lost to injury than any team in football
they
too.
Have.
So
they have. I mean, Ben's done an incredible job, man. And I think that his system, and he even said something, and I'm not. Please don't take this as a jab at Jared Goff, but Ben said something when he got hired in Chicago about being excited about the ability that Caleb has to extend plays and use his legs and get out of things. And when things aren't, when the defense has the perfect play call, we're not automatically dead. We can get out of it. We can find a way to to keep the play alive. He said that, like, that got him excited, and that's been a huge difference for them. Caleb's done a nice job of playing within that system, but also doing enough with his talent, and his legs to make some big plays. It used to be his biggest strength, but also his biggest weakness, that he would rely on his legs too much. I think Ben's got him firing at a way right now where it's like, use them when you have to, right? We don't want to take it away from you. We know that's the type of player you are, but use it when you have to. Play within the system, play within the play call. Trust that first, and then if things go south, then get us out of trouble.
Well, he's avoiding sacks. He's avoiding turnovers.
He's been great. I think the biggest perception, and it's wrong, that we always had about Ben Johnson was that he's, this – the Mike Marks, he comes up with the mad scientist. He comes up with these great plays, great play caller. But what people don't realize is what you would know better than me, but I was told, like, behind the scenes, he was a freaking hard ass and everything was detail, and he like drilled the detail stuff. And you see it where the Lions don't have him. It's not so much play calls, it's illegal formations, it's false starts, it's
lining
those
up where you're not
things.
supposed to be.
So I think that's where they miss him the most.
I've talked about that a few times throughout this season. Is just some of these issues are just
self-inflicted.
Yeah, and they're unacceptable, man. Like not knowing where to line up, not knowing which side, not knowing if you're on the ball, off the ball, not knowing if you're the inside receiver, outside receiver, not knowing the snap count. Like there's little things that you didn't really see in the past with this team. And look, I think that's a compliment to Ben Johnson. He was a tough coach to play for. He demanded a high amount of accountability, a high amount of detail. Like if your split is supposed to be 6 inches, it better be 6 inches. If it's 4 inches, you're doing it wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like every little thing, like that's just how like kind of OCD-ish he was about all the details. Yeah. And you know what? Is it probably frustrating during the week when it's like, Coach, guess what? When you're winning 15 games, you're going to FC Championship. You know what? The payoff is worth it for that. So yeah, I think that Stoney, I think you nailed it, man. And that's not just a guess and trying to come up with an excuse of what happened. There's literal times where you're watching and you're just like, man, like we haven't seen that with this team. Right. And it's not just one game. No. It was like even the next week, Coach, the mental things. Like you got to get rid of those things, man. You're literally shooting yourself in the foot and just handing the other teams opportunities. And that's something that, I know that they're going to have to take a look at. And I'm sure for coaching, it's frustrated too. And Coach Campbell, he tells me after every game, it's on me. I didn't do a good enough job, right? I take the accountability. Now, at the end of the day, players, you're responsible for going out there and executing on game day, right? Coaches can't play. But, I'm sure that's something that probably frustrates Dan Campbell, and he's going to try to figure out a way to get it back to, the acceptable way that it was.
Well, and Dan's responsible for the staff that he brings in. So, if Morton couldn't cut it as the play caller and they had to make the change, well, that's on him, and he's going to have to find somebody else who he can take that off of his plate.
Yeah.
And clean up some of the stuff. And on defense, he picked Shep, and we'll see if he continues to stick by him. But that's the other thing he's going to have to make a decision on.
Yeah, and like I said, I didn't look at this year saying like, oh man, it just didn't work with Shep. I don't want to repeat myself, but just kind of going back, like I still think they need to get the personnel side right on that side of the ball.
Wrap up the Bears thought. Is the team that can win the Super Bowl? Like, how good are they?
I mean, in this NFC, like
in this NFL,
where it's like
who's going to win the Super Bowl? You get any team.
I was thinking about that driving in. I'm like, if I had to pick a Super Bowl matchup right now, I would probably go Rams, Bills. And Bills only because the AFC, like you don't have Burrow, you don't have Mahomes, you know what I mean? You might not have Lamar. And Josh Allen, his biggest kryptonite has been Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Not going to see him in the playoffs. So I think Bills, best player in the league, probably still Josh Allen in the playoffs. Probably picked them out of the AFC, but I could see the Patriots doing something, man, In NFC, I think Rams, just because I look at their offense and their defense, like I think they might be the most complete team. And that's not to take anything away from Seattle, but am I ready to pick Sam Darnold to lead his team to a Super Bowl run? Right. I'm not there yet. Maybe we'll see after how he plays against San Francisco. San Francisco could be a sleeper.
Yeah, Warner might be back too.
Yeah, I know they were talking. I heard that the other day that, man, like I wouldn't doubt it if this guy can find a way to get healthy, especially if they end up winning and get that number 1 seed. They get a bye week. Like, could they start to get some guys back? I could see that too. But to answer your question, I think Chicago has the recipe. Their quarterback's playing really good football. He's taking care of the football. They're running the ball very efficiently and well, which you have to do in the playoffs. And their defense, the biggest thing is they're getting takeaways. Yep. You get one takeaway in the postseason, that could be the difference.
And the fact that I just saw a stat posted by Pride of Detroit, Caleb Williams was sacked 68 times last year. This season, 23.
Big difference.
Yeah, and what's interesting is a year ago, TJ, I know you're not a huge fan of Pro Football Focus, but they track, in their estimation, who the sacks should go to, whether it's the O-line or the quarterback.
Yeah.
Last year, Caleb was the guy they said, a quarterback who accounted for the most sacks in football. So you
Yeah.
see year 1 to year 2, okay, what can I get away with? When do I need to just throw the ball away?
Yeah.
When do I get out of the pocket and get something?
And like I kind of said with Jared, as far as it went last week, understanding where your weaknesses are,
Yeah.
right? Understanding, hey, I don't have a good matchup over here. If this ball doesn't come out, I got to either throw it away, live to see another down, right? Not take those detrimental negative plays.
Got TJ for another segment. Get more of your thoughts, 248-539-9797. I know I got ticket text to read, and we're also going to get into a little bit of New Year's Eve and a bowl game later. It's 97.1. All right, before we get TJ out of here, got a few things just rapid fire to throw at him as the year ends. First of all, it's New Year's Eve.
Right.
TJ, what is New Year's Eve like for you at this stage of your life?
I can't call it a tradition yet because it's only the, I guess, second time we're doing it, but taking the family to the Wings game tonight.
Oh,
I'll be there.
The Costas
You going
will be-
down too?
Yeah. Second year in a row for us.
It's fun because, and look, I like hosting. Like we've hosted for probably 4 or 5 years. Had a bunch of people over. Would watch college football playoffs that night. I don't know. It's kind of I don't mind doing it once in a while, but 20 people at the house and then you're staying up late and then
Cleaning up.
you have to clean up. Yeah. Plus, my wife and I, we just got out of a car ride for 13 hours
Right, that's a good
yesterday. It's
point.
I might be struggling. So that's kind of a way to.
So will you be getting dressed up for the Wings game?
Oh,
Because
no.
I won once
He
with
used
a
to do
tux.
this. He would do the
with
tux.
a tuxedo.
People do the tuxedos?
Yeah.
No,
I
I
I'm
don't
not
feel
gonna
like you
do
see
that.
that
Yeah.
as much anymore.
No, especially if you're going to
If I'm going to Wings game, I want to be comfortable.
No, I
I'm
know,
gonna be in a
especially when you're going with your
jersey.
kids.
But now after the game, we're just going home. Like we're not going to the bars after. Yeah.
Same
Well,
thing with
he's
us.
got kids.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point.
Well,
Yes.
my kids are old enough to stay up late on New Year's
Yeah, but
Eve.
you're not going. You're not going out
No,
on
we're
the
not
way
going
home.
out though.
Right,
But
that's
and
what I mean.
still, I don't know where you live, Jim. I don't live
Royal Oak.
downtown. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm 45 minutes from downtown. So, but no, we did it last year, and
It's a good time.
we
The
went
crowd
down
is
with
good.
we went down with a group of 20 people, and it was fun, man. Yeah, so
There's just
it's
a
good
buzz.
time.
People are in a good mood. The game starts a
Yeah.
little early. People are
Right.
in festive.
It's a good time of year, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of big
Kane
things
versus
happening.
Taves. This is going to be a little.
And Kane, it might happen tonight. He 2 away from 500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any night you go now could be the night he scores his
Yeah.
500th goal.
I've been keeping up a little bit with the Wings. I have not gone into full hocky mode yet.
TJ, they're on fire this month.
Yeah, I know. Can we skip March this year?
Yeah, I know.
Can we skip March,
Petition to move right to April.
Exactly.
Okay. The other thing we wanted to do, we never really got to it, Stoney, but we could do it here is, I'm sorry if you're going to do more of this tomorrow, but your best moment of the year sports-wise, worst moment of the year. Detroit sports.
Oh, man.
Best and worst moments.
Of 2025?
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish you would have prepped me on this one a little bit. Best.
Well, we can let you go last. Stoney,
Worst-
you want to
yeah,
go first?
let me go last. Let me think about this.
Stoney, best and worst moments for Detroit sports this year.
The worst sports moment, I think, I was going to say the Washington game with the Lions.
The loss to the Commanders.
But I'm going to go take it to the baseball when the Tigers couldn't get a hit and advance to the ALC.
15-inning loss.
Yes, yeah. That was just brutal. Brutal. And the best moment was probably the Pistons winning their first playoff game in years.
And it wasn't here, but
Correct.
But they won 2 of them.
Yeah.
And I do think they were the best story, and their win is probably
Yes.
the best moment Detroit sports had this year.
Mhm.
Their rise to relevancy again. Worst to me is the obvious. It's the Commanders' loss.
Yeah.
You're the 1 seed. You won 15 games. You're double-digit favorites. Just go roll them. This is your chance to go win the Super Bowl. You didn't even get off the ground.
Yeah.
TJ?
What was your best? Did you say
The
best?
Piston playoff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would either go with that or I'm trying to look up the schedule real quick. When the Lions beat the Vikings in the last game of the season, was that
That was
that
this,
in
That
January?
was this calendar year, yeah.
Okay,
That's a good one.
That was a good one. I mean, to go back-to-back division titles at
Right.
home, get that 1 seed. I mean, that was a high-pressure game.
Oh, yeah.
that was like I can't believe we're 14-2,
Still haven't clinched.
and we have a chance to go to LA next week.
Right, I know.
Playoffs.
I know.
Like we were dreading that, and there was so much pressure. And the
game was flexed Sunday
it was
night.
flexed Sunday night, and that was a really cool moment. Pistons was awesome too. I mean, the rejuvenation of.
I mean, Stoney and I were at some of those
basketball in
games
this town.
together.
I know. They were great.
Yeah, obvious. I mean, I just stick with the obvious. I mean, it was, that Washington game was just devastating, man. Especially, 2 weeks after, in my opinion, one of the best moments, to go to ultimate low.
Yeah.
It sucked.
You could also say one of the worst moments, or it could be a best, depending on how you feel them, was Sharon Moore using his cell phone. At halftime in Ohio State.
Oh, my gosh. I think that, barring you don't want to see anything happen to – he brought it on himself. I don't
Right.
have sympathy. It could be the best thing to happen to Michigan football in a couple
I know.
years, though.
I know.
Do you like the Whittingham hire?
Oh, I was never shy about thinking that Sharon Moore was a fraud and not up to the job.
Right.
So obviously didn't want to see it go out that way
Right.
to affect that many people.
Right.
especially his family. But no, I think that, Whittingham, like bringing hopefully maybe a little couple, everybody's like long-term plan. The guy's 66. Like, I don't know. I don't think he's going to coach till he's 80.
No, for 5 years, if he lasts, that's fine.
A couple years of stability and, try to rebuild that brand a little bit, man. Yeah. Like that could be the best thing that could happen to this football program in a while.
You could also help us settle this discussion from earlier in the show. How much of the bowl game are you going to watch today, Michigan, Texas?
I'll probably watch some of it, but I think so we talked Wings game's what, 6:30?
6:30.
Yeah. So, I'll probably leave the house around 5:15. So
halftime?
Yeah, probably the first half I'll watch. But yeah, I still.
Hey, you can listen on the way.
I don't know, man.
John will interrupt Doug.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be as excited as the Rose Bowl a couple years ago. But no, I think there's still once we get to these bowl games, right? The New Year's Eve, the New Year's Day bowl games, like there's I guess still a little bit of nostalgia for me just because it's just tradition. Like I could go without the ones that were happening 2 weeks ago. Although even like USC TCU was a really good game last night.
OT?
That was an overtime game. Like it was a good football game. So
the only Big Ten team to lose so far, I believe.
Yes, they are.
Man,
because it matters more.
Illinois kicked the field goal at the end to win their game.
Yep.
But yes, I will start to watch a little bit today and tomorrow.
It's interesting because both guys behind the glass, both the alum and the Walmart, both of them were like, it'll be on in the background. We got stuff to do. If we wake up from our nap and it's on, we'll watch.
No,
but it's not a big deal.
That's not even close to. You guys are going to watch the game, and you know it, and you should. Come on.
See, that's what I said, but they're not lying. He's gonna.
Greg called it the most meaningless game Michigan will ever play.
Like ever again?
He's signaling ever.
I mean,
there's really nothing on the line.
I like the hat, by the way. What's up with the fashion statements today?
I got it from Ambassador Lang. The Game Above Sports Bowl.
Yeah, there
the
you
Sports
go.
Bowl.
Wow.
Sorry to bring up bad memories for you,
what
Jim.
the hell, TJ?
Put your Chippewas against a powerhouse Wildcats at Northwestern.
Turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown. Click, I'm out. Hope you had a good time.
Yep, I have sympathy for you. Sorry, buddy.
So, Gator, what's the plan today on New Year's Eve?
Block and tackle. I think. No, I mean, it's a New Year's Eve show, so we got some fun stuff planned. We got NFL questions coming up at 10:30. Doug is in Orlando for the big game, so we'll talk to Doug, kind of get a preview. I'm curious, because it's interesting. TJ said like last night's USC game was a good game. Went to overtime. USC lost to TCU, but USC I think had double-digit starters that didn't play, and it was still a good game. So if you like college football, regardless of who's playing, you should probably still enjoy it, right? Even I don't know who's sitting out for Michigan. I think there's a lot of guys from Michigan are out.
A lot of guys for Texas.
A lot of guys for Texas is going to be, but it's still a game.
I try to not look at who's not playing because I don't know enough about college football. Right? I'm just like, hey, good game. I don't care if they're the third string guys.
Yes. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
And good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's Eve, anyway. Gator with you today. Doug will join us at some point today. He's going to be live from Orlando, where Michigan is set to play Texas in their bowl game this afternoon. We got Kang behind the glass. Who else we got, Peg? I can't see who's there. We got Jake.
Jake's here.
All right. And we're ready to roll with the show, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797 is the number if you'd like to participate. So there is actually lots to talk about. We got lots planned. We got NFL questions coming up at 10:30. It's always one of our favorite things to do.
Say it. What's it called? I want you to say the whole thing.
The wide 9, 4 down, something around the league blitz thingy.
Well, that's incorrect. Because it's not something. That's for
I know.
Sure.
That's the part I can't remember.
Oh, it's okay. I know Doug always says
I don't know
the
why
whole
you got to
thing.
call me out like that.
Because you always just call it football questions, and I just
Right.
wonder if you're going to ever say the full title.
So wide 9 something blitz around
You don't
the
listen
league.
to the open,
No, it's
man?
around the league blitzing. What? Yeah,
There's Omaha in there. You know?
Omaha
Yeah,
wide
around the
9
league, yeah.
around the league. Omaha around the league blitz thingy.
Sure. Good.
I think that's it.
Nailed it.
Woo! 6-7. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Nobody does. Is that done yet? Are we done with that?
God, I hope so. Like my theory always is when the adults get in on it, that's when he's like when it stops being cool, then the kids are like, all right, move on. This is terrible. Our parents are doing it.
This is why I think it was great that the adults got involved early.
Yep.
Just shut it down.
It's actually not that early. This started like earlier in 2025. So it lasted a while, but for some reason at the beginning of the 2025 school year, 25-26 school year, that's when it just became like a nationwide thing. Because I have little nephews and nieces and cousins in California, and they were doing this at the beginning of the year, and I had no idea what it was. And then I felt like I hit the East Coast or Midwest like a lot later. I don't know.
There are fads that have come around that have just been awful. Like they're just annoying. Whether it could be dance fads or songs or whatever, just stupid things like this. I mean, like the Macarena was so annoying.
But name a fad that wasn't annoying. I think that's kind of part of the being a fad, isn't it?
I guess it's supposed to. It's got its time and it goes. I don't. I think maybe it was short lived and it was good that it was short lived. But I think it was the right amount of time. The what's up thing.
Oh yeah, I used to do that. Yeah,
that was great.
We're dating ourselves now, my friend.
What was that? But that's what you asked. Like one of those things. It's within the last. It's in this century.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
So
damn, it's been 25 years already. Dude.
Well, within 25 years,
quarter of the century, man.
But that's the thing. That's what we're. I mean, with today being New Year's Eve, there's a lot of that stuff, a lot of that nostalgia going around. You're like, hey, the first quarter of the century is now coming to an end, and it gives us a reason to look at that. And we will look at some of that stuff a little bit later on in the show as well. But yeah, the fads. I don't know what else can you think of that was just fine. Like it worked out okay, ran its course, and then we moved on to the next thing, and it was okay.
I hope we move on from this haircut that all the kids are wearing, the boys apparently.
Oh, the
bird's nest thingy, the unkept, long in the front, frizzy type.
Yeah,
even some people perm it or whatever.
Cut it short, just above the ear, but everywhere else it's like a mushroom cap.
Not my favorite. Obviously, I don't do that, and I don't have any kids that age. But just outside looking in, I always tell Doug and his kids, like, you'll look back at this, and we all do, and you'll be like, what the hell was I thinking? Because that's the way fashion goes, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's hair or clothes or whatever.
I mean, I had a pretty great mullet for senior prom.
That's coming back a little bit, right? Like Tate Ratledge. I see some college guys doing it.
Yeah, I guess. And I kept that thing going for, like, I had my hair cut right before my senior year started. So let's say I got it cut in August of my senior year going into it, right before football season began. And then I didn't get it cut again until a year and a few months later. So it would have been Thanksgiving of the following year. Thanksgiving of my freshman year in college is when I got it cut again. It was long. It was a mullet. And yes, it was cut at some point in between to trim it up. So it wasn't like just completely like cousin it out there. But I mean, it was.
But is the mullet definition just as long? It doesn't matter how long it is in the back as long as you have it short on the sides and the front?
I think so. I think you have to have it short on the sides, and then it's got to be long in the back. And
But it doesn't matter how long in the back.
I think it's got to be. I think it's got to be shoulder length.
Shoulder? I don't even think it has to be that long, to be honest with you.
Well, there's like,
But can it go past the shoulder?
Hair, yeah, because there's hockey hair, which is kind of almost to the shoulder, and then there's and that's a mullet. Advanced mullet, I guess, gets to the shoulder, and then if you go past the shoulder, then that's just a whole different ballgame. You got to have it up front too, a little bit. Although it's business in the front, party in the back is the mullet.
Someone, by the way, just texted us that the What's Up ad started in 1999.
Damn it!
It did go into the early 2000s though, but it started in 1999. It's crazy.
That is.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? Guy at the bar, it was so great. Yeah, I miss it. I thought it was kind of cool.
You did that with your friends, didn't you?
We did, of course, but everybody did. But it didn't linger. I felt like that was in and out kind of quickly, and it wasn't.
But we don't have social media back then like we do now.
Exactly, it's a huge part of it. So it's not like people are like, oh, here comes he's going to say, "What's up? Get ready." Here we go. Here we go. Here comes Kang. He's going to say, "What's up?" I don't think that still makes me laugh. I don't think that it got to the point where it was tiresome. I think it ran its course and we moved on, and it was great. Unlike some other things, like this 6-7 thing.
It got so bad that In-N-Out stopped using the number 67 for their orders. It was becoming an issue.
That happened.
Yeah, that happened
a few weeks ago. They said we're not doing that, which is funny. Because I do remember a time when I was in Vegas, my friends from California came in. We met up and we went to a Baja Fresh Mexican Grill in Vegas. I love Baja Fresh. No longer here, but they have it out west.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, it was sad when it left. But there was the number 67 came up, and I do remember it because the woman who was doing the announcing of the orders, she could not pronounce 67. So what she said was 60 sarn. And my friends are just dying, because what is sarn? Like, wait, what happens when we get to the 70s? And it was hysterical. But nonetheless, it was 67, and that number stands out. And now, all of a sudden, that's a phenomenon.
Yeah,
Well,
remember when
fortunately,
6'9" used to be funny? Yeah. Now it's 6'7".
Still kind of funny, but not as funny. No. But anyway, that's just one of these crazy fads you start thinking of. But we were talking about, with today being New Year's Eve, tonight being New Year's Eve. Red Wings play at home tonight against Winnipeg. It's an annual game. It's a tradition in Detroit. Used to be a lot of fun going down to the Joe Louis Arena, and you'd party down at the game. If you had a way to get into the Olympia Club, it was a lot of fun to do that. And you'd plan your evening. It was a whole evening. people really did this up. They get the limousine transportation, go to dinner before the game, go to the game, and have the transpo afterwards. And you just kind of stay downtown and have a great time. Well, now that Detroit is like completely revitalized almost, and it's happening downtown, I wonder how many people are going to take advantage and do. Have they started to do the same thing? And now the Red Wings are actually playing really well. They'll play Winnipeg tonight. I believe the game's earlier too. I don't think it's like a 7:30 start. I think it might be 6 o'clock. 6:30. 6:30, and your coverage will begin here on 97.1 at 6 o'clock. But how many people are still taking advantage of this? And what are the plans? To head downtown and enjoy it, because there's so much that's happening downtown. LCA is a beautiful arena, and that whole area down there, it's walking distance to, a ton of places. There are tons of great places in downtown Detroit. What's the plan, and what are your New Year's traditions? Like, what are the plans for tonight? Just if you're not going to the game, just in general, do you do something every year? Is there something you celebrate every year? Is there some kind of remembrance you do, or is it just some kind of tradition that you've kept up over the years because it is, in fact, New Year's Eve? 248-539-9797. If you don't want to call, that's fine. You can text. Let us know how you feel that way. It works just the same. This is 97.1. So it's New Year's Eve here in Metro Detroit and throughout the state. Curious what people have on tap for the day and the evening. You got Michigan playing Texas this afternoon, which kind of catches some people by surprise. This bowl season has just been, it's stranger than ever now that you've got a 12-team college football playoff. And with what's happened in college football over the last, I don't know when the first time we had the opt-out, the player opt-out, whether it was 8 years ago or 10 years ago, and now it's just commonplace. And because of the college football playoff, I mean, players are, if you're not playing for a national championship, then you're just not playing, basically, if you're draft eligible. A lot of players take that stance anyway, and that kind of sucks. At the same time, it's also kind of cool to get a chance to see, players that may not have gotten a chance to play. Now, albeit there's not a ton of experience going on with that, so maybe they're not going to play all that well, but you get a chance to see that, and they're going against other teams that are probably in the same position. The part that really sucks is this whole transfer portal thing, and so many players are opting out right now or jumping into the portal that, teams have been decimated by that. It's bad enough you've got players that are going to be seniors and or just feel like they're good enough to enter the draft and they're not going to play, but then you got all these players that are, going to leave school or go to the highest bidder, and that takes down the roster as well. So who knows who's even available to play? And I don't know. It's still football, but it's not the same. And yet, if you watch games last night and yesterday, I mean, the Illinois game was great. Kicked a field goal last second to win it. And then you had the USC TCU game go to overtime. And USC lost, the first loss of the season for the Big Ten. I think they're 6-1 in bowl games this year. And obviously have Michigan and Texas going at it today, which again should be interesting to see who plays and who doesn't play. And then there's the whole thing about, Michigan changing coaches, although you're not going to see Kyle Whittingham coaching the team today, so that'll be different. But you've got traditions involved with this time of the year anyway. I mean, football is a huge tradition when you get to New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and really since the college football playoff started, and those even when it was down to 4 teams, you had the semifinal games were on New Year's Eve, and then you'd get the final game a couple weeks later, a week and a half later. Well, here we've got games starting tonight in the college football playoff with Miami and Ohio State, and that should be an excellent contest. A couple of defenses that really get after it, and a couple of offenses that are potentially quite explosive, although Ohio State did not look very explosive against Indiana in the Big Ten championship game. But you wonder, how much of that really mattered to them, knowing that they're in the college football playoff. That's what matters. Winning the Big Ten championship, maybe not so much, although you would have been number 1 overall seed, but I don't know if that mattered as much. But nonetheless, I'm looking forward to football today, whether it's Michigan, Texas. More importantly, it's going to be the Ohio State game. Ohio State and Miami, they're playing in Jerry World. That should be really cool. But all in all, I'm very much looking forward to the football season, and it's part of the tradition. Just like the hockey game tonight at Little Caesars Arena carries on the tradition of the Red Wings playing on New Year's Eve, whether it was at Joe Louis Arena or now at LCA. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Get some feedback coming in. My family are big hockey fans, but my dad just had knee replacement surgery, so we're doing a Red Wings watch party with planned games during intermission. Interesting what those planned games are. New Year's Eve traditions. Chris from Arizona, restarting the tradition of not preparing to watch Lions playoff football. Oh.
They don't play the playoffs in December. They never have.
Well, I think they have, but it was forever ago.
What, 12-game seasons?
No, I think in a 16-game season.
Was it?
I think they used to play in the last week of December would be that. But that's an unfortunate text, a sobering text, reminding us all that the Lions are not in the playoffs this year. And yes, it does bring us back to the days when this was a pathetic franchise And I know that some people are thinking, yeah, what's changed? Well, what changed was a lot of things. And this year, unfortunately, they didn't make it. Previous 2 years, division champs. This year, not so much. And that sucks. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phones. And Mo is first up here in Rochester Hills. Hey, Mo.
Hey, good morning. Happy New Year.
Well, thank you. Same to you.
Couple things. How about those Pistons?
Yeah.
Right? Last night, there's a new king in the NBA. And we sent LeBron James a happy birthday, 41st birthday. And the bad boys are back. How much excitement for the Pistons. The bad boys are back. I just love how they play. Great defense. Everybody in your face. Everybody's helping out.
That game got tight last night, late in the I think to start the fourth quarter, it got down to like a 3-point game, and then the Pistons just said, you know what? No. And they squashed them. They ended up winning by 22 points, 128 to 106. And it was, it's a fun brand of basketball, man.
And I'll tell you one thing, it's kind of exciting. You think Luka and LeBron all complimenting. Hey, they get in your face, playing tough defense, well coached. I mean, they're the next pro team that has a chance of making something happen this year. And a second note I want to make is, who in their right mind is paying for these bowl exhibition games? And has there been a bowl game besides the playoff games that are coming up that is actually sold out?
That's a good question, and thanks for the call, Mo. Happy New Year to you. I don't know if games have been sold out or no outside of the college football playoff games. Obviously, the home games for those teams in the first round, I think those were all sellouts because why wouldn't you? It's pretty sweet. That's a pretty sweet deal if you're hosting a playoff game. But as far as like these other games, I can't imagine that there's great attendance in most of these games. Maybe there's a couple that'll show up. I mean, Texas and Michigan both have pretty extensive alumni bases. Will it be a sellout in Orlando? I doubt it. But, would you pay money? Yeah, I'd pay to see my team play in a location like Florida or Arizona, or, if Michigan State was playing a game out in the Rose Bowl, but it wasn't a playoff game, would I still want to go? Yeah, I would. But to answer your question, you're not going to pay top dollar for it. And I think those bowl games know that people aren't paying top dollar for it either. In a lot of cases, they're giving away tickets, or you get them for certainly really, really cheap. I mean, you're still going to pay for a decent seat. You're going to have to pay. But it's the bummer part of it, right? This is the part of college football when you get to the bowl season, it doesn't mean anything near what it meant 25 years ago. The bowl season is completely different. Everything has changed. It's all about money with the players, with the coaches, with the universities, with the networks. And, everybody's still getting paid, and the quality has gone downhill because of transfer portal and getting ready for the draft and coaches changing jobs all the time. I mean, how many of these games are marred because the head coach is leaving for another position? I mean, a ton of these games. You got with the Michigan game this afternoon. You get Biff Poggi is leading Michigan because of the scandal with Shamar Moore or Sharon Moore. So it's different, and I don't love it. And these bowl games that are not part of the college football playoff, they really don't mean anywhere near as much. Now, for the teams that are playing, Lincoln Riley from USC made a pretty good plea for why he was still looking forward to last night's game when USC took on TCU. And it's a pretty good selling point to the rest of the team for guys that are going to be there. It's like, okay, look, you've got a chance to play another game. And for a lot of these guys, this is the first chance they're getting to play all season long. If they had redshirted or if they had been hurt and now they got a chance to play because they had the extra couple weeks to heal up, you're getting your opportunity to get out there and shine and show what you have. And even if you plan on entering the transfer portal this weekend, maybe you still want to put yourself on tape one more time. And why not? To try to find yourself a better situation or improve your situation where you're at. If you wanted to stay at the school that you're at, okay, here's what I did. Can I improve my NIL situation, which is where it's at right now? Let's be honest. But all that still pales in comparison to what it was 25 years ago. But that's ancient times now. It's a whole different kind of football, which is why, Kang, I think you and I probably both agree that the college football playoff is only going to expand because they're going to recognizing already that nobody cares about the other games.
The way college football is already the expansion they already have. I don't like it. I'm old school. I think it should be, honestly, I think 4 was enough. That's me. I understand it's never going to go to that, and you're right. It's probably going to expand just because of money, but I think it makes all these other bowl games you talk about more meaningless. Like, who cares? If you're not in a college football playoff, then who cares even more, right? So if you had it down to like 4, for example, I think you would care about the other bowl games more because there'd be some really good matchups. Even though they're not playing for the title, there'd be some really good matchups that matter still. I think now if you're not in the playoff with a 12-team playoff, and if they expand even more, it matters even less.
See, it's interesting because I think if they were to go back to a 14 playoff, I think it'd be worse because then you'd have nobody playing.
I don't want it. My thing is, like I said, I'm old school. I realize this. The whole point of a playoff was because you trying to get to see who the best teams were that didn't get to play each other, right?
Yeah.
I don't want everyone who's already played each other to play each other again because that's what we're getting with a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, it's
like that Indiana-Ohio State game. My way, loser's done. You don't get a shot at the championship anymore. You played the best, you lost. You know. And before, I think we put the playoff together because what if Indiana didn't get to play Ohio State?
Right.
How can we get them to play each other, right? Or, Indiana didn't play, Texas Tech or whoever, you know what I mean? But now it's all about ratings, and I just can't take it.
One thing is for sure is that there's no perfect solution. And I think that's the answer for a lot of these questions that we have with sports today and then with college football. There's no perfect solution to figure out how to determine the champion and how to make games still relevant that they're being played throughout the month of December in what used to be the traditional bowl season. But I do think with the college football playoff, only the playoff games are relevant. Everything else, for the most part, there might be an exception here and there, and people just don't care. We got football questions coming up next. The Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Woo! I think I got that right. 97-1. Something we'll get to in the next segment. The Detroit Lions have lost a player off their roster. The Cleveland Browns are signing center Kingsley Eguakun off the practice squad. He's the guy that played center for the last couple of games for the Lions.
Yeah, he was their starting center the last 2 weeks.
This is interesting. We'll get to that coming up after our NFL questions. Thingy. Each week we do this. Ken comes up with a bunch of questions. Doug and I typically will go back and forth on it. We flip a coin and we go at it, but there's no Doug this week.
So I will choose to kick off to you all.
Okay.
After every question.
I will receive.
All right. You have no choice.
Yes.
There we go. It's like when the refs in the Steelers game, they just made whoever kicked off and received on their own. They picked. Didn't matter what Jerome Bettis said. All right. Question number 1.
It's a tails. It's heads. That's a tail.
Gator, we have a 6th new Super Bowl favorite again. Who in your mind is currently the Super Bowl favorite?
All right. This is really tough. Obviously, because it keeps changing week to week.
Yeah. Right now it's the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and I've got a bias against Seattle because of Sam Darnold, their quarterback. I don't think he's. I think he's played well for Seattle, but I don't think he's a good enough quarterback to get things done. And yet, it's hard to say no to Seattle. They have a top 5. I think they have a top 3 offense and defense. Like statistically, they're very good. But I'm not going with them because I'm going to continue to show that bias. And I will say this: I'm going with the New England Patriots. They also have a top 5 offense and defense in terms of points allowed and points scored. They're awfully well coached. Really like the head coach there. Solid running game with a couple of different running backs they can throw at you. They throw the ball downfield. Drake May has been outstanding throwing the ball downfield. I think his yards per attempt leads the NFL. He has gotten nothing but better and better and better as the season goes on, and just his sophomore season in the National Football League. And what it comes down to is I trust Drake May more than I trust Sam Darnold. The Patriots are healthy. They got that great balance. I'm going with the Patriots.
You know what, Gator? You might not be wrong about that. I also have chosen an AFC team with a young quarterback. Not the Patriots, though. I'm going with the Denver Broncos. I like Bo Nix and Sean Payton. That combo seems to work really well together. Bo Nix, when a play breaks down, he's clearly mobile. He runs around. He could take off with it, or he can still throw it. I like R.J. Harvey in the backfield, a young running back. They got Sutton on the outside. And then I'm mentioning for the last part, it's maybe the most important part for this team is their defense is shut down. Love that defense. They get after you. I feel like I'm definitely rooting for the AFC this year, by the way, because of our Lions are not in the NFC contention at all. But I think the Broncos should be the favorite. I don't trust Sam Darnold in a big situation either, and I cannot say the Rams and Stafford. I just can't do it. All right. The winner of the 49ers-Seahawks game will get the number 1 seed this weekend, a first-round bye, and home field advantage. The loser becomes the 5 seed and goes on the road. Should the NFL change the way they seed the playoffs after the regular season?
I think they should, and this is a bit of a cop-out because it's one of the things that it bothers me when people call into the show and they're very critical of something, and then they don't have an alternative. And then they'll say, well, it's not my job to come up with the alternative. But I'm kind of falling on that sword. Yeah, I think something has to change, but I don't necessarily have the answer what has to change. My biggest pet peeve with this whole thing is when you've got a runner-up to a division, which could be one of the teams in the West is going to be awfully good, and they're going to have to play on the road. And you've got a division leader, which could be Tampa Bay, could be Carolina, might win the division with, is it 8 wins? I think they could win the division if Tampa loses. So you have such a disparity there. You could have a disparity by like 4 wins. Like it happened last year with the Vikings. Vikings were a 14-win team last year. And, they were in the same situation. So I do think something has to change. I don't have the answer what should, but I think something has to be done where you look at the disparity of wins between the second team with the most wins in the division or in the conference, if it's another division foe there, versus how few wins a division winner has, like what's going on in the NFC South.
Well, I do have the answer, Gator. I think it should change. And the answer is very simple. You just reseed it by record. Now, if you win your division, I don't care what your record is, whether it's 8-9 or 9-8. You definitely deserve a playoff spot. You should still get that playoff spot, but I don't think you should host a game like they have right now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers might host a playoff game if they win their division at 8-9, and I don't think that's right. I think they should make the playoffs, but they should be the last seed. I think the best overall record in the conference, of course, should get the first round bye, the 1 seed home field advantage, and then after that, I think you go by a record. That's just my opinion, because I think when you have a team that finishes with 14 wins, or 15 wins even, right? They deserve, I think, if they didn't win their division, I think they still deserve to host a playoff game. But that's not the way we currently have it, but I do think it should change. All right, did the Raiders make the right call in shutting down Max Crosby for the year and putting him on IR?
This is a tough one, but here's where I'm going to go with this one. I don't think they made the right call. I think you've got a star player like Max Crosby. I think you let Max Crosby make up his decision here. Now, I know in some cases you got to protect the player from the player, but Max Crosby has been playing with an injury for the last, I think since week 7. He's been dealing with it, and he says he's fine, he's ready to go, and he wants to play. Let him play. I get that you want to protect him and keep him healthy, and let's get ready for next season and all that, but the guy wants to play. And my big problem is that when you've got a player like this who's the franchise player, you risk losing him. And right now, what they have with the Raiders is just a complete S show. There are rumors that Pete Carroll isn't going to come back. The franchise is awful. They continue to make big mistake after big mistake, whether it's draft picks, free agency, with the quarterback they bring on, the head coach that they've got. It's just big mistake after big mistake. So I'm going to say this is another big mistake that they're making.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Gator. I understand from an organizational point of view, you're trying to maybe play for a better draft pick. I get it. And also, you don't want to risk injury to one of your best players, if not your best player. With that being said, though, I think you got to keep your best player happy as well, and especially one that wants to play. I think that's important. Max Crosby doesn't want to shut it down, and I think that's a good mentality to have, especially from one of your leaders and best players on the team. So I think shutting him down and getting him upset was a bad move. You don't want this guy checked out. You don't want him asking for a trade. I know they just signed him an extension, but that doesn't mean he can't ask for a trade again, He wants to play, and that's a really important thing, I think, from one of your leaders, like I said. I think it was a mistake. I think you let him go out there, earn his paycheck, and you can't be playing in fear of just getting injured all the time, especially when a guy really, really wants to play. You let him play. All right, will Sunday be the last game for Aaron Rodgers?
Well, it should be. It should be. He's, the wrong side of 40 here. He can still play, but how many situations are really going to be beneficial to him? Because it feels like he's a guy that's going to have to go to a team that has all those weapons ready to go. The Steelers aren't going anywhere. They beat the Lions to continue that winning season for Mike Tomlin, and then they go ahead and lose to Cleveland. So I don't know if the Steelers are going anywhere as a franchise. I don't know if there are other teams that are built for success to step in right away and lead. So it sounds to me, Kang, that he's going to be a Raider.
So
continue to make those bad decisions.
So you're saying no, it won't be his last game?
No, I think he'll end up playing.
Okay, but also, they could still win this weekend, and he could continue to play the following weekend. So I don't know if you predicted that at all. I say they're going to lose, and this will be his last game. I think he's going to ride off in the sunset. And I know people don't believe him, and he says he's going to disappear. I really think he's going to go to like a decade-long darkness retreat. And I don't think that we're going to hear from him. I don't think, unless people go after him like TMZ or paparazzi, I don't think he wants to be out there anymore. I don't think he'll be doing the McAfee show and all that stuff. I really think he's going to go away after this, and I think they lose Sunday, and it's the end of Aaron Rodgers.
I think it's cute that you think he doesn't want to be out in the public anymore.
Yeah, I think it's done. I believe him.
Okay.
I believe him, man.
All right.
He's married now, so he's got to listen to whatever his wife tells him to do. So it's a different one.
Yeah.
3 players might play their 18th game this year because they have been traded, and they didn't get a bye week. Should they get extra money?
Absolutely, they should get extra money. The league should be the one that pays them, not the team that pays them the extra. It's another game for them. 18 games, man. It's putting your career on the line for another game simply because you got traded from one team to the next. I absolutely think that they should get paid. The league is brutal. players get paid to make the playoffs. That's an extra game. So I think it'd be a great idea to go ahead and let them get paid a paycheck here.
All right, so I got yes as well. The problem is I don't know how to pay them. I don't know how this works. Obviously, their contracts are just for the season. I don't, I know they get game checks, but I don't. If they're playing an extra game because you're only really paid for 17 games, even though you're paid 18 weeks, they should get more money. I just don't know how they could do this. But yeah,
that's why I say I think the league should be the one to pay them, not the team that traded for them or whatever.
I don't know.
Make the league do it. The league's making plenty of money. They can afford to give a guy an extra $100,000.
Yeah, I'm sure the agents can somehow figure this out, but I don't know how it works.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
know.
sure they can.
You know what I mean? So let them figure it out. But yeah, I'm surprised no one hasn't already, to be honest with you. All right, for the second consecutive year, Eli Manning is a finalist for the NFL Hall of Fame. Should he finally get in this year?
Yeah, I think he should. I mean, it just things that stand out to you. 2 Super Bowl wins, top 10 in career yards and career touchdown passes. It's not a slam dunk by any means, but those are pretty gaudy credentials before you start to tear him down as a candidate when you look at all the other things that could take him down those notches. In the end, those 3 things mean too much. Top 10 career passing yards, top 10 career touchdown passes, and the 2 Super Bowl wins. It's not just one, it's a fluke. He's part of 2 championships.
To me, it's definitely the last part of that, Gator. Imagine being a musical artist. I know you love music, right? And you only had 2 hits, like 2 hits. But those 2 hits were Beat It and Thriller. Like, they were like the greatest 2 hits of all time. He beat the Patriots twice. He ended their undefeated season. And then you throw in the other stuff, the longevity, and then, whatever the stats are, the yards and touchdowns. Okay, fine. That just adds on to it. But those 2 hits are huge. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame just because of those. You want to do one more?
Yes.
All right, last one. Who's got more pressure this week? The Bills not to give up an interception to the Jets, or the Bengals not to give up the sack record to Myles Garrett?
I think it's the Bengals. I think the interception record, it's already owned by the Jets. They already have that record. They're just adding to it each and every week, and it would be interesting. It's an entire season that they go without an interception on a 17-game schedule, but they're just adding to it. With Myles Garrett, here's where it's a little bit of an edge, but I'm going to take it away right here, where I was saying he gets an extra game to try to get that sack record that Strahan did in 16 games. He's getting a 17-game season to do it. However, he could go off and have himself a game against Cincinnati. The Bengals' offensive line is horrific. I could see Myles Garrett having like 3 or 4 sacks in this game and just obliterating the record, and I think that'd be pretty impressive.
Just putting it out of reach, right? Yeah, I think the more pressure is on the Bills and Josh Allen. You cannot throw an interception. I don't care if it's by a tip ball or whatever. If that ball's in the air and you're an offensive player for the Bills and you don't have a chance at it, you tackle the defender that's by you. You do not let anyone else on the other team catch the ball. OPI all day if you have to. The Jets should go down in history as going through not just an entire 16-game season, but an entire 17-game season without an interception.
How much
Unbelievable.
Is Josh Allen going to play?
I don't know. Whoever's that quarterback, hand it off all day long.
It's just interesting to see what's left to play for the Bills. Well, we'll check it out. And that'll do it for the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the lead blitz thingy. We'll get into the Lions next on 97.1. So here's a story that's breaking over the last half hour or so, and it's not huge news. It's interesting that the Cleveland Browns have signed now former Detroit Lion and last week's starter on Christmas Day at center, Kingsley Aguakan. They've signed him from the Lions practice squad to their active roster. Huh. That's interesting. Kind of strange, right? The Lions starting center this year has been Graham Glasgow. When he has been banged up, they've gone to Tristan Colon. When both of those guys are banged up, they went to Kingsley Aguakan over the last 2 weeks and met with some mixed reviews. I think after the Pittsburgh game, it was more favorable than negative of what was there. The coaches and the players said some nice things about him, and look, it's thought that there was something to build off of there. And then came the Minnesota game on Christmas Day, and the glaring mistakes were there. I mean, it's one thing to, I'm not sure who missed their block in this or that, but the bad snaps. I mean, 2 absolutely horrific snaps at center kind of showed off. They're like, oh, well, is this guy even the guy? Is he really going to be competing for a center's job for this team, whether even as a backup? But he just got plucked from the roster, and now he's off to Cleveland for the final game of the season. I do find it interesting. There was something Goff said yesterday when we talked to him, King. I might have to go back in the interview and find it. But there was something that was said about the center position in particular.
Yeah, I think he said for whoever's playing center this week. I think something to that effect. And I just thought he meant, honestly, that who's ever going to be healthy, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Because Graham Glasgow did play some snaps on special teams in the game, but he didn't start at center. I don't know what the situation is with Tristan Colon, but Aguakan is the one that got or Aguakan is the one who got the start, and now he's no longer a Lion. So does this just simply mean that they expect Graham Glasgow to start on Sunday, or I mean, Aguakan ends up going? He's on the practice squad anyway. They just elevate him from practice squad to the game day roster. So maybe this is really a whole big nothing, and we're reading too much into it. But with the last game of the season, and you're looking for guys that will be trying to compete for jobs next year, Aguakan is one of those guys, right? I mean, he's one of these guys that you were thinking, well, okay, he's got to put more on film to see if he's going to be part of this offensive line or not. And he won't be doing that with the Lions this week. He might be doing it with Cleveland. I mean, they're signing him to their roster. Whether or not he starts, I don't know. Don't have that information just yet. But it just gets back to the problem, the biggest problem that the Lions have had this year with their team. It's been the offensive line. They had to go through 3 different players playing center on the team this year. And my guess is that none of those 3 are going to be the center next year. They're going to have to find somebody. If they can convince Frank Ragnow to come out of retirement and play next year, I still think, that's going to happen. Maybe I'm just over hopeful on that. Jared Goff did not think that was going to happen.
We got a long-term lunch bet on that one.
We're doing a long-term.
I'm giving you the whole season.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, Jared Goff was like quick to shoot that down. No, I think he's done. I'm like, wait a minute, you're not talking to him? Or, no, I'll talk to Frank a lot. I just don't think his heart's in it anymore. I think he's done with the game. Okay. So, and even if that's the case, that still opens up the door. They got to find somebody to play center. And when they're looking at, retooling this offensive line, it may not be a complete rebuild because you do have 2/5 of that offensive line that you're going to continue to build around Tate Ratledge and Penei Sewell. But even when you're retooling around those players, Kang, it's interesting to note that both of those players could be playing different positions next year. Penei Sewell might play left tackle next year if Taylor Decker retires. Tate Ratledge might play center next year if they decide that he's the best option at center to slide him, one more to the left. It's been the biggest mess for the Lions this year. I think it's the number one reason this team is not back in the playoffs is because they weren't able to figure out the offensive line, and then they did have injuries that they had to deal with as well. But this is somewhat curious. It's not completely curious with Aguakan going to the Cleveland Browns. But nonetheless, a guy who started the last 2 weeks for the Lions at center is now on another team. But this is what strange things happen at the end of the season, right? The Cowboys released, you heard Trayvon Diggs he's been released by the Cowboys going to the last week of the season. Usually the last few weeks is where you see some veteran players get released so that they might be able to latch on with some playoff teams. It's just a team doing a player a solid. But this is just a little bit more strange because it's a player who literally just started the last 2 games for the Lions at center. We'll talk more about it next year, 97.1.
The Red Wings face the Winnipeg Jets tonight before closing the book on 2025. The Jets have struggled this season. They currently hold the worst record in the NHL at 15-18-4. Meanwhile, the Wings are off to a great start at 23-14-3 with victories in 4 of their last 5 games. That includes 3 straight overtime wins. As the calendar turns to 2026, Todd McClellan says the team is finally putting the pieces together and starting to grow in the parts of the game that are immeasurable.
The curve goes up. It's It's not a steep curve, but we've slowly been getting better. But I think the stuff that's not measurable, the mental part of it, the game management stuff that doesn't show up on a stat sheet, analytics, it's really hard to evaluate it. Probably in those areas more than anything.
It's a 6:30 face-off tonight from Little Caesars Arena. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 6:15 with Dustin Fiocco. And the Lions have lost another piece of their roster. Center Kingsley Aguakan was signed off Detroit's practice squad by the Cleveland Browns today after starting the last 2 games at center for Detroit. That's now the second time this season the Lions have had a starter signed away off their practice squad the next week after the same thing happened to Eric Hallett 2 weeks ago. And Michigan takes on Texas in the Citrus Bowl in about 5 hours, coming up at 3 o'clock. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today. Kang behind the glass along with Jake working the phones. Doug will be back, within the hour. Anyway, for his segment, we'll get a preview of the Michigan game against Texas this afternoon, and then Doug will come back on the show full-time again on Monday. Happy New Year, everybody. We got New Year's Eve tonight, and we were asking people starting off the show, what are the traditions that you have for New Year's Eve? Are there any big plans going on? And because I just wonder with, the city becoming, so much better and better year after year, are more and more people planning to do stuff downtown. You've got the annual tradition of the Red Wings game playing on New Year's Eve. That face-off time is moved up to 6:30 this year, which is different, I think, than in years past. So it's kind of cool. You get to watch the game, and then you still have plenty of time to go out and enjoy the night. What are the plans there? And we've gotten some feedback on that, 248-539-9797, along with some of the fads that have kind of come and gone as well. We have this one. What's up, Gator? I'm 54 years old. For the past 6 years, I've watched the ball drop on Fortnite. It's become my new New Year's Eve tradition. It's Mike versus Beer from Celine. Interesting. Didn't think about the whole gaming aspect of it. I've never played Fortnite, so I don't know what that's like to celebrate on Fortnite or do that, but cool. New Year's tradition, ringing in the New Year's, skiing at Pine Knob and being in the torch parade at night. That's Tom in Waterford. That sounds cool. That sounds like it would be cool. Do a bunch of night skiing. And if I skied, that would be something I'd probably like to do. But I don't ski. I've never snow skied. I've water skied, which seems kind of crazy. But I've never snow skied. I'd like to try it. King, you've never snow skied, have you?
You'd like to try it now, finally?
I think I might. I don't know.
I don't know if you want to keep waiting. Like, I feel like you do it now or don't do it anymore. Don't try,
the
man.
right circumstance. Look, I'm not looking to go. I'm not a speed demon anyway.
I know. I
just
don't think you'd hit a Black Diamond Hill or anything.
No.
I'm just saying. Still, any injury might affect you a bit more.
What do you think? You think I could hurt this body? As I'm still nursing a bad back. You think this? Yeah. If I'm not skiing, yeah. I put my socks on the other day. That's more treacherous.
Oh
than
yeah,
skiing.
I think you're ready for the Olympics.
Yeah, I head downhill. Let's go. But if you haven't skied, have you?
I skied when I was a kid or younger.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
But nothing as an adult.
You never.
I don't like the snow. I hate the winter. You know this.
This is true. And if you're going to do, might as well be in the gym playing basketball as opposed to going down the slopes. Is that your attitude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah, all day. Totally get it. I totally understand. I'll be making my bacon crab stuffed mushrooms, and Mama makes her buffalo chicken dip. And we watch the football games and a Wings game tonight, safe and sound at home. That's from Jerry in Indiana. Yeah, that sounds actually pretty great too. I mean, you had me at buffalo chicken dip. I'm a big fan of buffalo chicken dip. If it's done right, it's fantastic. And the bacon crab stuffed mushrooms, I don't like mushrooms, but bacon crab stuffed something sounds like it'd be good.
Would you try the mushroom version though?
No.
No, okay. Just wondering how much you don't like mushrooms.
I really don't like mushrooms at all. Years ago, we were at we had a big group of like 15 of us, went out to dinner on New Year's Eve at a restaurant that's no longer there. It was off of like the 11-mile. It was like a service drive over by Northwestern Highway, over where the Toys R Us used to be and all the dealerships. You keep going around the corner. There was like a Korean restaurant and a Korean shop, and then next to that was a restaurant. We all went out to dinner at the restaurant, and we ordered a bunch of appetizers. And one of them were these stuffed mushrooms. And they were deep fried stuffed mushrooms, and they were giant. They were like softball size almost. And there was one left over at the end of the night, and I grabbed it and took it out of the restaurant with us. And then I tried throwing it from the parking lot onto Northwestern at the time. I didn't make it. It broke apart as I threw it, and I threw out my arm. And for the next 2 hours, my arm was in horrific pain.
Why'd you try throwing it? Just because?
Because it was perfect size of a ball. How do you not throw that? Right?
No, Am
I the other one that would have thrown a softball sized stuffed mushroom?
I think anyone that didn't like
fried
mushrooms.
stuffed mushroom? Yeah, well, yeah.
I would have ate it. So
yeah, well, it was the end of the night. It was one left over. Nobody wanted it. So I'm like, I'm taking this and I'm throwing it. It didn't work out that well. I didn't throw it all that well. That was an issue. Hey, love the show, guys. Happy New Year. Every year we do a family lunch at a local steakhouse, and then my dad and I go to New Year's Eve Red Wings game. Great tradition since the mid-'90s. Thank you. That's in Joseph and Fraser. Thank you, Joe. For New Year's Eve, I run a pizza franchise, so I will be there this afternoon. Then we host friends at our place, and this year we just put in a brisket in the smoker, and we're doing a bourbon wine tasting. In the past, we did make our own hibachi on the flat top or homemade sushi. Sean in Grand Rapids. You've made sushi before, haven't you?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is it difficult to get the whole rolling done if you're making the rolls or whatever?
No, it's not that difficult. You got to have the right tools, though, like the roller. You get the rice, make the sushi rice good. And no, it's actually fun. It's a good interactive thing to do. I've done, yeah. And then you eat the things you're playing with.
The things you're playing. I do love sushi. Sushi's another one in years past where I've gone out to dinner with friends to a sushi restaurant and just gorge yourself on sushi and then relax a little bit and then do whatever.
The big sushi boats, I love those.
Yeah? What's your go-to?
Roll-wise?
Yeah. What do you like in the roll?
I usually like a spicy tuna or spicy salmon. I don't mind deep fried rolls either.
Yeah.
Shrimp tempura, a little Philly roll. I like a lot of sushi. There's not much I don't like sushi wise.
I'm a big spider roll fan.
Oh, the soft shell crab. Oh, that's good too.
Yeah, that's really
eel
good.
sauce, spicy mayo. I'm a big sushi fan.
Yeah.
Like I said, give me the sushi boat, just the whole thing.
Just try it all. Have it all there. Extra wasabi.
No, I don't do wasabi.
Oh, you don't do wasabi?
No. It's too strong. I'm not a horseradish guy either.
Okay.
You know, like
do you dip in soy sauce?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you do the ginger as well?
Is a palate cleanser? Yeah. Depending
I don't. I always forget to tell them no wasabi, no ginger, because it's a waste on me.
Okay. Fair enough. I got you. Something that was not a waste last night was the Pistons. If you stayed awake to watch it, you were rewarded. The Pistons won at 128-106 over the Los Angeles Lakers. This team just continues to steamroll over opponents. And yeah, they did lose a couple in the last few games here, but at 25-8 on the season, it's been a really, really good year for the Pistons. And I think we're all getting excited about this team. They're a game and a half in front of the Knicks in the Eastern Conference. I'm starting to get the feeling, Kang, like this is going to come down to the Pistons and the Knicks to see who goes to the NBA Finals. That's how good the Pistons are playing. That's how much depth this team has. What I like about watching them last night, watching them all season long, and in the playoffs last year, we started to see it too, with this depth, is that now that they're completely healthy, knock on wood, you really have a bench to go to, whatever you want to do. And they used the entire bench last night, not just because it ended up being a blowout in the end, but they were using these guys for quality minutes throughout the game. Paul Reed at center is a guy who gives you solid minutes. He'll play defense, he'll rebound, he'll make some baskets. He made a tough shot last night, got to the free throw line with an and one.
I just love this team. The youth on this is still a very young basketball team. So many players under the age of 25. And the right mix of veterans that are on this team as well. Their style of play is very appealing, especially to people here in this town that have seen, previous incarnations of NBA championship basketball that incorporate the toughness, the intimidation, along with the hard work ethic and athleticism that we've seen from both of those championship teams. And it's kind of like the best of both worlds with those teams, with what this team is. And they still haven't really found the perfect role for Jaden Ivey coming off the bench yet. It's not like Ivey's playing 30 minutes a game. He's playing like 15 minutes a game. And this is a guy who could start on a lot of teams in the NBA and may end up starting for this team at some point. But I love what they're doing right now.
It's not even halfway through the year yet, and this is one of my favorite teams, I feel like, of all time. I know that's kind of saying a lot, because it's, like I said, not even halfway through the season yet, but I just love the fact that they're so deep. They play all these players not because they have to, because they want to, and they're all contributing. Javonte Green, Doug, who on games Doug's watched didn't like Javonte Green. He's great. He's actually, for what he does for this team, the role he plays, he's definitely worth putting out there. It's not just to get him some minutes or in a blowout minutes or anything like that. No, he's part of this team. He's part of that bench that they run 10 guys deep. And remember Dennis Jenkins, the one who was kind of carrying this team when everyone was hurt? He doesn't even see the floor basically anymore because they have guys like Ivy. And last night, Sasser, he shows you what he can provide off the bench. He could be that Dennis Schroeder type player that provides offense and spark for the second unit. This team is really fun to watch. They're deep. They play for each other. They play with energy the entire game. Everyone plays like their job is on the line, and I love that. It's fun to watch. You don't see that a lot throughout the NBA this year or the last few years, and they don't just jack up threes. They get to the paint, and they rebound and defend. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, and it's not unethical scoring. Like watching it.
Well, they don't even get to the line as much as they should.
No, they don't.
Because they're not foul hunting.
Oh, don't tell that to the Lakers last night. They were crying foul literally after the game. Their coach and the players saying, "Well, they weren't calling fouls against the Pistons." Well, I think you could say that they let both teams play a little bit last night. I mean, there were times that Cade Cunningham absolutely got mauled, and then they weren't calling it. Whatever, you lost. Pistons won it by 22 on the road in beautiful L.A., which is a whole other thing we're going to get to next year on 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you today, taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. We hope to hear from Doug Karsch coming up probably around 11:45. Give you a little preview of Michigan and Texas as they'll play this afternoon in Orlando. Let's get to the phone calls here, and Joe is in Wyandotte. Joe, welcome to 97.1.
Thank you. I was just replying because they were saying they had a center that was picked off the farm team as a practice squad, and then they had Tristan Colin and then Graham Glasgow. Well, if Frank Ragnow's coming back, that's fine. But if I was a Lions, I just would go through the NFL draft for the college draft, go to like the 5 biggest colleges that put out linemen and pick out a real good center because they're definitely going to need them.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. I appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. I fully expect the Lions will be prepared to add a center this year, whether it's through free agency or the draft or both, regardless if Frank Ragnow is going to come back. I don't know when in the draft that's going to happen. I mean, you don't just draft for need with your first-round pick. It's got to be qualified and make sure that that's the player that you want. And if you have graded out that the number one center in the draft is probably the 100th player in the draft available, then you're not taking him with the 15th pick. You might wait to the second or third round before you go ahead and do that. But it will be interesting to see when we get closer. Once we get into the actual offseason, we're going to do plenty when it comes to the draft. I don't know if you know this, but this show, the Karsch Anderson show, rather enjoys itself the mock draft. These are facts. We love the mock draft. Love to know, hey, what happens when the pick is in and who they're going to select. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, pick is in. And this year it's going to be a little bit different. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for us as a show going through it because there are some screaming needs on this team, and there's some real talent in this year's draft. So, curious to see what they're going to do when it comes to the draft in April. Meanwhile, it's still a ways away, and the Lions still have a game to play this season when they finished it up Sunday in Chicago. But we were talking about the Pistons and just what a fun brand of basketball it is to watch these guys, the youth on display. And Cade Cunningham last night had 27 points. Most of that was in the first half. I think he had 20 points in the first half. You couple that with the second half of the previous game, and I think it was 47 points between the two halves. He's been phenomenal all season long. His career has just continued to go upward and upward. Also had 11 assists on the night last night. But the Pistons got contributions from everybody on the team, which is why I think this is a fun team, because they are so deep right now, and I'm knocking on wood. They needed the depth last year, and they just didn't have enough last year when injuries started to creep in. They didn't have that there. I think we see how important Isaiah Stewart is to this team. He may not go out there and score a bunch of points, although last night he had 15, but he goes out there and he sets a tone with his defense, his willingness to take a charge or to set the picks and grab the rebounds and block the shots. He does all those little things that matter to this team. And the fact that this team doesn't rely on the three-point shot, they can knock it down if they have to. And they do have to at times, for sure. But they don't shoot the three like most teams do. They don't rely on it. What they rely on is a fast break offense and a in the paint game, which they exploit. And that's why you'll see games like last night where they shoot 63% from the field because they're taking a bunch of shots in the paint, high percentage shots. You knock down the high percentage shots, it's better than knocking down 3 out of 10 from beyond the arc. I'll take 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 in the paint over 3 or 4 out of 10 from behind the arc. So I just love how this basketball team is playing. And Kang, when we watched last night, and they're taking on the Lakers, in years past, one thing you would always see in the Laker games, and we see it in the playoffs too, even here in Detroit, we'll see in the playoffs, but they'll pan around the crowd, and you'll see famous actors or athletes from other teams in the area, or you'll see musicians or whatever the case is, dignitaries and luminaries and all this, right? And it got me thinking, because they have these amazing seats that are really between the bench and the timekeeper's table. And sometimes it's as many as like 8 seats, and sometimes it may just be 2, depending on what the arena is. But it got me to thinking, and I know you love basketball. Who would you like to sit next to? If you could pick who you could sit next to, courtside at an NBA game, you get to your seat, you have no idea who's going to be there, but you sit down and you realize, oh my God, I'm sitting next to blank. Who is it for you that you would most want to sit next to or recognize as there at courtside with you? 248-539-9797. You can send it in via text or we'd love to talk to you as well. But who is the one person you would love to sit next to courtside at an NBA game?
Sounds like you have somebody in mind already. I'm curious to who yours is.
I've got a lot of names, but I had to narrow it down.
Well, you definitely got to narrow it down.
Yeah, you got to narrow it down. I need one. Who's the one person? And there's some parameters out there. This person is not coming with an entourage. There are only 2 seats. You've got one of them, and this person has the other one.
So it's like a nook in between, on courtside, how they have like separation of like the media or whatever. It's like this little 2-seat nook, and it's one seat's yours and one's the other person's.
That's correct.
Wow.
That's it.
This is some intimate kind of one-on-one time here.
One-on-one with whom? Who's the one person you would love to see as you approach your seat and you're like, your buddy's like, hey, I got one ticket. I can't use it. You use it. Pretty good seats. Like, oh, these are pretty good seats. And then you sit down and you're, oh my God, so-and-so is next to me. Who would you want to sit
This is
for
tough,
like
man.
3 hours?
I might need the break for this one, but I'll tell you right now, I think most people would say, well, it's Kang. He's a huge Michael Jordan fan. It'd be Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah, you are a big Michael Jordan fan.
I don't know if I would pick Michael Jordan. Here's why. The person I want sitting next to me for this game is I want someone who's going to engage with me and have a conversation with me. And I'm not sure Michael's going to do that with me. Like, he's completely different atmosphere, right? Like, where he's like, I don't want to bother a guy, but like, I want someone who I think might be able to like, hey, we could maybe even be, I don't know, I want to say friends after this, but maybe, like just something where like, yeah, like I want that shot, even with the 1% shot, like, hey, maybe we exchanged information. And I don't think Michael Jordan would exchange information with me, even after 2 hours sitting next to each other at a game.
So I want you to keep thinking about that. I've got some names in mind as well, but we're opening it up to the people, 248-539-9797. Let's get to the first call here and see what they have to say. Alex is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Alex.
Hey, fellas. Great topic. Just got a quick second here while I'm in the car. Immediately thought about my boy, Blaha. I mean, he knows the entire Pistons franchise history. Great with the fans. Would love to just spend an entire game hearing him break it down, hearing him refer to the old school, comparing old and new. I mean, obviously in that silky smooth voice of old Georgie, that would just be amazing.
I got to tell you, George is a great call, and thanks for the call, Alex. Happy New Year to you. George is awesome, and he has a million stories. Obviously, he's covered the Pistons forever, over 50 years covering the Pistons. And beyond that, I mean, for me personally, I got a chance to work with George a couple of years with Michigan State football broadcasts, and he's the play-by-play voice of the Spartans. There's a lot to talk with George. George is fun. George is engaging. He'll have a cocktail with you. It's a pretty great call. I'll be honest with you there. But curious to see what other people have to say. 248-539-9797. You're approaching your seat. It's courtside. There's only one seat next to it. Who would you love to see in that seat? Who would you most want to sit next to courtside of an NBA game? We'll get into it next year, 97.1. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1. Taking the calls 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. We've been asking people, hey, you got this opportunity. You're at courtside of an NBA game. You have one of two seats that are open. You sit down. Who would you most love to sit next to for the duration of that basketball game? Before we get to Kang's answer and my answer, let's get to more of the phone calls. And Rob is in Roseville. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good one. I would have to say Shaquille O'Neal. I've seen him interact, on social media. The kids love him. He's open to be spoken to. I've seen films where he's bought in washers and dryers and engagement rings, and he just would be fun to watch. And it wouldn't even really be for me. Of course, I'd be enamored by the whole situation, but just to watch him interact with other kids and shit like that would be just amazing. Oops, sorry.
You can't, unfortunately, you can't say that. Nonetheless, his selection of Shaquille O'Neal would be pretty cool. Can you rather Shaq or Barkley?
For me?
Yeah.
I'd go Barkley. As far as sitting between the two sitting next to it, here's why. Like, the caller's right about the Shaq stuff, but, it's kind of well documented. Shaq will kind of go into, like, say, a Lowe's or a Home Depot, and he'll see maybe a mother or somebody struggling to, figure out if they want to buy a new washer or dryer or whatever, and he'll, like, buy it for them.
Yeah.
Like, he does stuff like that. It's really cool. I'm choosing Barkley, though, because there's all this story. I don't know if you heard about this. Barkley, first of all, he doesn't care what he says anymore. So I think you can get anything out of Barkley. He's reached that age of important stature in life where, and he can't be canceled. He doesn't even care if he's canceled, right? So you'll get just great stuff from him, unedited stuff. But as far as just talking to someone, there's a story that Barkley, he travels around. He was doing the TNT show before they moved to ESPN. And one of the hotel bars, he was downstairs one night, went to the hotel bar, just had a drink, whatever. And a guy sat next to him, and they just started talking. Older Asian guy, actually, had no idea who Charles Barkley was.
Oh, that's fantastic.
No idea. So they just talked, and they exchanged numbers, apparently. And then, because he traveled for work, this other guy, and they actually would meet up every now and then at hotel bars, wherever like the TNT crew was, where the game was being showed or whatever. They developed a friendship over like many years. The older gentleman eventually passed away.
Oh.
Barkley somehow found out from his daughter, I guess, the older gentleman's daughter. Barkley showed up to the funeral. Everyone, mind you, like I said, it was an older Asian gentleman. It was all Asian people at this funeral, and Charles Barkley walked in. And they were like, what the hell is Charles Barkley doing here? And apparently they had to tell the story like, yeah, Dad was friends. He became friends with Charles Barkley. Like Barkley he did this on his own. No news, no media or anything like that. And so I feel like the point of the story is, I think if you could actually kind of maybe be friends with Barkley, and that's what I'm going with. Whoever I pick it's not going to be the biggest celebrity or the richest or the most beautiful. To me, it's like who's actually going to be able to want to talk to me? Give me the time of day, and I think Barkley would do that.
Yeah, Barkley would be interesting. I don't know if that's your actual pick, but between Barkley and Shaq.
But between Barkley and Shaq, I'd choose Barkley.
I would.
I feel like Shaq would just be like, I kind of feel like he does a lot of it for show. He's a humongous human being, so he's a humongous personality. But
yeah, I guess with Shaq, the advantage of Shaq for me over Barkley, at least in comparison, what works for me and what works for you is that Shaq can talk professional wrestling with me. And that's just another thing. So you get any athlete talking outside of their own sport, and it's going to be great. So, but I'd probably pick Barkley too. It's just how it is. But both guys, it's a great call. Connor, you're next up here in Lincoln Park. Welcome 97.1. Hey, Connor.
Howdy.
Hey, man.
So my pick would be Johnny Manziel. I think it's going to be one hell of a game. We're going to have a great time. We're going to slam a beer on the Jumbotron.
Facts.
And you say, he's not going to have an entourage with him, but after the game, he's going to know what party has all the hot girls at it, So there's going to be a whole other party after the game.
This is true.
And we don't need his entourage at the game. We'll find him after.
But do you think you could put up with him? Because he's kind of a canoe, man.
Oh, see, like Kang was just saying, I think me and Johnny Manziel might be friends. I mean, we'd be talking about golf. We get a little baseball in there. And, I mean, I don't know. I just think it would be great to slam a beer with a Heisman winner. That'd be a memory.
I get that. Thanks for the call, and Happy New Year to you, Connor. Johnny Football. Interesting. Dave is in Brighton. Dave, you're next up, 97.1.
How's it going, man? I think I have the best answers.
Okay.
Kid Rock, Eminem, and Barry Sanders.
Okay, but you have one. There's only one seat.
Only one. I'm sorry. Eminem.
Eminem. And what is it about Eminem you think would be awesome to sit next to?
He's just Eminem. He just seems like so laid back and just cool and just like, hey, get a beer, let's have fun.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Dave. There's definitely a cool factor with Eminem. There's no question about that. When they show him up on the big screen at Lions games every week, I just think that guy's just cool. He's the epitome of cool. He can just walk into a room and everybody goes nuts. You know, like Jack White performing at halftime was incredible, but it got elevated when here comes Eminem.
I just feel like he seems like a very private person.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
if
not
he'd
sure
want
he's
to
going to
do-
want to be
yeah.
engaging that much with a random dude the entire game. And you know, that's more power to him. He doesn't, you know, I wouldn't probably either, but I mean, he's always got the hoodie up, you know, and he just wants to mind his own business. I'm not sure how much you're going to be talking to Eminem. Be cool to be sitting next to him.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe you can develop some kind of, you know, good rapport and then eventually open up, but I just feel like he's not going to want to.
Nick is in Flint. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Happy New Year, fellas.
Well, thank you. Same to you.
When you said courtside, I automatically thought of basketball, and my whole life I've wanted to just chill and just talk with Michael Jordan. And then I heard the ultimate nightmare. I was in Vegas with a young lady, and then we're leaving, coming back home, and the chauffeur was taking us to the airport. And we were drinking in the back seat, and we just said, hey, tell us a good story. He says, well, the last two people I had in the limo was Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan. So I'm really just getting it because I love them both.
Right, sure.
So I said, wow. So Michael Jordan and Tiger had just left Wynn's Casino, where Tiger won like $6-7 grand in a matter of 10 minutes and gave the lady a $2 tip.
Oh.
Well, then they get in the chauffeur vehicle and they flipped a nickel to see who would tip the chauffeur. So after I heard the story about the girl, the dealer, I said, oh, my God, I'm scared to hear the end of it. And they gave the chauffeur a $1 tip. Well, the lady complained at the casino that was dealing. They fired her. And then when I heard that story, it just burst my bubble, man. I didn't even want to sit by Michael. It just hurt me, man. I don't know. That's my story.
Okay, so it's more of who he doesn't want to sit next to, okay? I always get nervous when it comes to the tipping stories. Everybody tips their own way, right? What they want to do. I think when it comes to a service, like if you're at a restaurant, it's completely different than if I'm at a craps table or at a blackjack table. I think it's up to you. If you want to tip somebody, if you've won big, if you want to tip, great. But there are so many times where people have lost. More often than not, you're losing. Are you still supposed to tip? For what? I just handed you, $500 or $300 or $1,000 or whatever it is. I don't like bringing pressure to tip at a table.
It's a weird, especially if you're not like a multi-millionaire, it's definitely more different. Like I tend to wait till I'm done and see how this thing shakes out.
Yeah.
Like if I leave up, you're getting some money. If I leave down one, we both, I don't have any money left.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
like or whatever.
If I'm down, like I got $5 left, I'm at a $25 table.
Yeah. Well,
here's the $5, maybe.
It depends. Like if you get blackjack, you kind of tip to give the good luck, good mojo going, or if you hit a number in roulette, you tip right away. It's, I don't know. I'm not telling anybody how to tip, but I do think you should tip. With that being said,
yeah. And as far as
if Michael Jordan, I don't know if those stories are true.
Yeah,
or not.
I know
Those
those
guys should
stories are
definitely
true.
tip.
Who knows if they're true?
I don't care if those guys lose; they
Yeah.
should still tip. Those guys are in a different tax bracket.
And when it's a service, it's different. I mean, being a blackjack dealer, it's not a service. I'm playing blackjack. But if I'm in a limousine, transportation, or a taxi or whatever, I'm tipping always.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that.
So we'll see. Let's go to Tommy in Southfield. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Tommy.
Oh, hey. Appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year to you.
So, I love the Barkley story. That was excellent. So I was trying to keep it around the same thing, but keep it very local. So I think if I had a courtside seat at a Pistons game, I think Jalen Rose would be the person I would want to walk up to and see sitting next to it, because that local aspect with him being a huge Pistons fan, a Lions fan, I'm a Michigan fan as well. So being a Michigan alum, so I think that'll be an excellent conversation, and also have an opportunity maybe develop a friendship after that as well.
Yeah, I think he'd be kind of cool to hang out with. He's very talkative, for sure. He's got a bunch of stories for sure, and he's also very opinionated, which I kind of like to hear the honesty coming from somebody. If you're going to sit there and talk with somebody, it'd be kind of cool. That's an interesting one.
Yes,
all right,
I'll take that as well. So
thanks, Tommy. Happy New Year to you. Take care. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Scott is next up in Royal Oak. Scott, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
All right. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You're getting a brainiac to sit next to.
Yes, sir. He would not only discuss the game, but we would discuss astronomy and philosophy and quantum physics and the meaning of life, and somehow he would tie it all together using basketball as a metaphor. It would be a fascinating evening.
Are those things that you want to talk about?
You know what? In small doses, sure. I would be curious how you would tie it all back to, basketball. It would be fun and engaging.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Scott. That is a wild choice. And I've often thought, like, sitting next to someone like that, asking a person who is so smart, like Neil deGrasse Tyson is, asking him questions about normal stuff.
What, like a Chipotle order?
Exactly. Yeah.
He's gonna make
What
this
does a guy?
sound super smart.
What does this guy order when he goes to Chipotle? Right? What's the protein you go with? Do you go barbacoa? Are you a chicken guy? You just go like full on vegetable? And what's in that burrito? Or is it a burrito bowl? Where are you going? Curious. With any kind of, what's your favorite breed of dog? These things. Real questions for a really intelligent guy. I don't need to know, how long it takes to get to Mars or why communication takes, months at a time when you're watching a movie like, The Martian or Interstellar or whatever. I don't need to know that. I don't care about that. I care about this stuff with this guy. But he'd be a wild person to talk to for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I think we're going to push Doug back until 12:15 to get his thoughts on what's happening with the Michigan Bowl game as he is in Orlando. I think he just got into the press box, so we'll give him a little bit of time there, and we'll talk to Doug coming up at 12:15. More of your calls next here on 97.1. Got a little bit of sad news to pass along. I just saw this. Fox 2 Detroit is tweeting this out. That the actor Isaiah Whitlock Jr. has passed at the age of 71. Now, maybe the name doesn't resonate with you, but the characters this guy played absolutely would resonate with you.
Legendary, man.
He was in The Wire, where I believe he played a crooked council member. He was in a movie that I think is an excellent movie. It's called The 25th Hour.
Yep.
So good.
Edward
Norton Jr. and Barry Pepper and a bunch of other people. I think, is it Rosario Dawson?
Yes.
I think is in it as well. It's an incredible movie about a guy who's going to have to go to prison. So he's spending his last day with his friends and he's contemplating should he even go or not. And it's great. And this guy's in it as well.
He's in so many good movies, and he does a great job at his role.
He does, and he's tied in a signature line in several different roles. And I can't say what the line is because it's really just
so bad.
It's just one word.
It's one word, and he does
but it's a swear word.
He found a way to say it and do it where it's I use it to this day.
Yeah,
to this day.
he says the S word, but he elongates it. It's not just blank. It's blank. I mean, it felt like every time I saw him do it, it got longer and longer the way that he would say it, and it just would make you laugh. And he was a great character actor. And it's sad to see that Isaiah Whitlock Jr. has passed, but the memorable roles. You're with me on 25th Hour, great movie.
Absolutely, and that you're right. I'm glad you said what the line was the same. Like he did it. I felt like he did it in every role.
I think he
did.
They
made him do it.
Right.
Like hey, we wrote this in
there.
Do the thing. Yeah. It became, but it wasn't like an annoying thing where like, oh, here it comes. No, it's like, yes.
Yeah.
This is.
And you can see like people smiling as he's saying it because like, come on, man, this is awesome. Like, how long are you gonna drag this out another second? That's amazing. Anyway,
I do it all the time.
Sad news. So if you had him on a list of people you want to sit next to at courtside, it's no longer available to you. He would have been interesting. Let's go pick up. Brian is in Farmington Hills. Brian, welcome to 97.1.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Brian.
How's it going?
All right.
Well, I know for a fact a celebrity sits courtside at the Knicks games, and I would love to sit courtside next to him at any Piston game. That would be Tracy Morgan. He's definitely an entertainer and just naturally funny guy, and have you in stitches all game long, and that would be my choice.
Didn't he throw up on people last year in the playoffs?
Yeah, last year he got sick. He threw up at the Garden.
Oh, boy. He is a funny man, though. No question about that. Thanks for the call, Brian. Happy New Year to you.
All right. Baba Booey to you all.
All right. Thanks, man. Let's go, and we've got Beth is next up in Ann Arbor. Beth, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning. I have lived in Ann Arbor for nearly 73 years, and so my pick, and I'm a big Michigan fan, and so my pick is going to be kind of strange, and that is Irvin Johnson.
Oh, the Magic Man.
Yes, sir. And most of the reason is, when I was much younger, I was at a Michigan basketball game with my dad, and this young man walked right past us because we were like in the second row, and this young man walked right past. He had a beautiful coat on. He had a great stature, and my dad said, put his elbow in my side and said, "That's Irvin Johnson." And I, being a little kid, said, "Who's Irvin Johnson?"
Right. I don't know who that is.
So he's a fabulous person, I think, and has a fabulous career. And so even though he went to the wrong university.
Oh, now wait a minute. Slow down. Slow down. You started off just fine. No, he's a really interesting guy. And thanks for the call. Happy New Year to you, Beth. And, thinking with Magic, all his different business endeavors he's got, the business ventures he's got, what he's trying to do community-wise in a number of different areas. Seems like a great human doing all that stuff. But, personally, Magic would be great for me. Obviously, being a Spartan myself, I'd love to talk to him about that stuff. But, being a part owner of being part of the owner of the Dodgers and with the Washington Commanders as well. I mean, this guy's all sports involved. Be kind of cool to have some time to talk with Magic, sit courtside with him, let alone getting the insight of basketball. JB is in Warren. You're next up, 97.1. Hey, JB.
Hey, definitely got to be Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he can put me up on game on business while I'm sitting at side court with him.
Would you pitch him a business idea to see if he'd...
Absolutely. I got a whole 4 quarters to go with him.
Yeah, I mean, you got to shoot your shot if you're going to do that, right?
That's right. And I'm probably going to be able to get a free, snack or meal out of it.
Maybe, or you could be the classy one and say, hey, can I get you a beer?
Oh, there we go.
See?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Building bridges there. All right. Thanks, JB. Appreciate it.
Mark Cuban was one of my finalists, if not the guy, actually, too.
Wow.
And not because I want to pitch an idea to him, but more just get information from him, like to try to be successful, financial advice, whatever it is. And I also feel like he is a down-to-earth billionaire where he would engage into a conversation with an everyman like myself. And he enjoys basketball, obviously. And I think more people than not would act like him if they were an owner, to be honest with you. It would just be ridiculous sitting on the sidelines or courtside or on the bench, reacting to the refs. But I just think, like I said, there's the financial aspect of it. There's the fact that I think he would talk to a regular Joe. And he enjoys basketball. So 3 things I think we could just kind of relate on.
Karina is in Dearborn Heights. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Karina.
Yay! Thank you.
Sure.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
My outside of Jesus, I was one, but I would like to sit next to President Obama.
Okay, Barack Obama.
Yes.
I think he'd be fascinating to sit with. Obviously, he's a fan of basketball. He used to do the picks every year for the March Madness tournament. I think it'd be wildly interesting.
Just to sit there and, not to get on his nerves or anything. Enjoy the game. Enjoy his company. That's it.
I think it's a solid call. That'd probably be in my top 50, I think, for sure. I got a million people I'm thinking of right now. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you. He'd be very interesting to talk to, get his thoughts on what's happening today in sports and just in the world and everything else. It would be interesting. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number as we talk. Just hypothetically, you got a seat at courtside. You don't know who's next to you. There's only 2 seats there. You go down there. Who is the one person you most would want to sit next to courtside of an NBA game? You got your chance to shoot your shot and enjoy the time for 3 straight hours with that person. That'd be kind of cool. We'll talk with Doug Karsch coming up at 12:15. Get a preview of the Michigan game as they play in the Citrus Bowl. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Patrick Kane will go against his former Chicago Blackhawks teammate and roommate Jonathan Toews tonight for the first time in their NHL careers when the Red Wings face the Winnipeg Jets. Yesterday, Todd McClellan was asked about having to coach against and now getting to coach one member of one of the NHL's finest duos of the 21st century. Unsurprisingly, he gave tons of high praise. Take a listen.
Having been around Johnny a little bit at All-Star Game and knowing him a bit, but certainly Patrick, it's always team first. And that's probably why they ended up winning. It wasn't about individual stuff. So it's an honor to be in the league with them. A real honor to at least coach one of them.
Puck drop between two old friends can be heard tonight on 97.1 at 6:30. Dustin Fioco hosts our pregame coverage at 6:15. And Lions center Kingsley Aguacan is now a Cleveland Brown after being signed off Detroit's practice squad today. Aguacan started the last two games at center as the Lions dealt with more offensive line injuries. And Michigan football is in the final stages of its preparations for the Citrus Bowl. The Wolverines are 4-3 all-time in Citrus Bowl games. Their last Citrus Bowl win came in 2016 against Florida and Jim Harbaugh's first bowl game as Michigan's coach. Today, the Wolverines take on Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns at 3 o'clock in Orlando. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good afternoon, everybody. Only have, well, now it's less than 12 hours away from the new year. Thus, it's New Year's Eve. Hoping that everybody has a happy new year and a safe one at that. We might get some snow later this afternoon. Actually, I think it might be maybe some flurry activity now, but be careful out there on the roads and do the right thing. There are lots of people out there that counting on you to do the right thing. And there are plenty of rideshare services out there to take advantage of this time as well. So don't be stupid out there. Be smart, please. And treat each other with respect. Is that the way Doug should say it? Don't be stupid out there. Be smart and treat each other with respect.
I'm not going to tell Doug what to do on that one.
You're
that's
probably
all
right.
Doug.
No, that's right. That's Doug's thing.
Yep.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Got some feedback coming in on a bunch of stuff. Wife fell asleep early, sick one year, so I ate a whole jar of pickles on New Year's Eve. Now it's become a silly tradition to eat a ton of pickles every year. Joe in Ortonville. That is random and wild. That's his tradition. You're going to eat a bunch of pickles. If I'm awake at midnight, it's because I had to pee. That's from Don.
He's not making it, huh? He's not going to make it till midnight. Not this year.
The only year that I had a problem with staying awake was when I went out to the Rose Bowl when Michigan State was playing against Stanford, and I flew out on New Year's Eve, and I was staying at my buddy's house in L.A., and it was like 11:30 L.A. time at night. I'm like, dude, I don't think I can stay awake. I think I'm kind of done. He's like, it's cool, because we were going to get up early the next day and do the tailgate and the whole thing, and I don't think I made it to midnight. I don't think I slept right away. I just retired and I was like staring up at the ceiling for the next couple hours. But that's my own issue. Sitting courtside next to Bob Seger would be the ultimate fantasy Dennis in Dundee.
Gary, you could do that and tell him about, that whole final tour crap that he put you through.
Let me tell you something. If I sat next to Bob Seger, and I would love to sit next to Bob Seger, I would absolutely bring up the story about how upset I was to find out that his farewell tour was not his farewell tour back in 1987 when he said it was going to be, when he did a bunch of sold-out shows at Joe Louis Arena, that he, in fact, toured just a couple years later and then had subsequent tours that were not farewell tours that were supposed to be. But I love Bob Seger. I think Bob Seger is an icon and a treasure here in Detroit. I would want to sit next to the guy who can throw a baseball 50 yards to two different guys standing 20 yards apart. That was Bob yesterday. Those didn't hear the story. We had a guy call in and said that he can put two baseballs in one hand, and let's say he's right-handed, in his right hand, two baseballs, throw them at the same time, and he could throw them 50 yards away to two different people that are standing 20 feet or 20 yards apart, he said. Didn't matter if it was 20 feet or 20 yards. He could throw them accurately where they wouldn't have to move at all. We said, naturally, we need video proof of this. We got to see this because we just don't buy it. And if it is true, it's amazing, and it should go viral. And he had a son in his 20s. We're like, get him on it, man. Get that thing up on the gram. He said that he called back into the show and talked to the screener yesterday and said that he was going to work on it with his son and put it out there. And I can't wait to see it because I think it's going to be spectacular. Nick is next up here in 97.1. Hey, Nick.
Hi, fellas.
Hey.
I would not want to sit next to Shaq because he mumbles, and at my age, I wouldn't be able to hear him.
Fair enough.
But what person I would is Steph Curry. I think he would engage me. Such a humble, probably the most humblest superstar ever. And he's got a sense of humor. I just think it would be fun, and he's one of my favorite players, so that's my choice.
Yeah, there's a lot to get into with Steph Curry. His father was obviously a player in the league for years, and he's got this love of golf, which I have a love of golf, so there's a lot to talk with him with there. And, been the best player in the NBA for a long time. I don't think he's any longer the best player in the NBA, but he's still a great player in the NBA and obviously a future Hall of Famer for sure. Kevin is in Warren. Kevin, welcome 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon and Happy New Year.
Well, thank you. Same to you.
Hey, my first pick was mentioned a few callers ago. I'm just gonna, if you're going to keep a stat sheet, I'll give you a Barack Obama for sure was the first person who came to mind. For variety, I'd like to also, since somebody said that already, Dave Chappelle.
Oh, Dave Chappelle would be great.
Huge fan of his. He is not only a comedic genius and artist, but his comments on society and where we are very much on the nose, and somehow he can make it funny. And I just like his values show through in his performances, and I think it would be a lot of fun to sit next to that cat for a game.
I think it's a solid call, Kevin. Thanks for it. I love Dave Chappelle, but Kang, am I wrong on this? I feel like Dave Chappelle would get up out of his seat like every 20 minutes to have a cigarette.
Or a vape.
Something.
Yeah. I mean, he likes to he likes to do that.
He likes to do that.
So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he probably have to get up and leave. You can't do that courtside, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think maybe he invites you to go, hey, man, come with me. I got to, okay, sure. Dave Chappelle. Going to hang out with Dave Chappelle. I think that'd be awesome. 100% would want to sit next to Bill Murray. It would be a great time. He's a huge basketball fan. It would definitely would not be boring. That's Peter in his car. I think that's a solid call. There's a documentary out there about Bill Murray where people have just crazy encounters with Bill Murray and they retell the stories. And some of them they actually have like video evidence because we're in the era where cell phones collect everything. It's fascinating to watch. The Bill Murray stories are incredible. I just got my brother actually a Bill Murray book for Christmas. I think.
Yeah, one of the stories where Bill Murray would go up to a random person and like take a bite out of their sandwich or take something out from their hand and whisper to them, "No one's ever going to believe you," and walk away. It's so fantastic. It's like, hey, Bill Murray once took a bite out of my. Yeah, right. Okay.
Bill Murray inviting like cops to different parties he was going to.
Oh, he would show up at weddings.
Yeah, they're great stories, Bill Murray. Chris is next up here in Farmington Hills. Welcome to 97.1, Chris.
Hi, guys. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Thank you.
So, the dream opportunity for me would be able to sit courtside and yell, "Ball don't lie" with Sheed. That would just be so great.
That would be fun in unison. And if you watch last night's Pistons game, LeBron James, got a foul call on Cade Cunningham. He got Cade jumping up in the air and then just absolutely unethically leans into him to draw the foul. And it was from 3-point range and proceeds to miss the first two free throws. I was thinking the exact same thing. Rasheed Wallace, ball don't lie.
Perfect. I mean, she was the best. He was my favorite. I just think that would be that would be top notch. That'd be so great.
That'd be pretty great. Thanks for the call, Chris. Happy New Year to you. And last call we'll take on this one is from Tom in Royal Oak. Tom, welcome 97.1.
Hey, guys. Getting back to what Kang was saying about Charles Barkley and how humble he is. I can remember, this was a few years back, and him and Lambeer he used to get in scrums, fights, when he played for the Sixers and the Suns. And when Lambeer retired, the first time the Suns came back with Barkley still on the team, I was watching it on TV, and they were going out in the court to get ready to play. Barkley walks over. Lambeer's sitting behind the Piston bench. He walks over to Lambeer, puts his arm around him, and whispers something in his ear. They asked Lambeer later, what did he say? He says, "I'm going to miss you, Bill." So that just goes to show you what a humble, nice guy that Barkley was.
Yeah, Barkley was one of the best. I'm wildly entertained when he opens up his mouth. Sometimes I think he's out of his element a little bit too much, but I do enjoy Charles Barkley. All right, Ken, we put this off long enough. Who is the person you would love to sit courtside with?
So ultimately, I ended up going with Adam Sandler. All right, here's the reason. There's a couple of reasons why. All right. One, he's obviously a basketball fan. He's a Knicks fan. So we were watching the Pistons-Knicks. That'd be pretty good, giving each other, the 1-2 back and forth on who we're rooting for. He's rooting for the Knicks, of course. And I think he is down to earth enough where he would talk to me the whole game, whether it's about basketball or Hollywood or whatever. So the end goal, though, Gator, is I get in enough good graces with him where he actually kind of likes me, and he puts me in one of his movies. A small cameo. Because you know how he is with his good friends? Like, all those guys that he went with SNL on, like, he always puts those guys in his movies because they're his friends and he likes working with them. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be one of his best friends, but on the outside chance he thinks I'm kind of funny or whatever, he's like, and I, pitch it to him, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind being one of your, a little cameo in one of your movies, whatever. Like, maybe there's a chance. But otherwise, if that didn't happen, I think still it'd be fun to watch a basketball game with him. And I think he would. I mean, he's been in so many different movies too now.
Yeah.
Like, he's not just a comedy guy anymore. He's done dark stuff. He's done, dramatic stuff. So I think Sandler would be a good guy to. And talk about down to earth. You see the way he dresses? It's still like it's 1994. And he doesn't care.
He'll wear a basketball jersey.
Yeah, he shows up at pickup games apparently, things like that. So.
Wears sweatpants, just doesn't care.
I go Sandler.
Yeah. I've gone back and forth, and I've literally changed my mind in the last 10 minutes. I initially was going to go with Caitlin Collins from CNN. She's jumped up the charts for me. I'm a big fan of hers. I think she loves basketball. I saw her courtside at a Pistons Knicks playoff game. I wasn't happy about that, rooting for the Knicks. She's a big football fan, loves Alabama. She's an Alabama grad. However, and of course, just the opportunity to shoot your shot for 3 hours would be interesting. But I decided I'm going to go with Matthew McConaughey.
Wow, I did not expect that.
I didn't expect it either. And I started thinking about this. All right. I love McConaughey movies that he's in. He's very diverse in a bunch of different roles, and they're movies that I enjoy. And TV stuff that he's done, The True Detective was amazing. The fact that he's relaxed, down to earth, he's got the Texas whistle. I'd love to hear his voice just talking. I think it's great. Maybe even joke around about the Lincoln commercials. He enjoys tequila. I enjoy tequila. He loves music. I love music. He loves football. I love football. I think we could be bros by the end of it all. I think we can be bros. And maybe, just maybe, he thinks of me also, Kang, and wants to put me in one of his movies.
Oh, see?
Maybe, just maybe.
Did that cross your mind now or because I said it with Sandler?
More because what you said with Sandler. I'm like, wait a second. This is something that could be cool.
But Sandler does stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think he'll put like a random...
Sandler completely supports all his friends that he grew up with. And
Chris Rock, Schneider.
100%. Kevin Nealon, all those guys.
To do with the David Spade.
David Spade?
Yeah, all those guys. Yeah, he just puts them all in the movies.
100%. I like it. Nonetheless, whoever you chose, it would be amazing, and it's just something fun to think about. We'll talk with Doug Karsch next, live from the Citrus Bowl as we continue on 97.1.
Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator in studio, Kings behind the glass, Jake working the phones, and we bring in this man, Doug Karsch, live from Orlando, Florida. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, my man?
Just holding it down on a New Year's Eve. It's been kind of a fun show today.
Dude, a huge day of college football. There's games all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, college football's been kind of running crazy the last couple of days, and today is going to be interesting. Yeah, Michigan and Texas, which obviously you're part of, in Orlando, and huge game tonight in the college football playoff with Ohio State and Miami. It's a lot of fun going on.
Yeah, and I will start with this. I ask you guys because it's completely wasted on me. I just got out of the press food area, and they have, because this is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Oh yeah.
There were boxes and boxes and boxes of all different flavors of Cheez-Its. So, again, wasted on me, but the Buffalo Wild Wings and the jalapeno and the smoked cheddar and all the different flavors they got of Cheez-Its, all available to the media in the press box.
So you haven't partaken?
No, I did not. They had some chicken breast and broccoli, which is what I had. But the Cheez-Its, they put Cheez-Its on everything, too. You can get, like, Cheez-It dust on your brat, and like all kinds of stuff.
So wait a minute.
Hey,
you have an opportunity to do a live on remote. Are you going to eat that? And you've chosen not to.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I've now gone out to the stands, which fortunately perhaps you can hear the concert that they're going to play at halftime. They're going through a sound check. So my timing here to sit in the stands is probably ill-advised for this radio appearance. But yes, I can go back to the press box and call you back if you want me to.
I mean, no, maybe just you can just send us a text with an update and tell us which was the best combo of Cheez-It flavor. I mean, it sounds.
I literally walk out to the stands and they start the sound check on the concert. My timing is brilliant. Hold on for a second. I'm going to get out of here.
This is what happens when you do live radio. You don't know what's going to go on.
Who's the performance, Doug?
Yeah, who we got? Who's playing halftime? Is it Kenny Chesney?
All right, hold on. Is this any better?
I mean, I didn't actually hear any music in the background to
Did
begin
you?
with. No. But sure, it's better if it makes you feel better.
Way better for me. I couldn't hear a thing.
There you go.
Who's the halftime show,
anyway.
Doug?
What's that?
Who's
halftime show?
halftime? Who's practicing?
I don't know. Sounds like a country artist.
Maybe it is Chesney Gator.
It could be Kenny Chesney.
I could figure it out. This is going great, isn't it?
Yeah, outstanding. All right, let's get right into this.
Fantastic.
Michigan and Texas. Texas is, what, a 7-point favorite, I believe, at this point. I think they're expecting a decent crowd there. I don't know if you're going to get any feel for that a few hours before kickoff. But what's your feel about this game as we're approaching it?
It's impossible to predict. Texas has 8 different guys who started for them that have opted out of this game. Michigan had 3 in Jayshon Barham, Derek Moore, and Gio Hadi. Although Biff Poggi said yesterday there's a couple more that may not play in this game that have been banged up and got some injuries. So, bowl games have become a weird thing. Some teams really, really want to win them. Some teams look at them as an extra spring game. Either way, they're harmless. I know some people say, I'll just get rid of the bowls. I think they're harmless. They're football games. They're fun to watch. And if depending on your approach, showcase some guys that are going to have to play next year and we'll see how the roster settles in under Kyle Whittingham. But, is Jamar Browder going to play a big role today, the freshman wide receiver who, had the 15 practices in between Ohio State and now. And Andrew Marshall likely gets showcased again, the young receiver who Ohio State did a great job against. But, I think the crowd's actually going to be pretty good based upon what I've seen around Orlando.
Yeah, I would imagine. Both fan bases are pretty ardent. So to show up at this game and to be in Orlando at New Year's Eve, I've been there. It's a good time.
Yes, it is, and it's funny because in the Michigan team hotel, there's also like a beauty pageant going on, and there are a lot. Yeah, and there's a lot of foreign tourists here for the Disney experience. So it's quite an odd mix. Pageant moms, Gator, were taking over the hotel lobby this morning.
Interesting. Were there some single pageant moms out there?
No, I didn't inquire, but if you were here, I would have done my best to try and help you out to snare a pageant mom.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. The quarterbacks for these teams, I assume both quarterbacks are going to play because they're not eligible for the draft yet. So we're going to see Underwood and Arch Manning.
Yeah, Manning's impressive. I know that the expectations were through the roof, and the more that we talked about, the Texas people are like, look, we're happy with his progress. It's just, he was cursed, a curse and a blessing, right? Last name Manning comes in, doesn't light the world on fire, and people are quick to call people a bust. I don't know if you know this, but people make snap judgments.
What?
And then Bryce Underwood, same thing, right? I mean, number one player in the country, had his share of growing pains this year. Steve Sarkisian said, look, our guy, seasoned for a couple of years, played here and there. So, the fans that aren't happy with the play of a young quarterback, they need to check themselves a little bit, according to Sarkisian, who I think as much was defending his own guy as talking about Michigan's guy. But at the end of the day, two talented young quarterbacks, and we'll see what they do. I mean, Texas is without its top two running backs, its top wide receiver. They got to replace a couple of guys up front. So, but Arch is dangerous with his feet. Just ask Texas A&M what a problem he can be.
Who is Michigan without on offense? How are they set with the running back position? Used to be a great stable, and then injuries crept in. Are anybody getting healthy enough to play?
So Jordan Marshall is what I was told is going to give it a go, of course, coming off the injury that he re-aggravated against Ohio State. So we'll probably see him. The names Bryson Cusdall got thrown around, of course, the build-up leading into this one. And Thomas O'Mara, a running back, Ann Arbor kid, walk-on, got some praise from the coach. But as far as we know, other than that, they get Hogan Hansen back. I'm not sure what role he will play, the tight end. I wouldn't be surprised if they really featured the tight ends and Andrew Marsh today.
Interesting there. Obviously, the big story with Michigan is that they've hired a new coach, Kyle Whittingham. It's a guy you were really high on. When it became obvious that this guy is a real candidate, I was stunned that he was, because I thought stepping down from Utah, that was it for him. But Kyle Whittingham's an outstanding coach. How is that kind of taking over headlines this week? I know he had to meet with the team, but he also doesn't want to kind of step on the shoes and the toes of the people that are working this game today.
Yeah, he went to practice and watched, and what I was told is the day Kyle Whittingham showed up at practice, it was an intense day. Like, the players, wanted to make sure they made an impression on the new coach. And look, it's a weird dynamic, right? You remember when we were talking about stability in football programs back in the middle of the season, and Michigan State, as coaches were getting fired, it clipped all over the place. We're like, hey, they can try and swoop in. Well, now both Michigan and Michigan State have that vulnerability where they got to guard their yard, and that's Kyle Whittingham's first job. And, I know he met with a lot of players individually. A couple days later, there's likely going to be a team meeting here with him in charge. And, the NIL structure at Michigan is taking over and trying to guard their players that they want to keep around. But that's obviously communication between the new coach and Michigan's collectives to try and make sure they get the right guys. But it's just a strange dynamic because we've reached full-scale college sports free agency in between seasons. And I think everybody is, every fan base is a little bit leery of what's going to happen to their roster.
You going to go to Dodge tonight, or are you going to enjoy Orlando for the new year?
Heading right back. So as soon as the game's over, bus to the airport and try and get back by midnight to ring in the new year back in lovely Michigan.
I think you've got the shot to do that. Doug, thanks for the time. We appreciate it, and have a good time out there watching Michigan and Texas.
Always good, my man. See you next week.
All right. Doug Kirsch, 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Happy New Year, everybody. Got New Year's Eve coming up tonight. Red Wings playing at 6:30. We'll have our broadcast coverage beginning around 6. Wings and the Jets. Had the Pistons play last night. They blew out the Lakers by 22 points. It got to be a game early in the fourth quarter. I think it got it down to 3 points. And then the Pistons just said, yeah, you know what? No. And just crushed the Lakers from that point on. Total team effort. They emptied the entire bench. People got real meaningful minutes throughout the game. And in the end, it was just too much for the Pistons. They closed out the fourth quarter 32-18. Just stomping the Lakers, which was great to see. I mentioned that it was a complete team effort. I mean, in the end of the game, you got this double-digit lead, and then you're going to see maybe some garbage minutes, if you will. I hate to use the term garbage minutes, but when the game's out of hand there, Chaz Lanier, the rookie, got a chance to play 3 minutes, and Dennis Jenkins played 4 minutes. But outside of that, it was a complete effort. And I don't want to take away from those guys. I mean, they got a chance to play, but I mean, Paul Reed played 8 minutes. They were meaningful minutes. Everybody else had double-digit minutes for the Pistons, except for Tobias Harris. He only had 6 points in the game, or 6 minutes in the game. But Cade Cunningham and crew are doing one hell of a job with the Pistons this year. 25-8 record. It's the best in the East. They have a 1.5 lead over the Knicks, and it's a brand of basketball I think we all agree we like and enjoy this brand of basketball. Can they improve on certain things? Sure. They can become a better three-point shooting team, though last night they shot 46% from three-point land. That's pretty good, and they shot 63% in the game. That's why you win a game by 22 points, because you're just shooting it lights out. Nonetheless, still a lot of fun to watch this team play. The Red Wings playing tonight. The annual New Year's Eve game played in town at LCA. 6:30, going to drop the puck. And then they play tomorrow against Pittsburgh, at Pittsburgh. So kind of one of these strange back-to-back New Year's Eve and New Year's Day game swings for the Detroit Red Wings. That's kind of odd they're doing it that way, but it is what it is. And we've got college football. And we just got done talking to our broadcast partner, Doug Karsch, who is, of course, the play-by-play voice of Michigan football, as Michigan taking on Texas from the Citrus Bowl this afternoon. And curious to see, when it comes to these games, you got players opting out. I still enjoy watching the games because you're getting a chance to see players that you normally haven't seen much of this year. But over the last couple weeks, they've gotten tons of work and tons of reps in. And you get to see these younger players get an opportunity, and how will they, flourish with this opportunity? Over the years, you've seen different guys really take it and run. I remember watching USC play a few years ago, and quarterback comes in. I think it was Miller Moss comes in, and you're like, what's he going to? And he was great. It just, some guy just takes it and runs with it. And that's what you want to see, how they handle the opportunities they get. Not everybody's going to opt out. Not everybody is going to enter the portal. You got guys in their first and second year that want to get this chance and make the most of it. But the college football playoff is really what matters. All right, you had the 12 teams. You had the first round. Those games took place a week and a half ago. And now we've got the next round of games beginning tonight. And there's only one, but it's a big one. And they're all big at this point. But this is a rematch of the national championship they had nearly a quarter century ago. Miami and Ohio State. And this one being played from Jerry World in Texas. And Ohio State is a 9.5-point favorite in this game. The over-under total is set at 40.5. That's kind of interesting. It looks like a low total for a college game for a team like Ohio State that can be awfully explosive at times, but both of these defenses can bring it. Miami has a very strong defensive line, great pass rush. They've got a couple players that are likely to go in the first round. Ohio State, their defense is just great at all three levels. They've got maybe the number one overall pick in Reese, who's the linebacker, defensive end type, and then you've got Sonny Styles, and just you got players at all three levels: linebacker, defensive line, and safety, and the corners are good. It's just an overall great team. And that's the only game tonight that's a college football playoff. And then you've got a schedule of games tomorrow that should be very exciting as well. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to get through to us that way as well. Talking about a bunch of things. You want to talk about the Pistons? We can talk about the Pistons and what kind of an exciting brand of basketball it is. Are you trusting the Pistons to carry this over into the new year, playing as well as they have? Hard to think that they can go 25-8 during the next 33-game stretch. But, man, they're bringing it every night. And they just smoked the Lakers on the road. That was great. Great to see. They lost to the Clippers, but the Clippers are playing great basketball right now, too. I think they won their last 5 in a row, and Kawhi Leonard went out for 55 against the Pistons and followed that up with another big game the other night. King, I really enjoy watching this team play.
No, they're so much fun to play. They roll out 10 guys. It's a real true team effort. They have a superstar in Cade Cunningham, but he relies on the other guys, and as he should, it's a team sport. But Javonte Green was second in minutes last night behind Cade Cunningham. He wasn't even starting. I know Tobias Harris left the game early because he got hurt, so that's where a lot of Green's minutes came in from, but he's not even a starter. Had the second most minutes on the team last night. They just play with so much energy, and they have a defensive effort that doesn't go away. And when you put defensive effort on the court every night, you always have a chance to win. And it's good they came home with a winning road record out west, because out west can, historically cause the Pistons trouble, you know? And of course, they were worse teams back then, but this year, just to kind of solidify the fact this is a good team. 3-2 out west. Yeah, the Clippers are on one right now. Kawhi with the double nickel game against them, but that's going to happen. How can you bounce back from it? And they have. So they came back, and the Lakers aren't some great team right now, but when you have Luka and LeBron on this court, it's always a chance for trouble there, and they were able to contain those two guys last night. Full team effort, like I said. The best part of watching them is they can roll out so many guys. Last night, Marcus Sasser, if he's a revelation for this team this year, that's your maybe your Dennis Schroeder pickup from last year to help you with a postseason run, because I don't know where Jaden Ivey's going to be, but that's another guy you're looking for. But they run deep, man, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, and you look at the schedule that's coming up once the new year begins. They'll play tomorrow evening. They're back home. They'll play against Miami. Then on Sunday, they're at Cleveland, and Monday back home against New York. I mean, these are three tough games. Miami right now, I think is the 7th seed in the East. That Cleveland and New York are going to bring it. Those are two tough teams to play against as well. So they start off the new year with a tough part of the schedule. But this is what you want to see. All right, if people aren't buying into them yet, if you're holding off, you're probably waiting for them to take on teams of substance. I mean, they've taken on teams of substance, and they've beaten those teams already. But a 25-8 record is kind of like, I can't believe they're off to a 25-8 start. Okay, well, can they follow it up? We're going to get a chance to see them if they can, in fact, follow it up. But I love what I'm seeing. I mean, every night there's somebody else that kind of steps up, and I enjoy watching some guys play, and I don't even care if they score. Like Ron Holland and Asar Thompson, I just think of these guys as perennially that they're teenagers, and I don't think they are anymore, but they're younger players in their early 20s, and they just go out and attack. They have such a high energy about them, and it's fun. This whole team is just fun. 248-539-9797.
No, they play defense, which, all the offense gets the headlines now, but these guys play defense. They know that on the court, those two guys had the responsibility last night of Luka. That's a tough responsibility for a guy who's 20 years old and 22 years old, I think. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, the defensive energy they bring, and they roll guys 10 deep off the bench. It's really fun to see. It's a different brand of basketball. It's I don't know why when Detroit's good, when the Pistons are good, they always crash the party with their kind of style, and I think we really appreciate that here.
Yeah, I absolutely. It's probably the number one thing that I love is that they're not traditional. They're not going to go out and do what's trendy, what's hot. And right now what's hot is just bomb it from three-point land. That's not what the Pistons are. They play defense, and that's been the calling card of each of the two championship-era teams. The bad boys, they play defense. They would smash you when you came in the league and you came into the lane, right? They had the Jordan rules, and that team won back-to-back championships and played in 3 straight NBA Finals. And then you had the going-to-work Pistons that won a championship and then got right back to the NBA Finals and were in the conference finals for 5 straight years. It was a different brand of basketball. It was led by defense. And yeah, they could shoot and they could score, but I mean, the going-to-work Pistons, they didn't care. They were going to beat you 85-78. which is unheard of in today's basketball. But this team isn't going to squash you like that defensively, but they tighten it up enough that maybe you're not scoring many more than 100 points. But this offense is good enough to run up and down the court at any time and take advantage of the mistakes because the defense leads to their offense. And it's a lot of fun. You want to talk Pistons? We can talk Pistons, Red Wings, Lions as well. We had the news earlier today, and it's not huge news, but interesting news that Kingsley Aguakin, the center who started the last 2 games for the Lions, he was picked off the practice squad by the Cleveland Browns. And he will play for Cleveland on Sunday as they had to put one of their guards on injured reserve to end the season. But interesting move nonetheless. We'll see what that means for the Lions when they play Sunday, whether or not Graham Glasgow is going to play at center or if it's going to be Tristan Colon or some other option that they have. Take a look at that. And I want to take a closer look at the college football playoff games that are taking place because the next 2 days, man, got some great college football that's going to take place. This is 97.1. So much happening in sports over the next, handful of days here. We've got the college football playoff that continues with the game tonight. Miami and Ohio State should be an outstanding matchup between these two teams. Both teams have really good defenses. Ohio State has the explosive offense, and look, Miami's no stranger to putting points up either. Being played inside the friendly confines of Jerry World, so the elements aren't going to come into play there. We'll see, how Ohio State looks outside of the Big Ten. We got games coming up tomorrow in the college football playoff, and I think they start at noon. Yep, Oregon at Texas Tech. That one starts at noon, and it's in the Orange Bowl. That should be a great matchup. Oregon's got this high-powered offense and ready to roll. Local kid Dante Moore at quarterback. It should be a lot of fun to watch that game as well. And it's another opportunity for the Big Ten to show that maybe the Big Ten's ready to be called the best conference in football. Have won the national championship the last couple of years in a row. Then you got Alabama at the number 1 seed, Indiana. That one's, I shouldn't say at. They're playing at the Rose Bowl, which is really cool. And I'm sure for Indiana, it's amazing to get a chance to play in the Rose Bowl and representing the Big Ten. But it's in the college football playoff, taking on an Alabama team riding high after they came back from a huge deficit against Oklahoma to just smoke them for the last 2.5 quarters of that game to get to where they're at. And it may have saved Kalen DeBoer from going elsewhere. It would have either booted him or maybe he just would have left anyway. But it looks like he's going to stay at Alabama and lead the Tide. And we'll see how they do against Indiana. I think Indiana's really good. I don't think, look, they're number 1 for a reason, right? But I know some people still won't buy into Indiana and what they've done. Kurt Cignetti coming from a smaller school but took the league by storm last year. But who did they play? And, they got to the playoff last year and they got beat kind of handily by Notre Dame. And yet when you looked at that first round of the games, they were just fine. When you look at them compared to other teams and how they did in the first round, Indiana was fine. And then they, I think, validate their season this year with going undefeated and beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game in a defensive battle, 13-10. I think that speaks volumes as to where Indiana's at. They're a really tough football team, and we'll see how they do with the Heisman Trophy winner. And then tomorrow night, you finish things off with an 8 o'clock matchup. Ole Miss and Georgia. This is a fun one in the SEC. Georgia, the best team in the SEC, taking on Ole Miss. And, Ole Miss is an interesting team as well. It's a team that's going to be playing without their head coach, their former head coach anyway. They have the current head coach who they promoted. But obviously Lane Kiffin and the situation where he leaves for LSU. And the team is just kind of rallying around what they've got, and they continue to play really great football. Will they be good enough to beat Georgia? Georgia's been coming on awfully strong lately and look like the powerhouse that we always thought that they were going to be. May not have the great defense that they've had in the past, but these are some great games. I love all 4 of these games, starting with the one tonight. I'm going to be glued to my TV set all day tomorrow. Can't wait for it. And you couple that with the local stories we have, Kang, and it's a good time to be a sports fan here. Even with the Lions out of the playoffs, they'll finish up their game their season on Sunday. But we've got other things to kind of pick us up.
Yeah, it sounds like even though you have all these maybe complaints or things you don't like about the current state of college football, you still love college football. You still watch the games, right? They still matter to you.
They do. And when it comes to the playoff, I mean, is 12 teams too many? It might be. But
do you care about the non-playoff bowl games as well?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Not as much, because there's so much of a mass exodus of players that are going to jump into the portal or, opt out because they're getting ready for the draft. And I understand it. That's why I think there's an argument to be made for expanding the college football playoff so you have less of that and there are more games that mean something in the bowl season. But there's a fine line between really watering it down and making it great and competitive. I think 12 is probably the right number, but I'm not going to be surprised if they expanded to go more. But all these games have juice to them. I mean, the first round games had juice to them, and a chance for teams to validate what they've done this season or not. people were complaining about James Madison getting in or Tulane getting in. And in the end, was it James Madison that ended up putting 500 yards of offense against Oregon? Yeah, they lost 51-34, but they did score 34 points against Oregon and racked up over 500 yards in offense. I do love college football. I don't love it as much as I used to because of all the other things we've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, you'll never convince me that James Madison deserved to be in the college football playoff and schools in Tulsa like that. I'm on that side of where
Tulane,
whoever, two not going to be here anymore, right? So, I don't think I don't think those type of schools should even have a chance at the college football title. I'm sorry, but that's me. I don't need representation from the crap conferences, as you call some of them, Gator. Just the best of the best, and if you don't play that type of schedule or in that type of conference, you don't deserve to have a shot. But here we are. I know people want more teams involved, so, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, you didn't have Notre Dame was left out, Texas was left out, and you're going to have BYU, another team that was left out, and people are going to complain about that. There's always going to be the last out, and it happens the same thing in the NCAA tournament. You got 64 teams, 68 teams, and you have the play-in games, and someone's always complaining about not being invited to the big dance. With college football, is it a little different? Yeah, it's a little different. But they set up the rules. I imagine, I don't know if they're going to change the rules right away. Doug's been a big proponent of just let it play out for a few years. Can we let it cool down and let's see what we really have to change rather than knee-jerk reaction every year because some teams left out. And I get that, and I'm kind of on board with that to let this go for a couple of years before you change it. But I think it's inevitable. You know how it works, Kang. Everything's about money.
I preach it all the time. You know this, man. It's unfortunate.
How can you make more money? Here's how you make more money. You add more teams to the tournament. That's what happened.
Well, I just liked it when college football, the regular season meant so much.
Yeah.
Like you're 10-2 or you're 9-2. You're not going to the playoff. You've lost 2 games during the regular season, but now that team can win it all. I don't like that. That's me.
Well, and I think the problem is because they've got too many damn teams in the conference. So when you've got these 18-team and 20-team or 16-team conferences, your schedule, you're not playing all the good teams within that conference. So you're trying to determine who the best team is, and then you have a conference championship game, and even then you're still not getting the matchups that you really wanted to see necessarily. And the ACC championship game was a joke when you had Virginia and Duke trying to represent the ACC. And it's ridiculous because neither team was the best team in that conference. But it is what it is. This is college football on the fly. I do think things are going to be tweaked and things are going to be changed. But in the end, here we are in the second round of games. You've got these 4 games being played over the next 2 days. I love it. I love these 4 games. I don't know which one I'm more excited to watch. I mean, each game is compelling. The one tonight, it's the only game tonight, so I can't wait to see it. It's New Year's Eve. Yep, it's going to be on. We're going to go to a friend's house tonight and cater in some food, have a great time, and the game's going to be on. I can't wait to see it. And then tomorrow, all day with these games. Noon, 4 o'clock. 8 o'clock. It's going to be great. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Get your calls, your texts in as we continue to talk here on 97.1.
The Red Wings are set to face the Winnipeg Jets tonight for their annual New Year's Eve game. 2025 has been good to Detroit. The Wings are 23-14-3, which puts them atop the Atlantic Division, second in the Eastern Conference, and fifth in the NHL overall. Earlier today, Todd McClellan said James Van Riemsdyk will be available for tonight's game. JVR was previously questionable after missing the last 2 games with an injury. Tonight is also a rekindling of old relationships for Wings center Mason Appleton. He played for the Jets in 7 of his first 8 NHL seasons before signing with Detroit ahead of this year. Appleton talked about facing some old friends this morning. Appleton will face his former team tonight at 6:30 from Little Caesars Arena as the Wings go for their 5th win in the last 6 games. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 6:15. And Michigan football is now less than 2 hours away from kickoff in their Citrus Bowl game against Texas that will feature 2 young star quarterbacks, Bryce Underwood and Arch Manning. A win for Michigan would give them their 4th double-digit win season in the last 5 years. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Happy New Year, Two Cuts. Enjoy yourself. Although I didn't hear any. Did we get any kind of a flair with a name in there? We know Two Cuts likes to do the whole La Cosa Nostra and Murakami and different Japanese baseball players' names.
Do you consider Appleton exotic?
No. Do we consider Appleton?
All right, then the answer is no.
Appleton may be the least exotic name that you can come up with. And a roster full of international players. Mason Appleton.
Mason, too.
Right. So great. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Last hour of the last show of the year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get in that way. But talking about a bunch of different stuff. We had a little fun with who would you want to sit next to courtside. Did that for a long time at a basketball game for 3 hours. We talk about the Pistons and how well they're playing right now. The college football playoff is continuing again tonight with Ohio State and Miami. It's a rematch of that great national championship game that they had. And we went to overtime. My God, I remember seeing highlights of that recently. Like that game was so great in many ways and awful in other ways. Certainly if you're a Miami fan, you're not happy with the outcome of that. And what's that the game where Willis McGahee got hurt too? If I'm not mistaken, that horrific injury that he suffered and promised to be back for football and was able to come back and play his rookie season in the NFL. Maurice Clarett was the running back for Ohio State that just put the team on his back. It was an incredible performance. It was Craig Krenzel, the quarterback, the local kid for Ohio State. Just it was a great game, and it's forever ago. You start thinking about things, and here it is, the end of 2025. We're a quarter of a century into the 21st century. That's crazy to think. When we do topics on shows like, hey, who's the best player you've seen on that? But we try to keep it more current. And now we're thinking about this in the 21st century over the last 25 years. It's crazy how it goes by. But that game tonight should be great. We got the games tomorrow. They're going to be great. And I saw this quote from Dan Lanning, who is the coach of Oregon. And I thought this is interesting when it comes to, because people are always complaining about the college football playoff and the teams that get in, teams don't get in. But he brings up a couple interesting points here as it relates to the college football playoff scheduling. He says, quote, there's clearly a better way. Every playoff game should be played every single weekend until you finish the season. The season ends January 1st. We've given up some of our days to the NFL. Saturdays should be sacred for college football. Every Saturday through the month of December should belong to college football, in my opinion. And then it goes on to say, by the way, Dan Lanning also said earlier this week that he believes all games leading up to the national championship should be played at the higher seeds stadium, effectively calling for the end of bowl games. Got a couple of interesting topics there, several that you could flesh out of this. And King, you love football, but you're a bigger pro football fan than you are a college football fan. I'm kind of even. I probably still like college football a little bit better than pros, but I love them both. And I think this is interesting when he talks about Saturdays should be sacred for college football. And because the NFL is now scheduling games on Saturdays towards the end of the season, it does throw a little bit of a wrench into the plans of what college football wants to do, because they used to own it. And now the NFL infringes on it, like the NFL infringes on everything. The NBA used to own Christmas Day. And here comes the NFL and says, oh, yeah, that's cute. We're going to throw 3 football games on Christmas Day and piss everybody off. But do you think he's got a point? Should Saturdays be sacred for college football and the NFL not be involved on Saturdays while college football is still going on?
Yeah, I think he does have a point, but it's unfortunately going to fall on deaf ears with the NFL. They don't care, There's room for everyone to eat here, but the NFL just they're just worried about their bellies, not everybody else's. They'll infringe on Friday. Remember, Friday used to be it was only for the high school, right?
Yeah.
Friday Night Lights.
Yeah.
And then I think college games started going on Friday too. So I'm speaking of Dan Lanning. Your sport was infringing on the high school kids. And now with the NFL, though, I've said this for a while and I'll stand by it. There will be a time where there's going to be on every single day of the week an NFL football game during the season. They just want to own the entire week, not just the weekend, not just Monday night, not just Thursday night. And then you mentioned Christmas. That should be for basketball. And I saw some NBA players, retired NBA players, saying how that basketball is an international sport, like a truly international sport, where the world will watch basketball on Christmas, right? NFL don't give a crap. They're trying to be the international sport now, so they're putting 3 games on Christmas to get people in Germany or Brazil or, Spain to watch the NFL now. So I appreciate what Lanning's saying, but it's just not going to happen. They just don't care. It's a juggernaut, and they want to continue to grow it as much and as fast as possible.
Yeah, and not only will the NFL, they're going to continue doing this, and on Christmas Day, this year what they did, they put 3 games out there, and they put them on the different formats, right? You had 2 games on Netflix and 1 game on Amazon Prime. Now, locally, we could have watched the game. You didn't have to watch it on Netflix, but I think nationwide, everybody else had to watch it on Netflix. So they're trying to help out their business partners. Of course, it's about money. Netflix pays a ton of money to the NFL, as does Amazon Prime, to put those games out there. And this is their reward, Christmas Day. And guess what? I haven't seen the ratings yet for the Christmas Day games. I'm sure they came out and I just ignored them. But I'm going to guess they were probably pretty good.
Oh, I'm sure they were. It's the NFL, right? And then Netflix is, I think, one streaming service I feel like everyone has.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Netflix, they cash in on basically showing us Stranger Things 5 every single commercial. Like, I just saw a trailer for a Netflix show every single time, and that's what they should do. They're paying for it.
Yeah, which is it. It's a show I don't watch. I haven't seen it.
I think I felt like I saw most of it when I was watching the game. But
Have you ever watched the
I did.
show?
I watched the first season or 2. I definitely watched the first one, but then I just didn't continue. And I feel like the kids are all like, they have mortgages now. They were kids when I started watching it, but I feel like they might have,
You grown up and he grows up and he grows up. Is it worth watching?
Yeah, it's a sci-fi drama.
Okay.
It's pretty good. Winona Ryder's in it. You know her.
Yeah.
I forget who the cop's name is, his real life name, but yeah, it's not bad of a show. No.
Fair enough.
Got a little weird though.
Oh, well, weird's not bad. It is called Stranger Things. It's supposed to. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. Do you think Dan Lanning makes a good point here? Like I said, there's a lot to unpack with this statement because he's attacking the NFL for infringing on Saturdays for college football. He thinks that the month of December, every weekend should be for the college football playoff. And he also thinks, this is the third part of it, that the higher seed should be hosting the game at their own venue, their own stadiums, like they did in the first round of the college football playoff. All really interesting. And if you could get the NFL to back off on Saturdays and just be a college football Saturday, I like the idea of this. Now, the author of this tweet, which is Brenna Green, who is a sports anchor out in the Seattle area, I believe, KOIN, it says, by the way, Lanning also said earlier this week he believes all games leading up to the national championship should be played at the higher seed stadium, effectively calling for the end of bowl games. Well, here's the thing. As we've discussed, there's not a whole lot of interest in the bowl games outside of the college football playoff. You're getting these half-empty stadiums if you're lucky to watch the teams take on each other. You've got too many of these games, and you've got games being played at baseball stadiums, which never made sense to me in the current stadiums, the way that they're set up, because the angles are all funky and weird. It just doesn't seem like it works. But it's embarrassing sometimes to flip on the TV and you're, oh, here's a game I didn't know was on, and it's whatever, you come up with your own sponsor, make it up, and you're watching it and there's nobody in the crowd. And then you see the rosters on these teams and they're decimated by players that are entering the portal or players that are getting ready for the pros, and they're just not going to play, and fair enough. But it's almost like, would it be that bad if we got rid of the bowl system altogether and just had playoff? I don't think it'd be a great thing, because I do think there's something to be had and to be said for having some bowl games, but you don't have to have this giant schedule that they do have. I mean, they're struggling to find teams. Some teams just flat out refuse to play in a bowl game this year, like Notre Dame, because they were jilted by the CFP. And then you've got other teams that were just like, yeah, we can't because we don't have enough players that we can field, because we're going to lose all these players. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. If you've got an opinion on what Dan Lanning had to say about the college football playoff and owning the month of December, that every Saturday in the month of December should be dedicated to the college football playoff until you get a winner, and the season ends on January 1st. It's interesting. It's like a nod to tradition with the bowl games that used to end on January 1st, and yet it's also perhaps the end of the bowl season and as we know it. What do you think? This is 97.1. All right, so Dan Campbell is talking after practice today. It's after or before. He's talking. Colton Pouncey says, Dan Campbell says the plan is for Taylor Decker to play versus the Bears. Says Decker wanted to play versus the Vikings, but, quote, looked like he was about 6 inches from the grave. That doesn't sound good. That was an illness? He was an illness before the game?
That was an illness, Gator.
Yeah. Everybody getting sick this time of the year. Good to know that he's going to be good to go, I guess. That's nice. 6 inches from the grave does not sound good at all. And then, Kang, you saw something else about the situation with Guacan.
Yeah, Coach Campbell said that he could not guarantee Kingsley a starting spot, but the Browns could. So he made his choice, picked up by the Browns.
And Nolan Bianchi says Lions head coach Dan Campbell said that the team hopes to have Sam Laporta back by training camp. His back injury is not a situation that he could have returned from had Detroit made the playoffs. He's improving, but yet he's not completely healed. So hopefully Sam Laporta is completely ready to go by training camp, but cross your fingers on that. It's unfortunate. He's such a good player, and as we talked about it yesterday, King, integral to the success of this football team, the way they utilize their tight ends. And you lost Laporta, and then you lost Brock Wright, and it's just it's a step down from Laporta to Wright.
Yeah,
and no slight to Brock Wright. I think Brock Wright's really good. And then from Brock Wright to Shane Zylstra, there's a step down, and no slight to Shane Zylstra. But now you're talking from Sam Laporta down to Shane Zylstra is huge.
No, that's like they white flagged it basically. They didn't even use the tight ends until the Minnesota game, right, where they kind of came into play finally. But it's not just the receiving aspect; it's the blocking aspect. And when they lost Laporta and Brock Wright, I contend that might have been a massive loss that we didn't talk about enough. And then look at Ben Johnson and the Bears. Do they have two good tight ends over there?
Yeah.
Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's integral to this type of offense, whether it was Dan Campbell's or Ben Johnson's. But yeah, what they do in the offensive game plan with, like I said, receiving and pass blocking and run blocking, it was just too much for this team to overcome, along with all the other stuff, of course.
Now, he has said that Graham Glasgow is feeling better, and they expect him to play this week, and likely he's going to be the guy that plays center for the Lions against the Bears. And as we get close to that game, I'm going to find a way to make that game interesting for me. We'll get into more of that discussion on Friday, the day before that game. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We were talking about Dan Lanning's comments. That's the coach of Oregon, where he said there's clearly a better way in terms of the scheduling for the college football playoff. He says every playoff game should be played every single weekend until you finish the season. And the season ends January 1st. We've given up on some days to the NFL. Saturdays should be sacred for college football. Every Saturday through the month of December should belong to the college football. It should belong to college football, in my opinion. He also said earlier in the week that he would love to see all the games leading up to the national championship being played at the higher seed stadium, effectively calling for the end of bowl games. We're asking people to unpack that yourself, and what do you take out of that? Because there's like three different things there. There's, okay, NFL, back off of our Saturdays. Let Saturday only be for college football because it's sacred. There's the college football playoff should take place every weekend in December and finishing on January 1st with the end of the season. And then also all the games leading up to the national championship game be played at the higher seeds stadium, which would be incredible when you think about it. If you have a chance to have a run of 2 or 3 home games in the playoffs, that would be wild. And you get into obviously late December and weather becomes a factor in some areas, obviously up north here, whether it be Michigan or Pennsylvania or Ohio, maybe not so much Indiana because they play indoors, but if Purdue gets in there, or Notre Dame for that factor. Just really interesting stuff there. 248-539-9797. David is in Birmingham. Welcome to 97.1, David.
Hey, happy New Year's, fellas.
Thank you. Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, so I agree that, up until like the NFL playoffs, it should be only college on Saturdays. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the NFL, doing the Christmas games, they're just doing too much Like they're trying to be like an international sport. It's never going to be an international sport.
Well,
like these games in Brazil and Germany, England.
Well, they got a lot of. The thing is, and I'm not a fan of expanding into Europe, but there's a lot of support for the NFL in Europe. As much as I hate to admit it, these games are sellouts.
Well, they tried the Euro League 20 years ago. That was an abysmal failure.
Yeah, but it's not the NFL. That was the World League of American Football. It's a whole separate league. This would be an NFL. Like if you see a couple franchises you have one, let's just say you have, for the sake of argument, one in London and one in Munich. Would they be successful? I think they'd be incredibly well attended. I don't think people would necessarily want to travel, the 6 hours to get to either place and that's just from the East Coast. But I wouldn't bet against it. I think football is definitely going to be an international thing within, I don't know, I'll say 10 years. I think we're going to have a franchise in Europe. I think
it would be a huge failure if they tried to expand into Europe. Like soccer is the sport of the world, and basketball is a distant second. I love basketball. I'm a big soccer fan, but it's just not going to happen. Like there's a level of I won't say hooliganism, but like there are insane fans with soccer. Like they have gangs, street gangs dedicated to particular teams.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
It's insane.
Yeah, it is. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I guess, Kane, do you think the NFL would work better in Europe than soccer has worked in the United States?
Oh, man.
Because even though kids play
I feel
soccer,
like soccer
here,
should work better in the U.S. than football in internationally.
Yeah, and yet it doesn't. They've been pushing soccer down our throat for my entire life, and it's had various degrees of success. MLS, some franchises do real well, others not so much. There's clearly interest. I feel like people are more interested in the European leagues than they are in games that are played in their own backyard.
I don't know. It's a tough question. I got to say soccer it's more viable here because as much as, you're not into soccer and professionally hasn't taken off over here, the youth soccer programs in America, they run rampant, man. They're everywhere. The travel soccer teams, and they don't stop.
And it's been that way since I was a kid, too.
No, it's worse now.
Well, no, I know it's more so now, but I'm just saying that this isn't like it's always been a thing.
No, but Gabe, this isn't like go to your local, ASO or whatever.
There's more money involved than
way
that,
more.
and then now they're bilking parents out of it, which is a whole different thing. But I'm just saying that.
But do you see programs like football working over internationally?
Well, we talk about this all the time.
Are schools going to start playing football out there, like elementary or middle school or whatever,
I think that's
high
their
school
plan.
or whatever it is?
The NFL wants to see it.
Of course they want to see it, but I'm saying it's going to happen.
I think it's starting to happen.
Do you know of any?
Yeah, well, I think this whole international thing they have with players representing and teams representing countries is because they're starting to have American football.
Yeah, it's flag football. It's so bad. Like this marketing that the
NFL
is doing,
right?
I know, I hate it. They're making it an Olympic sport because they're trying to market their sport.
Yeah,
that's not even what happened to the competition. You know what I mean? Now it's all just about how can we market things. That's what they're using the Olympics for.
Yeah, I mean, look. You know that I'm not a fan of the NFL constantly playing in Europe through half the season, with a couple of scheduled games seemingly every week. I'm not a big fan of that. But there's a reason they do it. And clearly those cities love it. Now, do they just love it for the novelty of, hey, we get a handful of games to watch? Or is it we love it because we love the sport of American football? It's there's the element of rugby to it, but of course it's, bigger, stronger, faster athletes that are crushing into each other with some pads on. But there's no question it's a more violent
sport.
They
support it every single weekend, right?
Yeah.
Other than just, we get a game this year, so it's a big event.
But I mean, people have thought for years that Jacksonville would be the team that leaves Jacksonville and goes to London because of ownership. And will that eventually happen? I don't know. I think that the NFL won't expand to Europe unless they get, like, what do you think, 4 teams? They'd have to have a whole entire division to play over there. I don't think they just do it for one team. But it's interesting because they want to expand there, but there hasn't been talk of expanding into Canada, or at least you don't hear about it, into Canada or Mexico or Brazil for that matter, even though they do play games internationally there. It's all kind of wild and crazy. it's football, and that's where it is. Tom is in Northville. Welcome 97.1. Hey, Tom.
I think they just do it for one team.
Tom, turn your radio off. So there's that. Anyway, we'll let that one go. We've got football questions coming up next. It's the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the lead blitz thingy. Next on 97.1. I'm getting the hang of that. I feel pretty good about that, actually. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. Getting in the last segment of the last show of the year here on 97.1. Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice-cold showers? Well, of course not. If you've got problems with your water heater, you need to do what I did, and that's call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff. This way you can get back to sipping hot chocolate and hot coffee and enjoying yourself. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. One other nugget out of Lions camp today, Colton Pouncey had this quote from Dan Campbell, which I find interesting. So sometimes you got to hit rock bottom before you can work your way back up. Relative to where we're at, this is rock bottom. So for people that complaining that the bar isn't high enough or that the standards aren't high enough, I mean, for Dan Campbell, I think it's clearly if you don't make the playoffs, then you've hit rock bottom. It's not 0-16. It's not 2-14. It's not, now with a 17-game schedule, 3-14. It's if you don't make the playoffs, you suck. I'm putting words in his mouth, but I'm happy to do it because I know that people are going to say that anyway. But I don't know if this gives you any more. Does this make you feel better that the coach looks at this and says, this is rock bottom. We got to build it back up. We know that the Lions have a lot that they have to improve on moving forward. And I think for some, the offseason can't come soon enough. And, it's one of these things that it really sucks to be knocked out of the playoffs before the last week of the season. I know, Ken, you and I have kind of struggled a little bit this week. And how do we even approach this in doing the show? Because I want to talk about the future of this team, but they still have to play on Sunday. There's still tough stuff to take care of. I've got a Friday show that I got to do a preview of the game on Sunday, and the game doesn't really mean a ton, although I did like what Jared Goff had to say, his impassioned plea of why he wants to play in the game.
Sure.
That's great.
I think you can appreciate that. These are, multi-million-dollar athletes. They're getting paid to play a game, and so they should go out there and try, but as far as you previewing the game, I mean, what are you going to be looking for? I guess maybe you could ask the fans what they are going to be looking for. Is there any evaluation process on anyone left?
There are
things like that?
There are definitely some things on my mind. And again, we're going to push that off until Friday because it'll be their last show before the last
But how
game
many
of
of the fans care about that either? I'm curious as well.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I think a lot of people have checked out. They, once Christmas came and went, they're done. The way they played that game certainly didn't help. And, just want to get on to the other sports. Pistons are playing great. Red Wings are playing really well. Both are first place teams. We're in the offseason for the Tigers. They still have moves that they can make. Plenty of free agents that haven't signed just yet. Are the Tigers in on those? There's lots to look forward to. And with the Lions, Monday's show after the Lions finish their season, I think is going to be full of there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and a lot of introspective looking at this team as well.
Well, I'm glad they're taking it hard because it just usually motivates you to do better. But I will say this. I hope this is rock bottom.
Yeah.
Because it can actually get worse. Being 8-9 or 9-8 at the end of the season is not rock bottom. Actually, you're not that far off if you fix certain things, right?
They were a few plays away from being a playoff team.
And they even said it themselves. So if this is rock bottom, I hope this is rock bottom for this current, tenure for these, for Holmes and Campbell, because I hope it's only up from here because this one hurt. This one stung, and I don't want to see it get any worse.
Without question. Let's go back to the phones, and Pete is in Spring Lake. Pete, welcome to 97.1.
Well, I know you've mentioned this before, but for the people out there in Radio Land, they should know that Gator started his radio career in high school at Bloomfield Hills Andover High School on WBFH 88.1 FM. And I was there to see that happen. And I just wanted to call and say hi and wish you a Happy New Year, but also have some comments on some of the things you guys have been talking about today. For example, Friday to me is like you said, Friday Night Lights, man, that should be reserved for high school football. There shouldn't be any other college or pro games on Friday nights because I know you played football at Andover.
This is true. I didn't play well, and our team sucked. But beyond that, yeah. Well, now that and Pete was our high school instructor, the station manager at WBFH in Bloomfield Hills for all those years, and now you've retired to the left side of the state. How have you seen a different Friday Night Lights on the west side of the state compared to Southeast Michigan?
Football is really big on the west side of Michigan. All around Grand Rapids, a lot of high school teams end up in the state finals. On the local channels for news, Channel 8 and Channel 13, they spend a lot of time on high school football over here, especially Friday nights. Obviously, they have a whole special Friday night high school football wrap-up. So it's a big deal on this side, yeah.
Well, that it is. Hey, Happy New Year to you, Pete. Thanks for calling in. Always appreciate talking to you, and I think I'm going to get out to that side of the state in the summertime. My brother's got a place out in the Muskegon area, and I think that's pretty close to you. We're going to have to hook up.
definitely give me a call out. And next year it's 50 years for our WBFH. It's 50 years,
That's
so
amazing.
maybe we'll see you. We're going to have some kind of
Count on
party
it.
there. And if I go to a Pistons game, I'm going to have Caitlin Collins on one side, but I want you on the other side, if that's okay.
That sounds fantastic. I love it. Happy New Year to you, buddy. Take care.
Same to you.
All right, thank you.
What, you got members of your family calling in?
That was my old station manager back in high school. That's the guy that got me in the radio. Pete Bowers.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
So there was like just a reconnection right here?
Yeah.
Live? It's like Casey Kasem.
It's kind of like a long distance
Requested dedication.
Keep your feet on the ground,
This
Gator.
one goes out to Paula in Kuwait. And you're like, wait, what? What's going on here?
Man, that's where I got my whole start. I actually we had a sports talk show once a week that I was part of every once in a while. And, got spinning records. And
you're starting to feel
CDs.
old, aren't you?
No, because I think I will tell you this.
Bro, you were one step from 8 tracks right there. Take
well,
it easy.
It was once. So we did have to play cards. No, but it's my high school career, and that's where everything got started. My love for radio got started when I was
back
really
when you loved
15.
college football too, right?
It is back when I loved college football. Actually, I loved it more a little bit later on, and that's where I started to love college football. Mike Valenti's in studio.
It's so bad. I heard for a couple of minutes, I heard you talking about it. Yeah, we're going to get into the Lions because I went down a rabbit hole last night with the cap table and kind of like restructuring and like, how can I create a kick the Super Bowl window open off season?
Well, you can do it.
I came up with something. I'm pretty sure I can get us to about 105 million in cap space. Pretty sure I can do this.
Not going to be able to field the football team 4 years down the road.
How about this? It doesn't include trading Aleem. It doesn't.
Okay.
I'm only getting, quote, rid of one player.
Well, rid of who's currently signed to a contract. But I wonder what that means for guys that are due contracts.
We're good.
No longer get the
I
contracts.
swear, I think I can get us there. We're going to do that at 3, but I want to build off something you were talking about with the bowl games. I want someone like the Michigan game kicking off at 3 is a premium example. Oh, actually, we're over, right?
15 seconds.
We're good. Here's the deal. Gator, have a Happy New Year. I'll blabber on at 2 o'clock. Just sit tight, everybody. I got something interesting.
Gonna look forward to it. Happy New Year, Mike.
Hi, Pete.
Happy New Year to everybody else out there listening. We appreciate it. Mike Valenti's coming up next with his extravaganza here on 97.1.
Michigan football is getting ready to kick off the Citrus Bowl at 3 against Texas. 13 players are out for the Wolverines, including offensive lineman Andrew Sprague. Running back Jordan Marshall is questionable. Happy New Year. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Jets. It'll be the second game back for Patrick Kane, who sits 2 goals shy of 500 for his career. The Jets have just 34 points, the worst in the NHL. Good again. They have lost 8 of their last 10 as well, but have... What? You're the 6:30 puck drop right here at 97.1. Dan Campbell told the media today that injured tight end Sam Laporta's back injury is improving. He's not fully healed. He would not have been available if Detroit made the playoffs, or hopefully he can return for training camp. Lions center the last 2 games, Kingsley Walken has been picked up by the Browns. Dan Campbell also said that Graham Glasgow feeling a lot better when asked would play center. I'm going to play center, all right? At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And a happy New Year's Eve to everybody. And we got a lot going on. And yes, there will be a college football game question mark during the show. Well, I'm going to start there because I nerded out. I went down a rabbit hole, and we're going to get to it at 3 about the Lions. I'm going to create a break glass in case of emergency Super Bowl window offseason. I started slicing and dicing and restructuring players' contracts. And I think I can create over $100 million in cap space without saying goodbye to, well, I got to say goodbye to one person. We'll get to it. I want to start with the college football thing because with Michigan kicking off in about 57 minutes, I can't find any value in any of this stuff. Now, we do cash the ticket, me and Cookies. If you want to say the value of the bowl games is betting, cool. I'll save you the phone call. That's not what this is. Michigan is playing Texas. That's a helmet game. That's a brand name game. And it's not in the Pop-Tart Bowl or the Cheez-It Bowl or the Broken Condom Bowl. It's in the Citrus Bowl. It is in a game that people know and remember, and it mattered. The fact that Michigan versus Texas means 0. The fact that 7 of Texas's, how about this? 7 of the Longhorns starting 11 on defense have opted out. The fact that the entire running back room has opted out. The fact that Michigan's best defensive players at edge and linebacker have opted out. That one of your veteran guards has opted out. Like, it's a spring game. Now, you could say, well, Arch and Bryce are playing, and therefore I'll watch. You're welcome to. Let me be clear. I'm not judging you. And who cares if I am? You don't live for my validation. I'm making a point. Help me find what value bowl season provides. Like, we're joking around in the bullpen area, Iowa, Vanderbilt. It was a pod play. Okay, that's value. But the game, you're looking at empty stadiums. You're looking at no ability to ascertain who's even playing for a given school, much less your school. You have things that have been created now, by the way. You can go to websites. And we use it for the podcast. I mean, who are we kidding? We have to. There are opt-out trackers that will populate the latest and greatest players to dovetail out of, I don't know, playing football, earning money, standing next to your fellow teammate and going and accomplishing something. So I'm sitting here, and it's funny, in years past, that Michigan-Texas game, at a minimum, it would have been talked about during the show. There will be no mention of it. There's no purpose. I watch these games. They are spring games. And it's just for people who call up and go, well, what about bowl practices? Cool. The portal opens Friday. So, for instance, let's say Michigan and Texas They're going to play today, and they're going to play a bunch of young players, and maybe somebody has a huge day. They're gone. It's not even a value to showcase the player, because if you do, there might be an agent on the phone mid-game. So I want to understand it, because like I remember I worked in New Year's years ago. MSU was playing Georgia in the Outback Bowl. There was a party at the office. And whether you were a Wolverine or a Spartan, there were a ton of people here, and it was just, hey, the Outback Bowl was pretty good. Not a bad bowl game. You're playing an SEC brand. Let's go win a game. You know, you're a Michigan fan. You damn well know the Rose Bowl was always your goal. But the Citrus Bowl was not some massive failure. It was a trip south. It was against an SEC brand. We're going to play the damn game. But here's my question, right? Because it's New Year's Eve. Like it's 2 p.m. And unless you're in Times Square, you're not out and about for New Year's Eve yet. What is the value of any of these? Because Dan Lanning said it best earlier today. They need to just wrap up by New Year's Day. The season, it feels like the season ended 3 months ago. And you're still playing. So, like, yes, am I looking forward to Ohio State and Miami tonight? Yeah, okay, I will watch that, of course. But shouldn't it be wrapped up by January 1st? I mean, shouldn't we have the ability to move on? We're already on to the NFL. So I want to ask the question. Yes, I could start with Lions and fill the phone lines. Guys, you need a break, I need a break. So I'm offering 3 segments on this. Sell me this pen. Tell me what you value out of bowl season. If the answer is nothing, tell me that. If it's simply, it gives you something to watch instead of talking to your wife and kids, while that's not optimal, you could tell me that. But Michigan and Texas should mean something, and it means nothing. And it makes me sad. It sucks. And yes, that's from guy who doesn't like Michigan. I can still like football. I can still watch Michigan and Texas and go, I'm sitting down to watch this. Like, this is a brand name. It's Blue Magic. It's a brand name. 248-539-9797. That's where I want to start. We'll get to the Lions at 3. I need a break. Kenny, go ahead. Talk to me, because you're in the big dance. If you don't make the playoff, there's nothing. But you tell me, outside of the play, what value is there in any of this? How does any of it exist?
So it's a symptom of basically everything that you've been complaining about with college football for basically the past, call it 2-3 years now?
Yeah.
And I feel like now, for me as a casual observer outside of the SEC, whether it's Michigan, whether it's, Michigan, Texas is a great example. 2 brand names, you said it. They're helmet games. It's a bowl that we know about.
Yes, there should be juice.
You know what this is all? The terrible part of this is that this has become background noise. I can't watch any of these bowl games and think anything less that this is background noise. This used to be fun, Mike. We used to enjoy this sport.
I know.
Are you having a good time?
No.
I'm not having a good time. By the way, we were talking the bullpen before the show. The only reason that we're watching these games is because you almost put together a 7-leg parlay or something like that, which is an absurd way to watch college football in 2025.
But that's where we're at.
There's quarterfinals games that matter a little bit, and then there's bowl games that don't matter at all, and we're resigned to watching them as background noise.
Oh, and look, I think, Kenny, and I hearken. I want to see how many days in a row we can use that word when Rico's not here. Hearken. What we've done is we've taken away incremental joy. We've taken away the ability to say, hey, look, I know my team didn't win the Natty, but we made this bowl game. We played this opponent. We won this game. And there was an element of joy. Now you have 12 fan bases that are happy and 120, 136 Division I, whatever. You got 100+ fan bases that are completely and utterly miserable and checked out. No one's happy.
So maybe the dumber question then to ask is, and I admit this might be a dumb question, but how do you fix this? What's the solution? Because when it was 4 teams, it felt like it meant something to be one of those 4 teams. And the bowl game still actually felt like they kind of mattered a little bit.
You could still say, hey, we weren't one of the 4 best teams in America, but I'm going to the Rose Bowl. I'm going to the Citrus Bowl, the Outback Bowl. No, I'm with you. I would love to hear the suggestions from people. Kenny, I don't have a good answer.
The Rose Bowl used to be some like sacrament, this place that you would go to and be like, hey, we finally made the pilgrimage to the Rose Bowl as fans.
Dude, I waited my whole life to take my dad to it. It was a goal. It was one of the best things ever as far as being able to like be there with my dad. And like that, yes, that's gone though now. Now think about this. Conference championship games mean nothing. Fans skip those games to save their money for the playoff games.
Having these games on in the background has made me feel only like, well, I guess now we're just rooting for laundry. That's what we're doing.
Okay, but Kenny, I'm glad you said it. And I want to ask you guys out there, and I promise we've got plenty of uplifting topics. It made me sad because Michigan and Texas should be juicy. This should be something where you're like, hey, whether I'm on the air, you're in the car, you're in a cubicle, or you're at home streaming. That game should have been a part of our evening here, and it's not. And it's a state of the times. But how do you fix it? I don't have a great answer. And I want to say this again. I mean, Kenny, I watched a game this past weekend. We had a pod pick, me and Jim, service academies and bowls, can't lose. Army. Okay. And you know I love Army. So, like, Skylar Bell is a really good wide receiver for UConn. Like, really good. I'm not saying, like, pat on the head patronizing. Like, Skylar Bell could transfer to Georgia and he could play. Okay? He's a really good player. He did this whole PR tour. No, we got to play. I got to get my teammates to play. We got to play. Okay. He plays one play, disappears, comes out with a wardrobe change like Aretha Franklin at the inauguration wearing a star hat, and he's got a Jesus piece on the size of a Buick. And I'm going, here's what I said at home.
Oh, you mother.
And I mean, it's like, it's parody. All of it is a parody. Like, if you're a Michigan fan, or a Texas fan, let me be very clear. I put zero value in what Arch Manning or Bryce Underwood do today. You're facing scrubs. I mean, Texas doesn't have a defensive coordinator or 7 of its 11 defensive starters. Michigan doesn't have an offensive coordinator. They're down a star running back and 4 pieces on the O-line. I'm not interested in any of it.
And outside of the teams that are in the playoff, how many teams that are in bowl games right now that are about to watch their team play in a bowl game are actually watching their team play in a bowl game?
I don't know.
How many people actually care?
I leave it to the people.
I feel like the care factor is gone.
Well, and that's why I wanted to do this before the Michigan game kicked off. That if people are excited, feel free. Like, let me be very clear too. You're not a bad person if you still like it. We've really got to lose that in America. Like, we got to lose that. But lose it in sports. It's okay to be excited about your team. It's also okay to be angry at your team. This town, oh my God, it's like fan wars. You're a bad fit. No, I'm not. I want championships. If you value the bowl, talk about it. But if you don't, and you think, hey, I'm speaking to your soul a little bit, I want to have that conversation. I'm legitimately sad because Michigan, Texas should mean something. 2 great institutions, 2 great football programs, a logo game, the Citrus Bowl. I remember that was one of the first big bowl games of my childhood that State made one. Not childhood, I was in college, but you get my point. State didn't make any big games when I was a kid. But like Citrus Bowl against Florida in their backyard, a big game. Minus the fact Hubert Boo Boo Thompson refused to put his socks on, and they benched him. I'll tell you about Boo Boo Thompson at a later date, Kenny. He had several screws loose. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We will get to the Lions. I went Capapalooza. We'll do that in the 3 o'clock, 97.1. Let's get to the people. Just kind of doing a little lead up here to the Citrus Bowl and asking a few questions. I mean, again, Michigan, Texas, major brands, helmet game. And we've arrived at a point it means zero. Opt-outs everywhere. It's basically, as Kenny, I think you said, we're rooting for laundry. That's all it is. I'm watching a Texas team where the defensive coordinator's gone and 7 of 11 starters are gone on D, and the whole running back room's gone. For Michigan, you've had some major losses as well. And it's all to the portal, and it's like, you couldn't have played in the game and hit the portal Friday? The calendar's messed up. The priorities are messed up. The fact is, you can't even be, I mean, listen, if you're happy about a 9-3 season, that's fine, but you're rare, because here's reality. It was 9-3, but you didn't make the playoff. We've ruined the ability to truly be happy about 9-3 and say, hey, that was a hell of a good year. So let's get to the people, see what everybody's got to say about it. We'll go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing, bud?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, just a quick thought here. I'm a football guru, so I love watching the bowl games still, even though they are watered down completely. My thought just to you is, if we went back to even the old AP and coaches poll days or the immediate BCS days of 1 versus number 2, the number 3 teams players would be dropping out. The number 4, number 5, number 6, all the way down. Mm-hmm. Sadly, I don't think there's a way to really fix the bowl games anymore, other than if you just love football, you're going to watch them. And I know you're going to hate this comment. I think the only way to even help it is to expand the playoff, because it's the only way to keep more players playing and more teams, having something to play for at the end of the year. Because I think we're going to be looking at 3-4 years down the road where if you got 3-4 losses and as a Michigan team, as a player, you're just going to opt out towards the end of the season. And it's sad to say that.
Well, Jim, let me say this. Whether I like or dislike the comment is immaterial to the fact you're right. And I think they designed it this way knowing it. I think they designed the 12 team so that they could go to 12, then they'll go to 16, might have a stop at 14 in between, then they'll expand it again. I think it ends up at 32 teams.
I'm 100% agree with you. I've said for a while it's going to go to 32. I'll still watch the minor bowl games just because that's what I do. But like you said, you're talking Michigan and Texas. This should be a game. I'm a Spartan, but I'm fired up for Michigan and Texas just because you think it's a great game. Like you called it a helmet game. I'm ready for it. But like you said, who the heck's playing on both sides of the ball?
Nobody.
And like you said, it's a spring game for Bryce and Arch, basically. They're playing against nobody's in the secondary. So I just think it's sad, but I think the best way to do it is you got to expand it. I think you're right. They did it this way so that they can expand it further, but it's the only way to keep players playing. Because if we went back to the BCS days, we wouldn't have anybody playing on Ohio State or Miami. They'd all be opting out at this point.
Well, the sad part, and Jim, this is where I end up, I sound like, an old man, but because now nothing matters anymore. It's money and nothing. And I'm sorry, I don't care if it's life. I don't care if it's something as trivial as college football or anything in between. It can't be just about money. There has to be more to that. There's more to life. There was more to college football. There was more to sports. The idea now, if you dare say that a kid is debating on going to school A or school B because of the actual education he wants, you get laughed at. I have no problem with them getting paid. Let me be clear. I have a problem with a lack of structure. I have a problem with the Wild West. But I have a problem that now it doesn't matter that what? When things got hard, you stuck it out. I have a problem that now you can just dovetail out at the first convenience. It's what are we teaching people? Seriously.
You can just renegotiate whenever you damn well please.
Woke up on a Tuesday, don't like the deal anymore.
Yep.
What are we and they're not kids, but they're also not fully grown. So I just, Kenny, we're just sending the worst message of all, because that's at a certain point, you ask anyone who's coached football, been blessed enough with the ability to play it at a meaningful level. Football is one of the greatest teachers on the planet. It teaches life lessons. It teaches togetherness, loyalty, hard work, perseverance, toughness, things you need in life. Look at this crap. Now we've arrived at something where a guy who finishes second in the Heisman Trophy in Diego Pavia tells all Heisman voters to F themselves while at a nightclub popping bottles. Then he's on a plane to Vegas for a UFC fight. Son, you're a 4-foot-tall CFL quarterback. What are we doing here?
And now we're looking at 30 minutes from now watching Michigan, Texas. That feels like it doesn't mean a thing.
Because it doesn't. We'll go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing, Mike?
Good, Greg. What's going on, pal?
So, just wanted to reiterate the fact that the bowl games don't matter anymore. They really don't. And what is that long-term solution? Is there really isn't nothing. The playoffs killed it. So if you're not in that, it's just the players opting out. Now, if you want to go back and say, what is the permanent fix for that?
I have no idea.
Well, there isn't. There is nothing. And especially when you have the players transferring, you can't keep track of where the players are going. It'll be soon enough that high school players will be having agents in their name.
Well, it's already happening. There was a lawsuit in the state of Ohio, I believe, where NIL is now acceptable to high school athletes. And look, a form of that is already happening, Greg. And I'm not trying to throw Kenny School under a bus. They're smart for what they're doing. It doesn't mean it's right, but they're smart. They're paying committed high school athletes $20,000 a month to stay committed.
Yes, exactly. It was I'm a firm believer that collegiate athletes should have monetary gain for what they're doing, but at the same time, it wasn't, I guess, a forethought onto what's happening now.
No, there was no thought.
Ruining the game.
The NCAA kept losing lawsuits in court. Congress isn't involved. It's chaos, and look, I think it's terrible because I love the fact, Greg, when you say, look, I'm fine with guys getting paid, but there has to be a limit. Well, then you get to court and it's like, well, you don't have a right to limit. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. The middle ground was always they're not truly amateurs, but they're not truly professionals. You build a structure into this. Look, any of you out there, I don't care if you went to college or you didn't, okay? Picture yourself at 18, 19 years old. If I put 10 grand in your pocket, you would have thought you were Rick Ross. You would have walked around grunting in sunglasses, drinking purple drink, possibly in a tank top. Now, if I handed you 50 grand, you would have thought you were Elon Musk. We're talking about guys now that are backups on basketball teams making $500,000. We're talking the going rate right now for a running back in the portal that's high level. Let's say it's Justice Haynes. Let's say it's Hollywood Smothers, the kid from NC State. $1.2 million. How? How do we have players making more than guys who actually got drafted in the second round? It's backwards. That's not to mention we have totally now made it like laughable to suggest, the scholarship should be a part of that, right? Like if I pay you, you know what they should have to do? Pay back scholarship. You want all this money? Go ahead. You can hand me a check for 50 grand. You're paying for school then. I mean, what is this, daycare? Oh, you want the $500,000 and you want a $200,000 education from the University of Michigan? Go to hell. Get rid of scholarships then. What's the point? We're not here to play school, right? Then F them. Come here. Here's some crayons and a coloring book. You want to play? You get nothing out of this. And then when you blow out, you got nothing. I mean, I hate here. This is where people are going to go, oh, Mike's a boomer. No, it's that, dude, I come from a family where no one got an education. I was the first in my family to do it, and I paid every red cent. And I did it the hard way. And there's a value in an education. There's a value in learning. There's a value in growing. It's not just short money. And we've wrecked any value in any of this. It's not even college football. Kenny, you can laugh. When I was in college, there was a value to it because those guys walked the same hallways. They went to the same classes. They lived where you lived. There was an idea that they were one of us, that it mattered. Now, you nailed it. You probably said the most prophetic thing. Screw you for doing it 2 minutes into the show, but you did it. We're just rooting for laundry. We're playing dress up. They're not one of us. They are hired whores. They are mercenaries. It's boats and hoes. And at the first inconvenience, they're out. I'm not partisan to it.
And as a fan of the sport, growing up watching college football, growing up watching these uniform games, we talk about, do you remember the ESPN Classic channel? Do you remember when that was a thing?
Loved it.
And right, why did you love it? Because you got to see those uniform games, those helmet games.
It'd be Penn State and Texas when they were both independents.
Right.
Yes. Now, forget it. 2485. Now I got to watch Skylar Bell do a Diana Ross wardrobe change one play into a game. Like he was doing UConn a favor. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1. All right, Kenny, couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Lions stuff coming up at 3 o'clock. Took a little break in the lead up to Michigan and Texas. Go ahead, bud.
Thank you, Mike. I have felt this way for over a decade. Means nothing. Yes, I am an old man. That's from Scott in Livonia. A lot of people are agreeing with your old man, quote unquote, old man takes.
Well, I guess my question would be, why is it old man? Like, I again, I have no problem with players getting paid. I have a huge problem with what this has turned into.
I think people conflate it. I think people think that just because you're not one of the new breed of college football fan, that you become old man fan. But
you mean because like I actually think the schools stand for different things and how programs had identities, and it just, dude, it's all of it, man.
This one makes me want to dive through a window. They should offer bonus money for kids to stay and play in bowl games.
Right, because we already paid you. Now you need a bonus just to do your job. Got it.
Boys, I'm a diehard Michigan fan, but my buddy got us tickets to the Red Wings tonight, so that's what my attention will be consumed by.
And rightfully so. One game means something, the other one doesn't. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, Happy New Year, buddy. Welcome.
How you doing, Mike?
Good, David. Excellent. What's going on?
Oh, got to go a couple different directions here because I tried to get on yesterday to talk about the subject, but I called too late because of a doctor's appointment and whatnot. But
shame on you. Shame.
Exactly. Trying to stay healthy and
That's
whatnot.
right. How dare you?
But anyhow, to start with the subject today, I could go on for hours with you about the problem with this and why I don't care about this bowl game today against Texas and how I feel dirty for it because I feel like I should be caring about it, but I just truly don't because of everything you already mentioned. I could go on so much longer about what I think the fixes, what I think could fix this problem, but frankly, no one really cares what any of you, me, or us fans care about what the fix is to this because ultimately it's all about the money and what's going to bring them in more money, and that's all they care about. They don't care about what truly would fix this. They don't care about what truly the fan want. They don't care, quite frankly, I really don't think they care about what the player thinks. I just really don't because they just keep giving the players everything they want. And it goes back to what Calipari said in his press conference, and I think there's all kinds of things that could be done, and there's easy fixes to basketball and football to help this along, but we're more worried about lawsuits and all of that. And I don't know. I don't know what the fix is. Quite frankly, I'm afraid of what I think is going to happen because I'm afraid of what you say, Mike. I think it is going to go to like a 32-48 style. And we're going to be playing 18 to 20 games a year, and it's just going to look like NFL light. Mm-hmm. And it's just going to take everything away from everything that ever made what you fell into college football, what made me fall into be a Wolverine, what made you fall into be a Spartan. It's just going to take everything away from it. It's just going to dilute it into some trash that, frankly, I'm kind of like you. Unless I have a kid here soon or something that makes me pull into it to where I'm going to find new interest, I have a feeling I'm going to be sitting on a beach somewhere watching Mai Tais on a Saturday.
That's right.
And not really caring. It's just, I don't know. It's sad.
No, it's very sad because, I mean, I don't even have an anger about it. Well, I have a little bit of an anger. The point is, it's sad because no one is being a good steward of the sport. Like, no one is looking out for the long-term viability of the game. And it's hard to explain. It's just, David, you get to a point where, okay, the players are making money, the schools are making money, but how are fans and alums, how is anyone benefiting? What are we getting out of this? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. You know this more than anybody because you can look at the numbers more than anybody else. But I found something very interesting that I read the other day, that these quarterfinal games that are getting ready to starting tonight with Miami and Ohio State, of course, the tickets aren't even fully sold out.
No.
Because the teams are waiting for the semifinal games to go that because they're like, why am I going to travel 1,000 miles to go to this game where even if they win, I still got 2 more games to go to before I can even start thinking about even hanging a banner. And
I'll give you an example.
Why would I even go to watch a team lose?
A lot. And forget about bowl games. Now you talk about the CFP stuff, right? These first couple of rounds. It's like when you're playing in the NCAA tournament and you got the noon opening tip in Boise, Idaho, and the place is half filled. Yeah, it just feels synthetic. It doesn't feel true. And again, I would assume there will be enough goofballs that'll be at the game today. I mean, I would just have to believe that between Texas and Michigan, they have at least 75% full Citrus Bowl, right? Question mark? I'm asking. It wouldn't be me. But, I mean, let's face it. It's winter. It's Florida. I would assume there are plenty of Wolverines who live in Florida anyways. It's doable.
Would it shock you, though, at some point if one of those types of signature bowl games that we used to put so much value on had a, let's call it 3/4 of the way full stadium?
It happened. Yeah, I mean, Kenny, it happens already. I'm totally with you.
It's one thing if it's the Pop-Tart Bowl. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking the Citrus Bowl.
I know.
I'm not yelling. I'm yelling at the situation.
I don't care. Hey, listen, I get yelled at for a living. I'm a professional at it. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Tyler. He's an A-squared 97.1. Ty, Happy New Year, buddy. What's going on?
Happy New Year to you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have the Michigan-Texas game on whenever I get back home because I'm traveling right now.
Okay.
But it's really just going to be background noise. The bowl games mean nothing. Now, old man take, I'm 31 years old, but why have the bowl games these days if all that matters is the football playoffs? If you're not in the playoffs, the bowls mean nothing, and I hate this school with a passion, but Notre Dame pretty much just gave the bowl games a finger and said they mean nothing, the playoffs mean everything, and that's actually where my mind actually turned against the bowl games. I was excited for Texas and Michigan, but now I'm not because you have all the opt-outs going to the portal. They need to change the rules on the portal. Bowl games mean nothing.
Well, Tyler, you know what's interesting? Just a quick note on the portal, because it doesn't open until Friday, right? There are already recruiting services putting in, quote, predictions on where players are going to go. Who do you think is feeding these people the information? That's coming from the agents. So deals are already getting brokered. Like when guys enter the portal with a do not contact list, that means they already have a deal. It's open tampering.
And that's the problem is once the championship game is done, the portal should open that day instead. And make all of these players play in these games. If they want, like you've said before, if they want their money, they play in every single game.
That's
no
right.
Opt-out.
But see, then you get into, but Tyler, you know this. Then you get into contracts. And you get into a level of there needs to be a unionization and a collectively bargained agreement. When you have those ironclad agreements, you can do that. Let me ask you a question, Tyler. Has any human being seen the piece of paper that Bryce Underwood signed? Does anyone really know, like, what's in it?
No, that's the problem. We need to be able to know that they are signing contracts because for all we know, they're backdoor handshakes, and that's all that they are. You're saying Georgia's paying these players $20,000 a month just to stay committed. I haven't seen the paper for it. I just keep hearing about it.
Yeah. No, and Tyler, that's the issue in all of this is it's also a bit of liar's poker. So I'll give you an example, Tyler, and I'll be quick about it because I know we're up against it, Kenny. Like Nick Marsh, okay? So Nick Marsh goes to the portal. Fine, go. I mean, whether Nick stays or goes, MSU's not good. Cool. The point is, your agent can basically openly lie about offers you have, and they're not even real. You could say that, Texas has offered Nick Marsh $1 million, and Texas hasn't even contacted him. You're operating in Willy Wonka land. Now, I do think Nick Marsh will end up going south and making more money than he's worth. God bless. I'm just making a point. He's a good receiver, not a great receiver. But we're just operating in zany land.
I can't wait till the Georgia kids in high school renegotiate while
Yes.
they're in high school.
Yeah, during
Like, is that
physics
what we're
class.
having? Yeah, right.
It's Kenny, it just I'm waiting for it just to end so we can start over. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it'll end up being a full private equity, 32 team, government cheese, NFL. That's what it's gonna be. And that's sad. I'm fortunate I'm old enough that I got the best of college football. Because whatever this is, you can have it. 248-539-9797. We will get more of your phone calls. I will get some Lions stuff later on in the 3 o'clock. I got a little nutty with some salary cap stuff. I think I think I could create a big Publishers Clearinghouse check for you, the fans, to open the Super Bowl window. You can tell me if I'm crazy. 97.1. All right, we'll get to your calls in a second. I want to touch the table on some football here. Kenny, music, please.
F you. So,
what do you want, Vern Lundquist? What do you got?
Michael, do you know what day today is?
Today is National Forklift Safety Day.
I don't know if that's true, but it might be.
Okay.
What it is New Year's Eve, and the New Year's resolution for each of the top, let's call it, say, 10 teams we have on this CBS list.
Okay.
I want you to guess or predict what it should be in your eyes, and then I will tell you what they have.
All right.
All right, number 10, Miami. What is their New Year's resolution? What do they need to accomplish?
Have Mario Cristobal stop being stupid.
Okay, so that's not going to happen.
No,
next idea.
Okay, the next idea would be this. They've got to get it together offensively. It was a swing and a miss with Carson Beck. It's been a swing and a miss from a schematic this year. They've got to have that offense match what has now become a vintage Miami defense. Like tonight, you're going to see a Miami defense that looks like Ed Reed and Ray Lewis and Warren Sapp. You're talking about major talent down there. The offense is just morbid.
So you are not far off at all. It's fine QB1 in the transfer portal. So you're right there.
My guess, you want to guess? They'll pay an excruciatingly ridiculous, call it $4 million to Sam Levitt.
Not a bad guess. Number 9, Alabama. What is their biggest New Year's resolution?
Reinstill the toughness to the line of scrimmage. That offensive line can't crush a grape in a food fight, and that defensive line, it is the least impactful, least ferocious, least havoc-driven Bama line of my adult life. Too much money and too much talent down there. Get it together.
You're definitely not far off again. It says identify run game failures and fix them. That starts up front.
Do I get any credit for being remotely right or no?
No.
Okay,
really.
Good talk.
Number 8, we got Oklahoma. What is their New Year's resolution?
Have Brent Venables stop being such a douche. No?
I don't think it says douche on the
Okay,
CBS
sorry. Let me think about this.
I can tell you what they said.
How about offense at large? Like, it's broken. It's where's the running game? Where is Oklahoma's offense? It's nowhere. It's pathetic.
Yeah, so you nailed it again. Also, zero credit again. Upgrade
Thank
the
you.
wideout and running backs rooms. So,
and I thought they were when they got that Jade Knott kid, the kid from Cal, and then he never played. Sorry.
No, I thought the same thing as well. Give me A&M number 7.
Oh boy. Resolution A&M. You made the playoff. Somehow develop Marcel Reed into a reliable pocket passer.
Determine a definitive offensive identity.
I dig that. That's fair.
I feel like that's right.
No, that's fair because a lot
A&M.
of what A&M did, short crossers and screens. Short crosser, screen. They would go screens to Shavers. They would go crossers to Concepcion. A little bit of QB run, Marcel Reed. Yeah, we need to figure something a little bit better than that. It was a little bit pee-wee.
Yeah, it was a little bit hit or miss here and there. We got Ole Miss number 6. Their New Year's resolution would be?
Oh, boy. Okay. I got to think about this. You lost your head coach. You kept Pete Golden.
And the reason I'm doing it this way, by the way, is these are the last meaningful games. We talked about it in the segments prior. These are the only teams that I guess matter anymore in this sport.
Here's the resolution. Here's what I would do. Go from being a whiz-bang pow greatest show on turf team to the defensive-minded team you should be. You hired Pete Golden for a reason. Don't try to out Kiffin. You don't have him anymore.
So this is what they say, and I'll follow it with a question. Keep roster in tow while establishing a new culture quickly. This has become maybe one of the hardest things to ask a team to do in this era of college football. How do you do that if you're one of these top, call it, 6, 8,
money.
10 teams? And is that as simple as money?
It's disgusting to say it. I don't think you can buy culture, but it's chicken and the egg. If I can't retain the players that are a part of the culture, how do I then begin building that off of that culture? Kenny, the other problem is you can lose a lot of yourself in the money. You're handing these let's say you overpay every player to stay. Well, you're de-incentivizing them to be who they were. So it's a total bleep disaster.
Number
Thanks.
5, Oregon.
Pray Phil Knight stays alive. I don't know. Oh, no, I do know. Wait a minute. Pay whatever it takes to keep Dante Moore in school.
So we got plug coaching, staff holes with elite level hires. I feel like that could be a coverall for basically anything.
Well, no, they lost Will Stein. They lost Tosh Lapoy. In a lot of ways, they're going to be like the Lions. They've got to replace some high-level coaches, coordinators, and those hires, they blow up in your face.
Number 4, Texas Tech.
Keep drilling that oil. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, well, you nailed it. Generate a carbon copy of its NIL-driven roster.
That's it. You spent $7 million on the D-line. Call up Billy Bob Thornton and the Castellan man and start wildcatting and just keep it rolling, because that's it, man. The only way you're going to get people to Texas Tech is money. And that's not a shot. But, like, I remember, God, this is a decade ago now, Vegas, Texas Tech guy, season ticket, all the whole thing. We had the whole conversation. Lovely guy. Apparently, he owned every dentist office within 400 miles of Lubbock, Texas. It pays good. But it's money. Because Lubbock, you can't find it.
So quickly here, the last 3, Georgia, Ohio State, Indiana, in any particular order you like.
I think for Indiana, it's very simple. Keep doing exactly what you've done as far as portaling a quarterback. They've done wonders there. Starting, you had Mendoza, you had Rourke. I mean, if I'm a quarterback and I'm on the market, Indiana's in my top 3. I'm going to take the visit. I'm going to have the conversation. For Ohio State, it's roster retention. And I think, again, it will come down to, how do I replace Arvell Reese? How do I replace Caleb Downs? How do I replace top 10, top 15 talent? For them, it's defense. For Indiana, it's the quarterback. For Georgia, it's just keep them away. Hire a driver. Hire drivers.
It's as if you're reading the list. That is your New Year's resolutions for college football. Just the start with just the bed coming out of the break. We'll just do it like that.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Michigan and Texas getting ready to kick off the Citrus Bowl. 13 Wolverine players are sitting this one out, including offensive lineman Andrew Sprague and safety Mason Curtis. Jordan Marshall is questionable to play with his shoulder injury. The Red Wings host their annual New Year's Eve game at LCA tonight here on 97.1. Puck drop at 6:30 against the worst team in the NHL, according to points, the Winnipeg Jets. Detroit has everyone available tonight, including James Van Riemsdyk. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium today and offered an update on injured tight end Sam Laporta. Campbell also said they hope to get Taylor Decker going this week and that Graham Glasgow is feeling a lot better. That could be key due to the fact that Kingsley Watkin was picked up by the Browns today. Watkin has started the last 2 weeks at center. Patriots defensive lineman Christian Barmore has been charged with assault and battery after an incident in August. The team says they're cooperating with the investigation. This a day after Patriots receiver Stephon Diggs was charged with strangulation and assault. Per Matt Zenitz of CBS, Michigan State defensive end Jalen Thompson is entering the transfer portal as well. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Happy New Year to everybody. We are going to get to some Lions this hour, but I have people who want to rap about what's about to happen is Michigan and Texas, but not the way you think. So let me 2 seconds and we'll go to the people because they've been very patient. This game it's a uniform game. It's a helmet game. It's Michigan. It's Texas. It's the Citrus Bowl, which I'm not trying to make it the Rose Bowl, but a bowl game that if you're over the age of 30 meant something, mattered. And the game means nothing today. In fact, Texas, 7 of their 11 defensive starters have opted out. Their entire running back room has opted out. For Michigan, you're down Barham, who's, in my opinion, your best defensive player. Moore, down 4 linemen. Look, it's. I want to understand what value is left in any of this. Because it makes me sad more than it makes me angry. Because ultimately, Michigan and Texas should matter. You know, Texas had a really good season. Michigan had a really good season, all things considered. You know, you had a freshman QB who can't play. Like, you went 9-3. And yet, you don't even get the incremental levels of joy because if you don't make the playoffs, you hate your team. I mean, that's a pretty twisted way to view college football. But here we are. And callers have been great today. And I think a lot of people, this is the other angle to it, guys, is it starting to sink in for you? Like, I understand it's fun and Rico makes fun of me and I make fun of myself, but like how much I've grown to hate college football. But I feel like it's starting to seep in. I feel like, hey, you know, the neighbor upstairs, they left their sink on. And now you're starting to see a watermark in the ceiling. I feel like for a lot of people, it's starting to creep in and you're realizing this is stupid. Like even the people who, you know, did the la routine. Oh, I still love college. Here's my response to that.
You sure about that?
I just want to know where you're at with it. Because to me, it's sad. Michigan and Texas, this game should have some juice today. And it means nothing. It's a spring game. I don't care what Arch Manning or Bryce Underwood do. It means nothing. You're not even playing starters. Multiple coordinators gone for both schools. It just, you tell me. And yeah, I mean, part of this, we've cited John Calipari's 7-minute, I don't want to say a rant. It was more of a dissertation on the absurdities of some of the eligibility stuff. Or, I mean, right now you're watching Iowa and Vanderbilt. And I mean, Diego Pavia is like suing to get another year in college. Dude, get a job. Seriously. Enough. We got 24-year-olds with eligibility. Like, what are we doing? Kenny, the ticket text, I'm going right to the callers, and then we'll transition into this Lions thing I got. Go ahead.
Players used to walk the halls with other students. Now they live in the same neighborhoods as their rich coaches.
What you know what's funny? You did hear Pete Golden said this. He's like, some of these players are my neighbors at the country club. Like, think about that. 18-year-old kid, the adult has worked 30 years of his life to get in that spot. Like, you've worked for 30 days. I mean, we've lost cabin pressure.
I remember on Monday we were talking about it too. We were saying how at a point, what is the charm of the sport anymore? We used to actually watch these games, these helmet games, and they actually felt like they could mean something.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
Mike, I agree with you wholeheartedly. If you're going to be paying college kids $1 million plus to come play for the school, then they can pay for their own education. That's from
It just does seem silly that you're going to pay a player $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, or certainly for the high-level players 7 figures, and hand them a scholarship. For what? They're openly telling you they don't want to be there. You know what else no one can ever square the circle on for me? You remember all the times Michigan had trouble taking transfers? Or Northwestern or Wisconsin or Ohio State, whatever it is. How do these kids keep transferring all of these credits that don't transfer? How do you play for 4 schools in 5 years and have a degree? Is anyone watching the stove, or is the whole thing just going to light on fire?
Oh, I think we're definitely over that hill at this point.
All right, good talk. We'll go to Nick. He's out in L.A., 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Saratoga. How are you? Happy New Year.
Same to you, pal. What's up?
So I'm coming your way. I'm a die-hard college football fan, and I got angry at with you a couple of years ago and through the process because you always say, I hate college football, but I'm coming your way. I'll give you a perfect example.
Okay.
I'm from Michigan, but I moved to Los Angeles when I was 11 or 12. This is the issue. This is more than just, the game being saturated by a lot of different things. And then the TV. I had a good friend of mine who I've known for 30 years, Saratoga. He calls me up and says, Nick, the USC-UCLA game, yeah? He goes, what time is it and what channel is it on? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. When I was a kid, when I was, going through my process, that game, Michigan State, Michigan, ABC, possibly ESPN, right?
Yep.
Now, I don't know if it's on Peacock or if it's on CBS Sports or if it's on FU, Sports Channel. I don't even know what channel it's on to make things even more crazy. And I'm starting to come to your way of thinking, and it hurts me desperately because you're absolutely right. I should be fired up, excited about a great game. Do you remember Texas, Michigan in the Rose Bowl? That great game with Vince Young? How great that was?
Fabulous.
Yeah.
No, but Nick, just to bring it back, because I think Nick brings a great point here. The television thing, it's wearing on people. And I know it's the NFL, but college is not dissimilar. This week, if you wanted to watch the NFL games, you needed ESPN, you needed CBS, you needed NBC, you need Fox, you need Netflix, you needed Amazon Prime. What are we doing? And it's only going to get worse because no one is actually looking out for the health of the sport. And I don't want to turn fans into a charity case. Let me be clear. All right. But not the well-being of fans, but you have to have, I don't care what business you run. You could sell tile for a living. You could be a landscaper. There has to be an element of your business of what's best for the customer. What will keep the customer happy? What will keep the customer wanting my services? In sports, we've gotten to a point where it's like, F them. I just sold another game for $120 million, and all you've done is alienate the people. I mean, that's just reality.
Mike, if you didn't do this for a living, how many of these streaming services for sports purposes, for football purposes, would you actually have?
Zero.
I think that speaks exactly to what you're saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. And again, I'm in my mid-40s. I've done this for 25 years. I mean, I'm well over. There's no way I'm getting to 90, nor do I want to. The point is I'm well over halfway towards dying. I've given my life to this. No, I'm done. I would be done because it's so invasive. I mean, even the Christmas Day thing, what do you think they're going to do with college? They're going to keep doing this. And I think what they're going to do is they'll take the NFL model and they're going to do kind of an inverse. They're going to start moving things earlier, cutting into your summer, asking for a few of your August weekends in order to then be done by January 1st, because they know they're fighting a losing battle against NFL football. Does that make sense? They don't want to go head-to-head against the NFL. They know it's a loser. And you know what else they need to do, Kenny? They need to carve out more time for a 32-team playoff. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's good, buddy?
Yo, what's up? So, first, I want to say I'm only watching the college games so I can see Georgia win the national championship.
Okay.
I'll probably listen to the Michigan game today, not because I care about the game. I just want to see how many times they mention Sharon Moore. And then, you are right about it. It is about money, but it's also about ego and the participation trophy for me. And I'll explain. For me, I think they want to expand 32 teams because all these other teams are like, oh, well, we did this and we got this record and we're not in. So we're just opening up spots to give out participation trophies. Here, don't feel bad. Here's your trophy. Go play a bowl game. Go play in the crap bowl or, something.
Well, because what we've done is we've eliminated a system that worked for a long time. There was fan engagement. There was the ability to feel levels of satisfaction. And then, yes, the top of the sport was reserved for the very best. Well, now, if you're not one of 12, you're gutter trash. That's a pretty lousy way to run college football.
Yeah, and I'm not watching the NFL playoffs because Lions are out. My team's out. The Chiefs. I knew the Chiefs were eliminated when Mahomes had an open guy and threw it to somebody in the stand. So I was like, all right, this game's over.
Yeah, we're done here. But no, and understand, Matt, there's no babe in the woods routine. I'm fine. We run a business. There's certain things you got to do. You're making money. I'm not asking anybody to run a charity. But you got to have an idea or an eye on I think they're eroding it. And anytime I see one of these studies, they bleep on your head and they tell you it's raining. Oh, this is the highest rated game at noon in history. That's because no one puts games on at noon. So congrats. They've taken the best games that should be on at night, put them on at noon, and you've done a better number than a noon time slot. Come on, man. Really? It's the same thing. I mean, ask someone right now, any of my season ticket holders out there for Michigan, for Notre Dame, for Ohio State, for Michigan State, you can't give tickets away to half the games. You can't give them away. They're wrecking it. It's what they're doing. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people. And I've got a salary cap thing for you guys. I got my mathematics cap on. We'll do it next. 97.1. That's the perfect way to put a cap on this. Did you just see the overhead shot of the Citrus Bowl? The upper decks are empty. Michigan versus Texas. Now, that's amazing. Amazing. All right. Let me switch gears. And I want to bring this up. Yesterday we did a big show about Jared Goff, and okay, they're going to restructure his deal. You're in business with him now after Dan Campbell just was effusive in his praise. So I kind of nerded out for a little bit. But what if I could make you an offer and you tell me if you are willing, like if this is exactly how it played out, would you sign the piece of paper right now? And it is what I'm calling the Super Bowl window opener, meaning you're not a Super Bowl team right now, and you need major improvement to become a Super Bowl team. Here's how we're going to do it. Cap edition. I want to show up to your house like Ed McMahon with a Publishers Clearinghouse check. Jumbo sized. I'm pretty sure I can get you to somewhere between 100 and 110 million in cap space. Second prize is the steak knives. So let's start with this. They're going to restructure Goff's deal, right? It's pretty obvious. His cap hit is 69 mil. You will save, depending on how you structure that, between 35 and 40 mil. You want to use 40 mil for a round number? Let's do that. So you're in business with Goff minimum 4 more years. Okay? This is the deal you're making. 2, remember, you have to be willing to accept this series of events. Taylor Decker retires. That saves you $15 million. Fair? We're at 55. Glasgow retires. Remember, I've said it's my belief both these players are retiring. Glasgow retires, that's $8 more million. All right, so you're at $63 million. You are trading or cutting David Montgomery. I'm very sorry to everybody. We're breaking up the band. That's $8 million. I'm then going to continue the restructure party. Amon-Ra has a fully guaranteed $30 million. Not no more, you don't. We're going to add those into voidable years. We're going to reach into Sheila's pocket, and we're going to pay him that as a signing bonus. I just saved you, call it 20 more mil. And then guess what else we're going to do? We're going to knock on Penei Sewell's door, and we're going to do the same damn thing. I'm going to save you another 20 mil, okay? I think you could be over 110 mil in created cap space for you to go effing nuts and to get back into the mix. We're going to hire a couple of high-level coordinators, and the Lions are going to be this year's Patriots. You're going to enter the market with $100 million on a revenge tour. But you have to restructure the big three. Decker and Glasgow walk. Montgomery gets launched out of a cannon. Does that, in your mind, get you back into the Super Bowl mix? Or do you think that is a death sentence for a couple of years from now? Because my answer is it's probably both. But I want to know what you want. I'm just a doorknob who you start restructuring deals and you look at the cap table and you put it together. You could create a massive cap number. Here's my problem. Is Brad Holmes the guy you want to hand it to? Think about it before you answer. Has Brad Holmes really shown an ability to hit free agency and hit home runs? Now, he's not Scott Harris bad, but he's not, Eric DaCosta good. So Kenny, you're kind of bobbing your head around a little bit now. Would you take the deal I'm offering? And you will have $110 million to spend. Get this team back where they need to go.
This deal makes a lot of sense, and in a vacuum, I would take exactly what you're saying could happen.
Okay.
But you've hit on something in that second half. I was with you up until the first half of that, and then the second half when you said, is Brad Holmes the guy you trust to be pulling those strings? Now we've reached kind of a bump in the road for me.
Well, elaborate.
Because what is it always the cliche about Brad Holmes is, oh, we love his drafting, which even some of that's not the best. But, I mean, let's leave that there and put that off to the side.
Okay.
First of all, do you have a trustingness in Brad Holmes to be able to pull off those types of moves? Because I'm not sure.
Well, the restructuring is simple. You're going to pay a guy a signing bonus. Here's your $30 million up front. We add voidable years to the end. The player's not going to say
I'm not
no.
talking about the restructuring. That's one thing completely
separate.
separate.
The free agent
I'm
stuff?
talking about the talent acquisition. Is that the guy that you want pulling those strings?
Well,
I'm not saying no, but I'm also definitely not saying yes. What has he done to prove to you that he, A, is able to identify talent, B, be a big boy and be able to put on his big boy pants and actually make those types of
I think the identifying of talent is his skill as it pertains to the draft, certainly.
Draft, yes, but we're not talking about
But the free agency, you have to wonder is he his own limiter? He's had a conviction to building it with his own people. He's had a conviction to long-term viability. He said it's about the long term. Well, this year, if it's a reality check, and he doesn't limit himself and he's not going to remain rigid, I'd like to believe they could identify what they need.
And I agree with that idea in sum total, but at the same time, you're saying a lot of ifs he doesn't want to be, if he is able to move on from his rigid opinions.
Well, if you're going to be rigid in how you do things, you end up as Steve Yzerman. And you end up in year 7 where now we're hoping we make the playoffs. Like, I don't want to do that.
And you're fully able to criticize me and saying maybe I'm blinded by the Harris and Yzerman blinders that I might have on right now.
No.
Totally fair. But I worry that we're seeing the same thing transpire with the Lions.
Okay. But no, it's a healthy conversation. And look, Kenny, obviously, I don't think every single one of those things will happen. What I'm trying to paint a picture of is on the heels, like I've done things sequentially. On the heels of what Dan Campbell said, let's deal in reality. They're going to redo his deal, but they don't have to stop there. They could really define the market, because if we're honest, the only other team that's going to have that level of cap space is going to be the Vegas Raiders. You could do this. And even if you wanted to find a level of a middle ground and say you want to come in at $70 million, I just don't think there's an excuse. This is why I want to bring this forward. They went into the offseason with the third most cap space in football and rolled it over. You can't keep doing that. You have to then take that money, you got to deploy it. If there was ever a time, it's now. Like, if not now, when? You missed the playoffs. Your offensive line is in tatters. Your safeties are in wheelchairs. So if not now, when? And whether Holmes is the guy or not, I'm willing to let that play out. I'm willing to just go with it. Because if I don't do this because I have a doubt about Brad Holmes' ability, no, I can't operate in that space. I can't.
You say if not now, when? I completely subscribe to that. But I worry that, and again, hand in the air, I might be just using my blinders of Scott Harris and Steve Yzerman, but is this a direction that even they would think about taking? Do you have any faith, and yes or no, there's no wrong answers here. Do you have faith that they're actually willing to go that route?
Well, let's hear it from the people. I've offered you very basic math. You don't have to quote it dollar for dollar, but it's in that range. 248-539-9797. Is that the road you want them to go? And if not, then what road are we traveling on? 97.1. Oh, yes, Kenny. What do we have? Has someone portaled mid-game?
So we got a tweet that we just saw from Brad
Oh,
Galley.
hold on. Turn to breaking news thing. I barely hear you. All right, go ahead. You got a missive. What do we have?
Breaking news, Brad Galley. And take this for what it's worth. Biff Hoagie just revealed Michigan needed to call in help to fill coaching spots for bowl prep.
Oh, dear God.
That included John Jansen, the man conducting pregame interviews. Jansen helped coach U of M's offensive line. Just news you can use, Michael.
First of all, you got to turn down you got some music up there. There you go. Let me think how I want to handle this. I know how I want to handle it. I just don't feel like talking to management. It's an embarrassment. Are you kidding me? Tell me it's for charity. Tell me it was a Make-A-Wish kid's dream to be coached by John. Please tell me.
Does not say charity on this tweet.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you can expect some very honest and raw commentary about the bowl game when John returns. Being that he was on the coaching staff this week. Yeah, right. I'm the bad guy, though. Can you imagine? Like, whatever you may think of me, I'm honest. I shoot straight, like, hey, whether I like a team or not. Can you imagine if you had a tweet that said I was like a special assistant for MSU's linebackers? My credibility would be zero.
You already get unwarranted amounts of, this dirty Sparty text.
And all I do is take chairs to the spinal column of my school.
I was going to say, I feel like in the last calendar year, you've called for the stadium to be torn down at least
I'd be fine with it.
Times.
Yeah, I'm going to, you know what, Kenny, I know what you're trying to do. And while I do appreciate it because I grew up on the Howard Stern show and I could spend 30 minutes giving you all the reasons why what you just read upsets me, Happy New Year. There you go. I'm leaving it alone.
Just trying to provide you
personal
with
growth
news and information.
Personal growth. I'm leaving it alone. You're not messing with me, though. That's real?
Oh, that's absolutely real. Brad Galley tweeted it out a little under an hour ago.
I wonder if he told management. I wonder if he had decency to call and just be like, hey, listen, I'm being offered this. You got a problem with me doing this? Didn't have that on my bingo board. Personal growth. All right, take a text, and then let's move on. And I'll get a few phone calls because I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not doing it.
Well, now they're coming in about John, which I don't know if we want to.
Why don't we? How about no? How about I don't feel like doing this? I don't feel like you know what? It's been a blessed week. I haven't had to look at management this week. I'm going to see if I don't have to talk to him either. Leave it alone.
You don't want to ruin your new year?
That's not going to ruin anything. I'll do whatever I want. The point is I'm going to try to be decent about this. Let's move it along. Now, if there's a funny one, I'll listen to one. One.
I'm not ruining my new year over this one, buddy. You're on your own there, pal.
One.
No, we're not doing it.
Okay.
Personal growth, Mike.
Personal
what did
growth.
You say?
Personal growth. Hope you had fun.
Yeah, right. Fun.
Personal growth.
Personal growth.
You can read one.
No.
One?
I'm not going to do that. This one is...
half of one.
John Jansen is... There's your half. The other,
okay.
We're not going to do the other half. This one about Brad Holmes saying, I don't trust him to conduct that kind of a full-scale operation, but at that point, maybe we should just get rid of him altogether.
One. Is there one that's funny that wouldn't be deemed highly personal?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
Not at this moment.
All right, then guess what?
If one comes in, I will give you your one, but until
that's
then...
fine. No.
Michael?
No, I don't. You know what? It's the holiday season. I'll leave it alone. I still can't believe that's real. I wish it wasn't. How can no growth?
See,
no,
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to help you.
No, you know what? I'm going to help myself because I'm going to go to Sal in Oak Park. You're a bad person, Kenny.
I'm sorry,
Sal. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's a quick comment about the Michigan thing. Can't wait for the mascot to come out in the second half and line up in the I formation. For what we're hearing.
Honestly, like Bevo might be the quarterback in the third quarter.
Right. Yeah. So let me comment about the Lions thing. First off, I would take your deal.
Okay.
I would take that, and that's coming from somebody who I've been critical of Brad Holmes since like trade deadline at 23. I think those guys made like wrong move after wrong move, but overall, I do still think he's a good GM. I've always kind of seen him as like the Jim Caldwell, who he's a good rebuilder, like he's good at his job, but maybe he's not the guy to get us over the hump, right? I would expand a little bit further on what you're saying about moving on from David Montgomery. Could I package David Montgomery, Ali McNeil, and a third-round pick and maybe get a good edge rusher?
I mean, you're not going to get that because his contract is the seventh highest paid for a running back, but I hear you. Look, there are ways you could do it. And if you don't want to get rid of Monty and you're fine with a $98 million instead of $106, you keep him. I was only doing it, Sal, to show you Brad Holmes has no excuses. The opportunity to retool this thing is staring them in the face. So do it, or what are you doing here? Fair?
Totally fair. And with the David Montgomery thing, it's a two-pronged thing because, one, you move on from his contract, and two, you sort of reset the clock a little bit on the running back thing because David Montgomery is the seventh highest paid running back. I'd rather just draft somebody, maybe get some value out of him.
That's right.
Gibbs is my number one running back. I get a number two running back on a cheap rookie deal. I don't got to pay him for a long time.
That's how it's done. And you keep drafting them. Fifth round, sixth round, fourth round. You don't need to do it. And look, we all love Jahmyr Gibbs, but ask yourself this question. Did Jahmyr Gibbs really impact winning this year? No. And that's what you saw this year is what I lived as a Giants fan with Saquon. It doesn't matter how fabulous the player is. Running backs don't impact winning. The tip of the sword does. It's the big heavies, both ways. It's why I don't go crazy paying safeties. It's why I don't go crazy paying running backs. You win up front. I'll pay those guys whatever they want. Running backs or TV dinners. Or just wait for it this offseason. Just wait. Jahmyr Gibbs, 7 at 400. And then, honestly, I just won't come in that day. We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, John. What's up?
Good. Calling from Brunswick, Georgia. I listen to you guys every day, and just want to talk a little bit about, obviously, we've hashed out. We know it's been a long time since we've had a parade in Detroit. And then, there's this common denominator, it seems, amongst all our GMs. They just won't make those trades at the deadline. And so my question is, do you think that it's possible, or is it just conspiracy theory, that they really don't want to win a championship? What they want to do is stay above 500, get the fans coming down to the arena, coming down to the ballpark and down to the stadium. And as long as we are at 500 or, 550, that'll keep people coming into the stands. And they're not going to change this attitude, whether it's the Wings, Tigers, or the Lions, to get where we need to be, because that's a common denominator with all of them. They will not make that move. And it's been there for 7 years with Steve, and it's been there with Scott and then and Brad. So what are your thoughts on that?
John, my thoughts are you're a wise sage. It's almost like you know what we're doing at 5 o'clock. I have our Detroit sports New Year's resolutions, and one of them is fulfill the promise that you make to fans. Fulfill the promise. Give us what you owe us. The pursuit of a championship, not the pursuit of my next paycheck. Reaching into people's pockets. Let's get something done here. And that's all the teams. They're all scared. Even yesterday, John, and I apologize, I can't attribute the quote, but Jeremy had a quote from somebody. The Pistons aren't going to be aggressive. They'll try to get better in the margins. F the margins.
Right.
You got a chance to win the East and go to the NBA Finals. Why don't we do that? John, I'm with you. It's the same thing when we were talking about Hughes a few weeks ago. And the Wings didn't want to partake in it. And it's that
was just gut-wrenching.
I know. Yeah. And that's your spot bang on. The only people who are interested in being good consistently long-term is the team and their financiers. No fan goes to bed at night going, oh, golly gee, I just hope my team's consistently decent. No, you want a championship. And if the team F's off into the sun for a decade, nobody cares. Win. That's it. There's nothing else. One, Kenny. One. I'm kidding. What is coming in?
Well, the last time the last ticket text that I saw was talking about a mascot running onto the field and you pull off the head and it's John Jansen.
But you know what? You do that to yourself when you do things like that. And that's not me saying it. That's ridiculous.
And that's why I kind of wanted to bring it up, though. Is because
I'll leave it alone.
All right.
It's personal growth. I'll leave it. Look, what else is there really to say? Mike's, I'm not mean. I didn't do that. And I have too much respect for my own station to do something like that. So you know what? I'll leave it be. It ain't my problem.
But that's what my point from before was, coming from somebody like you who gets called a Sparty on a regular basis, and you put your team in a body bag, every couple of days. It's way different. If you were to pull something like that, I don't know. Personal growth. You're right.
Personal growth. I'll leave it alone. Sure, Tecumseh Tom's all over it. 248-539-9797. All right, injury attorney David Femininio. He is the one call you make when you're in an accident. But what if you don't have to make that call? That's why he started David's Driving Edge. It's simple. It's about safety. It's about preventing the accident. It's just about common sense. So go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. And in the event that an accident happens, you do know the call to make. It's getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Oh, I know it's not Friday, but we have picks to do. I have wrangled Evan Jenkins, and it is time. Kenny, music, please. Okay, now this is fun because we have the 4 meaningful NFL games and we have 4 big bowl games and a bonus pick. It is the PCC Game of the Week, the Paying Customer Costa Game of the Week. Wings, Jets, New Year's Eve, even money. Why is it even money? Don't the Jets stink?
Yes.
Ooh.
Against a team that's supposed to be first in,
They're first.
division.
That's factual, man.
Okay, Evan Jenkins, you lead off.
Well, I'm a man of the people, and I'm pretty sure the Red Wings have never lost on New Year's Eve. Probably not, but...
But Cookies is there.
Oh, Costa's had a pretty good year, but it's going to end sourly. Let's go with the Jets.
Yes. All right, Kenny.
Well, Mike, I've said it from the beginning of this season. Tie a rocket ship to this team's ass and send them to the moon. They're going to go all the way this year. I mean, clearly a Stanley Cup contending team. Give me the Red Wings.
Wow.
Wait,
I didn't see that
What
coming.
kind of heel turn is that? You told us we're not allowed to be excited till the deadline.
It was largely sarcasm, but yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow. We got lied to out there today.
I think Cookies is the black angel of death. The ghost of Timu Solani tonight. Dallas Drake. Nikolai Habibulin.
There's some Niedermeyer out there very upset with you right now.
There it is. Give me the Jets. All right, Ohio State laying 9.5 as they take on Miami tonight. What bowl game is it? No clue. I know it's a playoff game.
Cotton Bowl? Yeah, it's the Cotton Bowl.
It doesn't matter.
Dallas, Jerry World. I can't wait to watch this game. I really can't. But after listening to you and Jim on Cash the Ticket, shameless plug.
Thank you.
I do have to go with OHIO tonight.
All right, laying a big number.
I
Kenny.
am.
I'm just preparing myself for the fate of Ohio State being in my near and dear future. I will also take Ohio State.
I am going to hit the transfer portal on picking a side. I just want under 41.5.
You can now.
I can do
it.
Hey,
It's a pick.
Maybe I'll go coach Michigan this week. I will take the under 41.5. Do whatever I want.
It's a pick.
Are you going to ask anybody about it, or are you just going to do
Nope.
it? Okay.
That's his pick.
Oregon laying 2.5 to take on Texas Tech. Do what I want. I'm an adult. Evan Jenkins.
I think you had mentioned it earlier how the kid on Landman is the one that's financing this defensive line, and it bothers me.
That was a joke. That is
I
not
understand
factually
that was a
true.
joke, but that kid bothers me, so I'm not going with Texas
He's
Tech.
got a very punchable face.
Quack, quack, quack. Let's go, Ducks.
And he also doesn't wear deodorant. What
I
a
can't
scumbag.
stand the kid.
All
Like,
right.
How does he strike it rich?
But he didn't. He signed a bad lease. All right, we're spoiling it for people. Kenny.
The amount of spite that Evan has towards that is actually kind of fueling my pick here because I'm also going to pick Oregon just based on
It has
that.
nothing to do with the actual team, by the way.
No, of course
No,
not.
Oregon. I'm rooting for Dante Moore. He seems like an infinitely likable kid.
I heard he's from Detroit.
He is.
No?
Dante Moore,
Well,
Oregon.
thank God.
Nike money over oil money. In this case only.
Oh, I was going to say.
Indiana laying 7.5. They take on Bama. I know this is the Rose Bowl. Evan Jenkins.
This is the Rose Bowl.
Whoa.
And when Rico tried to set us up with those receipts a couple weeks ago, I know that I went with the Rolling Tide, and I'm going to stick with the Tide. Give me Alabama.
You know Rico's basement is done.
I heard
over
that.
to Kenny.
Okay, we'll move on past that. It's now you're really pulling at my heartstrings. Do I pick Alabama, a team that I hate, or do I pick against the SEC, a conference that I do like?
Which one would you rather help out the offensive line during bowl week with?
I don't care
Wait,
about.
do fans of the SEC just root for the SEC?
I don't think
It
we
just
do.
means more.
That's why Alabama will not cover that spread. Give
I
me
know.
Indiana.
I think Indiana's going to drop a bomb on this team. And Evan was talking earlier before you got here.
Yeah.
Signetti's bitching about practice this week.
Sense of urgency because
You
they
know.
haven't practiced well.
He's taking a cheese grater to their kneecaps. They're going to be furious.
Oh, yeah.
Give me Indiana. Georgia laying He throws a ball you can catch. Georgia laying 6.5 against Ole Miss. The rematch. Evan Jenkins.
Man. Okay,
You're struggling, huh?
I
Don't
really
overthink
am
this.
because
Whoa.
if they had their coach, I was going to go with Ole Miss, but they don't. And then I heard that he wanted to go to the game or something like that.
Jiggly cheeseburger eating bastard.
I'm going to go with the quarterback that's not really a quarterback that thinks he's a quarterback in Gunnar Stockton in Georgia.
Thank you.
He does, in fact, throw a ball you could catch. Go, dog, sick him.
That commercial, I hate that guy.
I love it.
I'm going to tell you something. That guy who barks at his boss is someone that Milliken would hire to work at this place. That guy reminds me of some people we've hired.
Well, doesn't narrow it down.
Hey, Bark Boy. Feel like Georgia, second time around, the old headset, they're gonna lock down on Ole Miss. Give me UGA. NFL, please. Ah, yes. How can the Giants assist my father into death further? Dallas laying 3.5. How can we screw our draft position? Evan Jenkins.
Well, consider the New York Football Giants. Those little paddles are zoom, zoom. Yeah, the Giants are winning this week. I'm sorry, Mike. Jackson Dart.
Make the winged wheel great again.
There's no way to quit.
I hate you. Kenny.
I stand with Evan Jenkins. Give me the...
No. Please. Dallas, please. I'm begging you. Please. Seattle, laying 1.5 as they travel to town. I'm not privileged. Rico Beard in my basement. Here's his team playing for the 1 seed again. Woo! Evan Jenkins.
Is this a revenge spot for Sam Darnold? I feel like every game he's played in this year, they're like, oh, it's his former team. It's his former team. It's his former team. He had a cup of coffee with the 49ers, and they couldn't do anything with him. And I think at the end of the day, he's going to be dancing like Corey Feldman in 92, and Seahawks going to win.
Little Howard Stern TV show reset.
That dance, man.
If you haven't watched it, look it up. Wow. 92 was a tough year. Okay, Kenny.
Something about Rico's basement. Something. Give me Seattle.
Hey, Rico, right to your face. Go Birds. Gingers win big games. Give me Seattle. Why? Because I want him miserable. Bears. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Quickly.
I got to go Pittsburgh. If not, Jim Costa is going to be talking about these Ravens winning the division for the rest of our lives.
Ain't that the truth, Kenny?
To hell with David. Give me Baltimore.
All right, Baltimore. No, it's Tomlin at home as a dog. Give me Pittsburgh. Bears, Lions. There's no reason for the Lions to win this game. Don't play any of your starters. Let's get a draft pick. Bears laying 2.5.
Well, guess what? If they're healthy, they're playing, and Jared Goff said it as much. He is the quarterback, and that's why he's playing, damn it. Give me the Lions.
And you know what happens if somebody blows out? No, not around next year.
Whole offseason, man.
Okay, Kenny.
I'm punting on this game and picking the Red Wings twice in one segment.
You can't do... Well, actually, you
take
can't.
the over out of the Red Wing game.
You're an adult. Do whatever you want. Costa 7, Jets 2. Give me the Bears. I mean, you could talk about wanting to compete, but I don't trust this team. All right, take it easy. Those are the picks.
Texas struck first in the Citrus Bowl. Michigan scored 10 straight, including a Zavada 53-yard field goal and a toe-tap Keegan Bell touchdown. Longhorns running back Christian Clark answered that with a 3-yard TD rush of his own. It's 10-10, 12:20 left to play in half number 1. Wolverines running back Jordan Marshall warmed up, but has not appeared in the game. He was just shown on the sideline with his helmet off. The Red Wings are back in the ice tonight against the Jets. It'll be the second game for Patrick Kane, who still sits 2 goals from .500 for his career. The Jets have just 34 points, the worst in the NHL. You can hear that 6:30 puck drop right here on 97.1. Dan Campbell told the media today that injured tight end Sam Laporta's back injury is improving. He's not fully healed, though. He likely will be ready for training camp. The Lions starting center the last 2 games, Kingsley Eguavoen, has been picked up by the Browns. Dan Campbell said Graham Glasgow is feeling a lot better when asked who would play center now. Said the plan is to get Taylor Decker going this week as well, and the team practiced outside in prep for Soldier Field. Receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown and O-lineman Penei Sewell missed. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$4:00. Nice to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We opened the show with some bowl conversation as Michigan and the helmets of Michigan and Texas are playing, but most of the players you'd care to watch are not. We talked about kind of the value of bowls and just it's sad. You can't take any of this seriously. You can't take a game that should be awesome to watch. Michigan and Texas brand, Citrus Bowl history. It's a spring game. 7 of 11 Texas starters opted out. Their whole running back room opted out. Michigan, you're missing some of your best defensive players, some of your best O-linemen, opt-outs, injuries, or otherwise. You can't take any of it seriously. It's ridiculous. It's a spring game. Arch, Bryce, who cares? You're facing nothingness. So that's there. And then we did a little salary capology with the Lions, and they can create a ton of cap space if they choose to. And part of that becomes an ownership thing of, hey, I've got this player and I need to convert certain things into bonuses, and you got to work with your team, and you got to work with the player, and you got to work with the owner. You got to cut some big checks. But you could have some of the most cap space in the league if you choose to in effect reopen the Super Bowl window. So we did that as well. Kenny, we can get a couple of ticket texts. I do want to have some fun with the people. With it headed towards New Year's Eve. No, we're not doing, who do you want to celebrate the New Year with? I don't care. It's more our New Year's sports resolutions locally. And I have something I really think should be top of the list. We're going to get to that in a minute. But, Kenny, I want to catch up on the ticket text.
So there's the biggest response we've basically gotten has been from this college bowl game discussion.
Sure.
This one says, could you imagine actually shelling out money and actually going to one of these games? That's from Bill.
No, and listen, I'm not going to judge anybody. Like, if you want to be in Orlando for New Year's, that's reason enough that, hey, I'll go to the game, but we're going to do a bunch of other fun stuff. Anywhere but here is basically the policy. I mean, it's 18 degrees out. You haven't seen the sun in a month. I am mad at nobody. But I hear you. The idea of going to these games, spending money, and celebrating with a Cheez-It mascot. Yeah, and to watch backups. No.
But this used to actually be the centerpiece of people's travel. Like, they would schedule their travel schedule, their vacations, their time around games like these, where now it's basically an afterthought.
Correct.
College football and bowl games have become like cable. Hundreds of games on, and I feel like there is nothing good to watch.
He's not wrong. I mean, right now you've got several games. I mean, you can't, like the Utah-Nebraska game, I encourage you to go look at an opt-out tracker. Tell me what you see. It's just, as Kenny put it in the opening moments of the show, we're just rooting for laundry. There's nothing behind it.
And this one on Holmes is, do you actually trust him to be able to pull those kinds of moves that you suggest?
Okay, but guys, if you don't trust Brad Holmes, then why is he here? You have to give someone the ability to succeed or fail. You have to put their ass in the jackpot to where they are going to be accountable for the things they do and don't do. Period. I whether I trust Brad Holmes or not is wholly immaterial to the conversation. Go ahead.
Well, that's that. There's several other texts in that vein, and I think they're basically starting to wonder if Brad Holmes is the guy that they trust to be able to make these types of moves, whether you think they're feasible or not. And I happen to agree with you that, hey, you could trick around and do stuff like that, and that would be fine.
Yeah.
But do you trust him to, there's a text right here that says, do you trust him to be able to pick up the right free agent and trade acquisitions in this type
Okay,
of thing?
hold on. So then, hold on. You guys are begging a different question here. And if you want to rap about somebody give me one reasonable thing positive about bowl season. But if you want to do this, we'll do this. I'll turn it around to you. Do you not trust Brad Holmes? Because the same group of people today apparently, oh my God, I'm cautious about it. You were the same people drinking his bathwater and using the phrase, let Brad cook. A year ago, you would have let the guy come to your house and sleep with your wife. Now you want to tell me, well, I don't know, is he capable of these? What are we doing here? If you believed in him when he put the team together, you got to believe in him to fix it. You get an opportunity to fix it. And at the other side of it, if it doesn't work, then you have the conversation. Kenny, I'm shocked by that.
This seems to be, though, and we've talked about it with Rico. We've even talked about it pre-show a bunch of different times with Evan about how this fan base seems to be a fan base who doesn't understand how winning and losing can look. So if they're winning, it's let Brad cook. And if they're losing, it's, let's get rid of Jared Goff. I heard that little discussion yesterday.
For me, it was simple. Your coach is telling you he is here. They're going to redo his deal. So are you going to win a Super Bowl? I thought it was a reasonable conversation. The point is, Dan Campbell said what he said because, as I said yesterday, Dan Campbell's a lot of things. Dumb isn't one of them, okay? He's a smart guy. He hears the noise. There was no reason for him to go as far as he did, as passionately as he did on the morning show. He did it because he was extinguishing the noise. There's a growing number of people in this town who have concerns or outright dislike of the quarterback. I still think 2/3 of this town like him, but it's at least a third. And next year, you could end up in a 50-50 battle royale, or in Kenny language, a SummerSlam. Did I do that right? You could have fans going at each other about Goff next year if it doesn't go right.
But you know what's funny, though, is why is it that this fan base, and I'm a part of this fan base, so I can speak amongst my own people, but why is it that we operate in such a hair on fire type of a mentality? When things are going well, Jared Goff in the supermarkets. When things are going terrible, Jared Goff needs to be sent into the sun. Like, can we have a middle ground and say, yeah, he's a good quarterback, he needs help. Yeah, Dan Campbell's a good coach, he needs help. What's wrong with that?
All right.
Because it
Do you want me to answer
this?
this?
We panic all the time.
Do you want sincerity or sarcasm? Which would you like?
Whichever is more fun for you, Michael.
I can sincerely address what you're saying. This is a societal thing. It's way more than just ESPN's embrace debate movement of a decade ago. Collectively, society's become dumber. People are not free thinkers, and they're not interested in discourse. They want to have tribalism, and whether it's politics, sports, or anything, you're saying something that upsets me or saying something that doesn't go along with the narrative I choose, therefore you're bad. Like, Kenny, the whole beauty of sports is the ability to have arguments and dialogue and deal in reality. We've lost a lot of it because here's what happens. First of all, you got a vast majority of media that's not striving to be any good at what they do. They're just hanging on because they know they're wholly unemployable when they lose whatever little lemming job they have. So you end up with this entire collection of people that are nothing more than mouthpieces for teams. So what happens is those mouthpieces, in order to survive, put out an even more pro-team narrative, begin to attack the very fans that attack the team, and now you've poisoned the well. So when the team has any modicum of success, anyone who dares say, yeah, but it's not that good, you're evil. You're a problem. It's Vince Vaughn in Four Christmases. You're Couples Retreat. You're a problem. You're a real, real problem. No, I'm not. No, you're not. I said it yesterday. Like, if you have a New Year's Eve resolution for sports in this town, as I said to people yesterday, I don't control what the other day parts do, but I'm never going to be the host that gets mad at people for being mad at their team, being passionate about their team, and being willing to discuss, like, the coach said Jared Goff played better this year than last year. No, he didn't. That's BS, and here's why. It's okay. Not everything's great all the time, because if it is, I must have missed all the parades. Did I not get my invite? Let's check that Lions trophy case. You know, like, that's what we need to get back to, because this is a great sports town, but it's getting very soft and very dumb. And I think there's a lot of people hungry to talk sports and, like, actually be able to say it without getting screamed at because their lips aren't firmly planted on the ass of the team. Why do you think our phone lines are full yesterday? I wasn't curing cancer. I'm just offering people the ability to speak plainly, like they're at a bar talking sports. Because the thing we have gotten to in this business, these players are not your friends. They don't care about you. You could be on fire on the side of the road and Jared Goff wouldn't bleep on you to put it out.
And you're right. You're not curing cancer. You're also not coaching on the sideline.
That's true.
As a radio.
That's true. As a married man.
As a married
But no, I just think we have to, we can't operate out of fear. So when I create the scenario of, hey, Glasgow retires, Decker retires, we're going to restructure Amon-Ra, we're going to restructure Goff, we're going to get rid of Demo, here's $100 million. The first thing out of your mouth can't be, well, do I trust the GM? Worry about that after. If he screws it up, you know what happens? You fire him. You don't ever have to stress about it. And if it works, he's a hero. My biggest New Year's resolution in sports in this town is for our executives to have some accountability. Stop gaslighting fans. Stop talking down to fans. Like all of our executives. Oh my God. Well, you know, we got to keep room for the kids. It's like, dude, you're gaslighting us. You can acquire talent and develop your youth. Same thing here. Oh, the Pistons don't want to be aggressive. They want to get better in the margins. What?
Same thing with the wing. How many years did we have Steve Bots before they started to actually turn a little
bit? Right. Now, this is the third year in a row the team's had a hot portion of the first half of the year and is in a position where they look good. Now, the previous two, you've collapsed. What did we talk about? Let's put some chips to the middle of the table here and make a move. We got an opportunity. The East is condensed. We're a part of that. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see in 26. I'm tired. The whole idea is you owe us. We don't owe you. 248-539-9797. We'll get some calls, texts, and the rest. And I do want to do this sports resolution stuff next. 97.1. Okay, so I mentioned, and we kind of got into a little bit of it, but with it being New Year's Eve, I want to ask, what sports resolutions do you want in Detroit for 2026? Now, I've got 4, and they're all kind of related, I suppose, but yours can be more finite. Yours can be about a team. Yours can be about a decision. I'm fine with all of that. Let me give you mine. And I mentioned it last segment. A New Year's resolution for 2026 in Detroit. I would like our general managers to stop gaslighting, patronizing, and talking down to fans. That's what I would like. Please don't talk to us like we're complete idiots. Please don't lie to our faces. Please don't gaslight us. Like, stop doing that. And it's more than just a receipt segment or playing dress up or we're good or the trade deadline. Like, look, whether it's Scott Harris, Brad Holmes, Steve Yzerman, like, please become more human in 2026. Own a few things. Number 2 for me on the New Year's resolutions list, for owners to stop only caring about the bottom line and deliver on what they owe us. And don't get it twisted when I say that. Ooh, they don't owe you. No, they owe us everything. Without us, they don't exist. Without us, they're John Fisher and they sell their team. You guys are an incredible fan base of all your local teams. We just got out of a decade where our 4 teams had the lowest winning percentage of any city in America in sports. You show up, and I don't think you get what you deserve. Not from the baseball team, not from the football team, certainly not from the hockey team. And look, the basketball team is now on they are ascending, but let's be clear, they went almost 2 decades without winning a playoff game. Okay? It's time for someone to push the gas pedal down. They owe you. You don't owe them. 3, for our teams to stop acting scared. Stop selling us on a day that may never come and focus on today. The Pistons are tops of the East today. The Wings are competing in the East today. The Lions are either in a Super Bowl window or have just opted out of one. It's about today. The Tigers, you've made the playoffs 2 years in a row. It's about today. Stop waiting. Stop being scared. And the last one, I mentioned it last segment, New Year's resolutions for sports. For fans to accept that it's okay for their fellow fan not to be a eunuch or a kiss ass or some team propagandist. It's okay to not be okay with your team, to be passionate, to have dialogue, to be angry at your team, to want changes, to want more. We have fallen, especially, I feel like we've hit a zenith in 2025. We hit a point, and this isn't some woe is me garbage. This is real experiences, and I'm communicating them. We were at a point this spring and summer, I somehow was a bad man because I said you were going to really miss Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, that I had grave concerns about the O-line. Like, guys, we have to now dial it back. You can still love your team while identifying not everything's right in Whoville. Those are my 4. You guys can create whatever the hell you want. Give me what your Detroit sports resolution is for 2026. Could be, and if you guys want it to be, I just need Team X to do trade Y. I'm fine with that. Yes, Kenny.
I think mine basically lines up with maybe a combination of a couple of yours, but the biggest one for me is it's okay to put your, you know what? I'm going to rephrase it. I was going to say it's okay to not be so rigid in your planning of your team, but I'll do you one better. It's okay to put your ass in the jackpot, as you say.
Yes.
And I feel like the GMs in this town, they can kick the can down the road very well, and a lot of times you can, especially with, as you said, the media coverage and how teams get treated in this town, that actually kind of works. We've seen it with the Steve Bots. We've seen it with the Brad Bots. We've seen it with the Scott Bots. We've seen it with everybody. But it's okay to put your ass in the jackpot, because if you do not, you will be good and not great. You could be good.
Yep.
You can fill up a stadium.
I think that flies into the please stop acting scared resolution I've listed, because I do think it's fear. Look, years ago, this is probably maybe 6-7 years ago, I was talking with Dan Wetzel here. He was recording something and he dropped in on the podcast at that point. And long story short, Dan did a whole dissertation on 2/3 of NBA general managers. They're not even trying to win. They're just trying to keep their job. It's all about the next contract. It's all about not having to move your kids. And fans, they don't think that way, because the team failing, winning, whatever, I still have to spend my money. I still have to care. So I think what we're tired of is, okay, guys, you've shown us you have an aptitude for the job in this town. Now show us you're willing to risk it for the biscuit. Because otherwise, it's impossible to take any of it seriously. And when all the teams, whether it's Scott Harris, Brad Holmes, Yzerman, talking long-term, patience, guys, Yzerman's in year 7. We haven't had a playoff game at LCA. The Tigers, first of all, they tripped ass first into a playoff berth 2 years ago. Then they tried to fall back down the stairs last year, blowing a 15.5 game lead. It's resulted in what? What's it really resulted in? Let's just be clear about this. Nothing. Well, we were close to, okay, you were close to going to the ALCS and getting a bomb dropped on you. We have the best pitcher in baseball. They're not signing him. They're not trading him. Is that not the ultimate fear? Is that not the ultimate, well, I guess we'll keep him and people will be interested and like us for a while, and then at the end of it, I guess, well, we could vilify Scooble. He left us. And the Lions, what have we talked about? Go all in. Push the gas pedal down. The moment is finite. We don't have an endless loop. They refused. We are good. You had Brad Holmes come on the air and basically gaslight fans. Is it like this in every market? Yes, it is, Brad.
You say push the gas pedal down. Do you think if one or two of these teams in this town would do that, do you think we'd be as upset at the other one or two of these teams for not? Do you think it would be buried a little bit more? Because
sure,
I feel like the push the gas pedal down mentality has been, I mean, look at every offseason and every trade deadline we've experienced through, call it the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And we've said the exact same thing. And that's why I can't, as much as we were making fun earlier of the people that were getting on Brad Holmes' case, I can't even make fun of those people because it seems like it's the same narrative with every team in the city.
That's
minus maybe the Pistons. We still have Trajan to give them time.
And again, these are my resolutions. The people can come up with whatever ones they like. We'll get to a few of the callers next, and we'll go from there. We'll check in on some football at 4:45. Michigan's tied at 17. Their B squad versus Texas's B squad. If you care about it, God bless. The upper decks are empty. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. Straight to the people. We'll check in on some football at 4:45. Paul's in Fraser. He's up next. Paulie, Happy New Year, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, you too, Michael. How are you?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on, what you were talking about with college football. And I can add one thing that's been burning into me for actually quite some time now. And it's a little different take, and I really would like to hear what you have to say about it. Okay. Well, there was a time when a coach would sit in the living room and he would recruit a player, a 5-star, maybe a 4-star, and he would come to that school and you would develop your program around these college athletes. And that would mean something. And over a course of maybe 3, sometimes 4 years, he would become recognizable to your school. You would have a lot of success. Sometimes you wouldn't get to the mountaintop, but it would mean something. Well, all that's gone now. And yes, again, Michigan did win a national championship. It came out that they cheated grossly. And the excuse was, well, everybody cheats. Yes, you're not wrong with that. But look where you are now, and they're not alone because it's happened to other programs. Look where you are now. So was it all worth it in this new college landscape? And trust me when I tell you, Mike, it's only going to get worse, is I think a lot of people are starting to turn away because they're killing the golden goose.
Yes. Oh, I think it's happening. I think it's happening more than people realize. The killing of the golden goose is, yes, you're getting fast money. You're not getting long money.
Exactly. And if you don't take this down to the bare studs, when you rebuild the house, then you are going to be so far gone that the average guy, and yes, I'm old guy, but don't look now, Mike, you're 25 years younger than I am, and you had a 31-year-old call you earlier. Mm-hmm. And we're all starting to see the same damn thing.
Well, that's the thing. It started out, I got made fun of, and I feel like people are kind of catching up to me now, where even if you were trying to ignore all the noise and just say, I love college football, there's not enough left to love. I don't know how anyone takes it serious. And even people in my life who are, for instance, Wolverine, like it's easy to say if you're a Spartan fan, you don't take it serious because you're terrible. But like Wolverine fans I know, whether they went to the school or not, they're diehards. They're treating it's a complete foofy thing. Like they're not invested anymore. They identify that it's a complete joke.
Well, and here's the thing, Mike. I'm sitting here in my kitchen. I'm having an adult beverage.
All right.
Waiting for 26 to come.
Kenny wants to know. Hold on. Kenny wants to know what the hell you're sipping on over there. What's going on?
I'm having a Detroit brewed Stroh's beer.
Oh, okay. Old school.
I'm watching the snow come down, and oh, by the way, the game's on. But
background
I'm paying
noise.
more attention to the snow.
I got you.
Happy New Year, Michael, Kenny, everybody down
Appreciate
there.
it,
Love
Paulie.
you guys. You know that.
You
Take
too,
care.
buddy. We'll talk to you in 26, aka Friday. We'll be here. How about that? He's sitting at his kitchen table.
Enjoying his New Year's Eve.
He's having a beer at 4:30 in the afternoon.
I wonder what his New Year's resolution was for these teams.
I'm
for
not.
himself.
Listen, I'm not going to force Paul to offer a sports resolution. We'll go to Harvey. He's out in New Baltimore. What's going on, Harvey? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to touch base on Happy New Year to you, by the way.
Same to you, Harv.
Touch base on the Tigers. The Tigers, to me, they're there. They're right there. This is, to me, it's going to be a 10-year team, and you have to pay Scooble. You got a 20-game winner plus, and you take that away, we lose the division by 1 game. You take that away, and we're not even nowhere near the playoffs without
No,
them.
Harv, they're not doing it though. I'm with you. If you wanted to do it,
and then you have to pick up a pitcher, a closer, because I think we lose 13 or 14 games that we had to lead in the 8th inning, and you take that, and we're right up to a 100-game winner. So that's the whole difference is just a little bit right there.
You're not wrong. It's just, Harvey, understand that they're not. First of all, I don't want to pay Scooble, but I would have traded him long ago. Let me just be clear. Like, I haven't hid from that opinion. If you weren't going to pay him, you had to trade him. They've chosen the disaster scenario, option C. You're not going to trade him. You're not going to sign him, and you're going to lose him for nothing. And the odds are, as it sits here today, you have the 8th best odds in the American League of winning the World Series. So no, anything other than winning the World Series this year is a complete disaster because you're going to lose Scooble for zero. Please do not sell me on a compensatory round selection. I just, please do not waste my time with that. That's the problem there. Now, did they sign Kenley Jansen? Yes. He's 38, and you're paying for his best season in 5 years. That makes me nervous. Kenley Jansen was not in my top 7 bullpen arms I would have been interested in. So, look, I agree with you. They're close. And look, as much as I don't think it's a good idea to pay Scooble that money, it's a better idea to pay him than it is to lose him for nothing. If you're not going to, they chose the worst route because they're backed into a corner now. And if they don't, even if they don't make the World Series, it's a complete debacle. You're going to lose the best pitcher you're ever going to have for zero. And it was totally avoidable. Kenny, ticket text. Then we'll get some football in the mix.
My Detroit New Year's resolution is a team will actually make a bold trade to win a championship. This one is probably by far the most popular.
And that's okay. That means it's a bit of a unified front. I mean, look, I've said it to you. You know, look, man, we spend our life talking to fans. And I've felt like that's been brewing underneath the surface. And look, everybody can do their own shows their own way, but like I don't get getting mad at people who want to push the gas pedal down. That's not going to be me. 2 to 6 will be your safe haven. It's time for these teams to nut up or shut up.
Another one, same thing, push down the gas pedal. That's my New Year's resolution. I'd like my general managers to grow a backbone. That's from Grant Carr.
If you had to guess which GM is going to be the one to do it, I know, just workshop it. 2 minutes. If I said to you, all right, Kenny, you can't say none of them are going to do it. It's not going to happen. Which one would be the one to pull the trigger? Because my answer is going to surprise you, I think.
So I'm removing Scott Harris from this because there is no salary cap.
Okay.
So he doesn't have a ceiling that he can spend up to. So if you take that out, between Steve, Brad, and Trajan.
My answer is going to surprise you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have to be Steve.
Correct. I still believe the guy with the laser beam eyes is somewhere in there.
Steve!
Hello!
You're there!
But I still believe, like, if this team's good at the deadline, maybe it's hopium. But I still think the fact that they were sniffing around Hughes big time, the fact that they were the bridesmaid there, they were going down that path. That would be the one. I have no faith in Harris pulling a huge move.
Right.
Especially if it involves the blessed prospects. I have no faith in Trajan Langdon because just yesterday we were told the margins, tell your friends. And for Brad Holmes, they were at the door of a Super Bowl in 23, did nothing. They were at the door of a Super Bowl going into last year, did nothing. They came out and they told you we're good. They came out and they laughed at you, basically.
So let's reverse engineer it then. Because for me, with all these GMs, it largely leads up to me going to a place of, well, I'll believe it when I see it. So which of those GMs that you've just described are you least I'll believe it when I see it? Because I think I might see it. And it sounds like your answer, you have a lean on Steve Yzerman there.
Steve will pull the move. The guy I have no faith that will pull a big trade, Scott Harris.
Trajan's a complete wild card to me. We're still not sure. Because that could, in fairness, we've said this about every other GM, it could be GM speak. He could be just lying to us. It's possible.
I hope he is. Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
I think Brad Holmes is going to be the one that pulls off the move because if the Lions don't make the playoffs again next year, possible, depending how bad the season goes, that he could lose his job. So I think Holmes has the most pressure.
Okay. And look, we talked about they have a ton of cap space. If they want it, right, they have to adjust a few things. They have their first-round pick. Some teams don't. There's an opportunity to make a big move there. There is. But, Jack, the reason I don't believe in him, it is going to take – there has to be a come-to-Jesus moment where they just have to say, you know what, we got to look outside of our roster and we got to look outside of our own building. I don't know if they're there yet. Dan Campbell still is saying today how close they are.
Yeah, I don't think so. I totally disagree with what he's saying there. And, like you said, you adjust Goff, and then you're stuck with him for 4 years. And I don't know. I don't like that at all. But
and I think it's okay to be nervous. I think you can say I like Jared Goff, but I don't love him. You could say I think Jared Goff's a good quarterback, but I don't see him winning a Super Bowl. Those things can both be true.
Yeah.
And that's okay. And I've defended Goff. I think people who say that he stinks or get rid of him. No, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's accurate. But Jack, I'm also not going to be the guy to lie to you and say, "Oh yeah, most definitely we're winning a Super Bowl." No, it has
Mike,
to. Go ahead.
I wanted to bring up something. I know I talked to you 2 weeks ago with Rico about Michigan State football.
Yeah.
About the hires, but man, I don't like the hire they made. Man, they hired the UMass OC for quarterback coach. I don't like that at all.
What is that, Stepanek or whatever his name is? Yeah.
Oh, my God, he's horrible.
Listen, well, here's the thing. If they hired him as OC, my head would have exploded. Look, the overall, I think there are some high-caliber hires. I mean, I don't love the idea of a Wolverine being my OC, but Nick Sheridan is an up-and-comer, and Nick Sheridan has credibility, and he has recruiting chops. I'll live with it. Yeah. Yes, he lost his job to Ryan Grubb. Why? Because that's Kalen DeBoer's guy, period. I love hiring the special teams coach from Iowa. The DC thing, I'm bummed. But I do wonder if it's just Rossi for 1 year and then little seasoning for Max Bulla and he takes over in 27. I don't mind younger recruiters. I don't mind the NFL D-line guy. But you're right. I don't need anybody associated with UMass football.
No.
I like the DB coach they hired, not to nerd out. Hank Poteet, former NFL player. ISU has put a bunch of guys into the league. I didn't mind that one. I like the idea of hiring a younger staff that's going to get after it.
I would have loved to hire Tim Lester as OC, Mike. He's doing an unbelievable job with Iowa. They scored 34 points today.
I couldn't believe what I was watching today. Except, Jack, I did see Tim Lester go 5 wide from the 1 yard line and throw an interception. I don't need that in my life. You're Iowa. Run the ball. All right. Listen, stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they have got you covered. Complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, $79. $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's Mastercraft Heat. How about I speak clearly? I mean, I sound like an absolute horse's ass. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Something is wrong here.
Jansen sucks.
The Citrus Bowl is at halftime in Orlando. Texas got off to a nice start in the second quarter, wiping a Michigan lead off the board, 17-17. A couple minutes left at that point. Arch Manning fumbled a snap, forcing a punt. Michigan drove it down the field, but Dominic Zavada missed a 45-yard field goal to end the half, so still 17-17. A pair of Michigan State defensive linemen entered the transfer portal today, including David Santiago and Jalen Thompson. The Pistons are back home tomorrow against the Heat. Karis LeVert has already been ruled out with knee soreness. Tobias Harris left the game yesterday early. He's doubtful already as well with hip soreness. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium today. He offered an update on injured tight end Sam Laporta. Campbell also said they hope to get Taylor Decker going this week, and Graham Glasgow is feeling a lot better. The team practiced outdoors and prepped for the cold conditions in Chicago. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Christian Mahogany were three of the several players that missed. Red Wings and Jets at 6:15 here on 97.1 tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Couple notes, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did start the day with some bowl conversation, not previewing Michigan and Texas, but just how sad it is that Michigan and Texas means nothing, that it's B squads out there. I mean, as an example, 7 of 11 Texas starters on defense opted out. The whole running back room opted out. Michigan, some high-level opt-outs from some of your best defensive players. And I'm going, the Citrus Bowl was like, it wasn't a national championship, but you felt pretty good you made the Citrus Bowl. I know my old heads are out there. You're driving home in the snow right now. You know you're nodding with approval. If Michigan made the Citrus Bowl, while you weren't thrilled and it wasn't the Rose Bowl, you still felt like it's a big bowl game against an SEC opponent. Let's go drill them. And now it's a clown car. The upper decks are sparse. It's a B squad game. And how do we fix it? I don't know. But we had a really nice discussion about the first hour plus of the show. You can get that. I took you through Lion salary cap stuff and how I could make a brighter 26 for you. I don't think I did anything mystical, and I don't think I did anything provocative. I could get you about $105 million in cap space with a couple restructures, a couple retirements, and I asked the question, like, is this the route you want to go? And let's go all in and get this thing back where it needs to go. And we've gotten into some of the New Year's resolution stuff sports-wise, not your personal ones. No disrespect to any of you, but I don't care. So look, New Year's resolutions are a joke. You make them, and then the people bail on them by January 6th. Who's interested in that? So what I want to do is this. I want to ask a question about the college football playoff because it starts tonight with a game that, again, it's a helmet game. It is a redux of almost 25 years ago, the national championship game of Miami and OSU and the ref show that really screwed Miami out of a national championship. I digress. But I wanted to ask this question. Has this been going on too long? We're sitting here today. It's December 31st. The season ended over a month ago. And we are not even within earshot of college wrapping up. And Dan Lanning, the coach of Oregon, I think he said what a lot of us believe, which is we've got to wrap this up by January 1st. Like it's too much. And he talked about maybe moving the season up into August. Lord knows they've already gotten into Labor Day weekend, and then week 0's the week before. I mean, I wanted to ask you guys, are you amped up for the playoff? Or because it has taken so long to even get to this point, you've moved on? I mean, first of all, it's New Year's Eve. And while It ain't like I'm going out for New Year's Eve. People do things on New Year's Eve. It's a bad time to have football games. New Year's Day, no problem. I think tomorrow's going to be a really fun day with a couple of big games. I'm cool with that. But I want to know, like, is this playoff what you hoped it would be? Better, worse? Is it something you don't pay nearly as much attention to? Because, again, I wonder about this season ending so long ago. And we're sitting here, and it's like, we're not even close. We got to get through tomorrow. Then we got to have the semifinals. Then we're going to have another 10-day gap. I mean, we're 3 weeks away for something that just, New Year's Day is when college football ends, period. So that, and I guess I would ask the question, Kenny, you were asking me pre-shows, like, who the hell still goes out on New Year's Eve? I don't know. I can't help you. Like, it's a work night. I don't know. Like, yes, you can go out on New Year's, but like, no, I don't know anybody doing much. It's a Wednesday night. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? What's that doing for anybody?
It's funny because the last time I think I went out for a New Year's Eve was, do you remember the kick at the end of the Georgia-Ohio State game? As the ball was dropping on one screen, you had the kick from, I think it was Rodrigo Blankenship going through the uprights on the other screen.
Yep.
Everybody goes, yay! And in a very Michigan-friendly bar, of course, that was going to happen. But, yeah, no, I agree with you completely. And also, we talked about this earlier in the week, but you said, I believe I asked you in one of the blitzes at one point, how many teams do you think actually represent a serious championship threat? And I think you said
Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia.
Yeah, you said either 2 or 3. I forget which, so let's call it 3.
How's your 12-team playoff doing?
That's my point, though, is that's every reason why this conversation is a valid one, is because now we're talking about, all right, I guess we got to wait longer to see who's those 3 or 4 teams are, even though we know most of them don't deserve to be there.
Well, here's your problem. In the NFL, you have a lot more teams with a chance because you have a salary cap. You have a collectively bargained agreement. You have a league designed on parity. You can make a credible case. I take hardline stances because that's part of what we do. You have opinions on stuff. Like, I'm not a wishy-washy radio host. It's okay. I'll be wrong plenty, and that's fine. But the NFL, let's say, of the 14 teams, you could probably say 9 or 10 of them have a real shot. But in college, none of those collectively bargained agreements exist. None of the mechanisms to generate parity really exist. So it still comes back to the BCS era. I can give you the top 2 teams and we could just go play. You want to make it a 4-team playoff to make sure we get it right? That's fine too. But the odds you're ever in a 12-team, 16-team, much less 32-team tournament ever going to have one of those lower seeds win is just a shade over 0%. In basketball even, you can't have it happen. But in football, remember, it's 85 players, not 12. It's 22 starters, not 5. You can't have enough talent to do it. It's Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia. That's it. No, I don't think Oregon's getting that done. No, Texas Tech doesn't have the quarterback play to get that done. They don't have the running game to get that done. They got an unbelievable D-line. But when you really look at it, no, going past 4 didn't yield anything other than TV money. Like, how many of the games last weekend were really awesome? How many were like high level, entertaining? I got to watch this. The JMU game was a joke. The Tulane game was a joke. You had to love defense if Texas A&M and Miami was your thing. I'd argue it was a lot of bad offensive football, but fine. There was drama. I can accept that.
Didn't the JMU game, the offense didn't return a single starter? Like, everybody had either transferred or opted out.
Yeah. It was a lot like Kansas State the year MSU played them in the tourney. No player on Kansas State's roster started their career at Kansas State.
Yeah, real nice playoff you got there.
Thank you. We'll go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Happy New Year to you, Mike.
Same to you, Jay. I'm excellent, pal. Thank you.
Good, good. So, I just wanted to air out a grievance really quick about someone, Brad Holmes.
Okay.
My New Year's resolution for Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions is to actually be serious about winning a championship. You know, every time he gets on TV, the radio and do interviews or whatever it is he may do, he talks about how good his squad is and, you know, finding diamonds in the rough. I'm sick of it. I just really am. I want to see them go out and pick the best players possible when they can. I want to see them go out there making trade acquisitions, free agent moves. He's done a good job drafting, but for every good draft pick I feel like he had, I also think he had a lot of slip ups as well. And with that being said, draft for need and draft to get the best player, but also get the need. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sick and tired of every time I watch TV or get on social media, I see, well, the Lions are still one of the only teams that haven't made the Super Bowl in the Super Bowl era. And it's like, dude, you've been around for about 100 years and you know, still haven't made the Super Bowl yet. It's time to win the championship.
See, Jay,
I want that whole.
I think, all right, here's how I view it. Doesn't make it right, but this is just how I view it. I don't think these guys I think, how about this? A more polite way of saying it is they're just incredibly risk averse. They are.
Yes.
Because the bigger risk you take, you get a bigger reward. But if you fail, you have to pay a price. There's an accountability to it. But if you just stay in the middle and you keep it safe and you talk future and you talk about how tomorrow, don't worry about today. Tomorrow's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
You can keep your
agree.
gig.
And, you know, and something you hit the nail on the head. And the thing is that last year, Brad Holmes got on an interview talking about, we made it to the NFC Championship and wanted the whole, bring the receipts out. Okay, hold yourself accountable as well. Talk about the mistakes that you guys made as well.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I can't see the field.
They'll do that press engagement Monday or Tuesday. I can't wait. Jay, it's going to be theater. And you know, we'll be here to talk about it all day. I would have immense
popcorn. I'm going to have an adult beverage, and I want to listen to it because I want to see this franchise for once just take accountability and really exactly own it, because you see it in Philadelphia, you see it in Chicago, you see it in Green Bay, San Francisco. I can go on for days. But you don't see that here with any of the
No, and I want to say this and Jay, I'll be very fair about it. I would have immense respect. I would be effusive in my praise of Brad Holmes if he gets up there Monday and says, you know what, I effed up. We fell in love with our own people too much. We are looking at everything this offseason. The Super Bowl is the goal, and it's my job to deliver it. And if I don't, someone else will be standing here before you. Do that. Do that. That's not insane to ask for. You want to play dress up? You want to wear a villain sweatshirt? You want to, look at, I got a Mitchell and Ness jersey. Oh, hey, look, I got receipts for y'all. Oh, okay. Now it's like Dr. Pepper commercial, hot seat, and you can sit in it. Like, go, own it. Don't do what Hutch did after the game. Own it.
But it goes back to our resolutions conversation is now that you have that expectation as a fan, they vilify you for having that What do you mean?
I know.
I just want you to win.
That's dude.
I'm on your team. We're rooting for you.
We all want it's and that's why I don't get why fans in this town, some of them, want to cape up for these teams. Boy, what do you think? The Tigers or the Lions are going to show up at your New Year's Eve party? Maybe they'll play Old Lang Syne on your Nona's piano. It's not happening. We all want the same thing. Stop being mad at your fellow fan for wanting it. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. Michigan and Texas are having a great scrimmage in Orlando. It's tied at 17. What do you want me to say? It's ridiculous. You don't even know these players. Michigan's got a janitor at running back. Who? Pete Kozadol. Great. Maybe him and Doug had dinner last night. Whoa. 97-1. Hey, by the way, Kenny, Michigan's got another new player I've never heard of. Some guy named Frank Capana's running the football. Congratulations. These poor bowl games. What a disservice to fans. It's Michigan and Texas, man. Who are these people? Texas has got like 4 stringers out there on defense. Go ahead.
No, it's just orange laundry versus white laundry. I said it earlier in the show.
It is.
It is. Is it not?
It's sad. It really is. 248-539-9797. One other note with the Michigan thing, and I'll tell you what, I'll save it. I'll bring it up at 5:30. We got some people who want to speak, and I want to get to them. Let me go to Matt, who's in Brighton. He's been patient. Matty, what's good, buddy? Happy New Year.
Yeah, to you as well. Hey, my question, and some of this is, I'm quite ignorant on NFL salary caps and salaries, but I mean, we have a lot of salary cap room right now with the Lions. Isn't that correct?
No, you have $18 million.
Okay, so all right, then maybe it's a general question. It doesn't completely relate to Lions because I never see a team do it with the season still going and with players they're very committed to. Why wouldn't they pay ahead on contracts to free up money in the following years? And my thought process was, now the data you just gave me, it's a little flawed, is why wouldn't they pay ahead on Goff? Because they're clearly committed to him for the next 3 years.
Here's how it works, right? And by no means am I the end-all be-all. But when you restructure a deal, you're converting that salary into a signing bonus. The signing bonus doesn't impact your cap. You then add voidable years onto the end of the deal. So with Goff, he's due $69 million as a cap figure. You would restructure, you would take what you're paying him this year and make it a signing bonus, and it would lower it. And when you're dealing with a quarterback and a cap number like that, you call it about $40 million in savings. Like Amon-Ra has a fully guaranteed $30 mil or $32 mil this year. You would convert that to a signing bonus and then add 2 voidable years at the end of the contract, and it would reduce his hit this year by about $20 million. So that, in essence, is paying ahead. Does that make sense?
Okay. It does. So they do it. They just don't kind of explain it the way that I was just asking my question.
No, Matt, it's okay. And believe me, I'm not going to purport to be a capologist. I know enough about it to talk sensibly. But yeah, the mechanisms of what goes into the deals, we don't have the deal points in front of us. I'm just telling you what general restructuring does. And then, look, I gave an example of Glasgow walking away. There's $8 million. Decker walking away. There's $15 million. You could redo ASB's deal. You could redo Goff's deal. You could get rid of David Montgomery, $8 more. You could have $100 million to spend. And that puts you in the mix, because you know who spent about $100 million last year? The New England Patriots. And look at what they've done. They completely remade their defense.
Yeah, you're making my point, at least where my head is at, is if we don't free up money and go all in on some guys and try to do it really quick here.
You're nailing it. See, here's the thing, Matty, restructuring Goff is a minimum. It's a minimum if you're intent on going all in. It's what you do beyond it, because you can't pay your quarterback $69 million and be serious about rebuilding both lines of scrimmage. So what are you going to do beyond that? I'm with you, Matt. If they don't do that and they just have, $40 million and they redo that one deal and they keep selling the future, no, then they're not serious. Then they're just not being serious about it.
All right. Hey, appreciate the answer.
You got it, Matt. Same to you, pal. No problem. Let's go over to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, bud?
Oh, Happy New Year to you and Kenny, first of all.
Thank you, buddy. Same to you.
And actually driving to St. Paul to go see my mom and spend the holiday with her.
Well, that's fantastic. That's great.
What I wanted to say, and I heard the last caller talking about Brad Holmes, and I've watched a lot of football with this team, and I don't want to feel like we were sold a bill of goods when Brad Holmes came here. And I'm thinking that if he doesn't do something in the off season that's eye catching and it's good enough, for the fans, then I think he's going to be in a lot of serious trouble here, because I don't think anybody's going to want to go to that stadium and watch the same team again, or see them regress the way they have. I've watched the last few games. I guess I'm a season ticket holder, and I watched the last few games they played, and they just did not. They looked disinterested, and I don't know if it was because of the lack of support from their star players because they're injured. I don't know what that is or what that entails, but I really believe that he's going to have to make a lot of splash moves in order for this team to progress from where they're at right now. And
well, there's a couple of things. There's a couple things, Paulie, and you're hitting on it. And I think we did a good job of identifying it early on. They got high on their own supply. I think there was an arrogance about the Lions. There was a delusion. I think you heard it from players, coaches, management. I can cite every quote or every piece of audio. We don't need to waste time with that. Let's just talk through it. They were not the tougher team. They did not play harder than their opponents. Grit was nothing more than a catchphrase. There was nothing to it. It was all show pony. So then you get into, all right, how do they fix it and what do they do? Look, it's the line from that Batman movie, right? Like you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. This is the world of sports. I mean, this is how Charles Barkley becomes a villain in Philly. Stick around long enough, it'll happen. I mean, it's happening with Eiserman. So, yeah, I mean, Paul, you know what? The Lions got very chesty. They got very arrogant. And they're going to pay a price for it if they don't deliver. People will turn.
Right. That's right. And my other thing, too, is that do you think the Rams knew something about this, even though the trade was a big deal and they brought some really good players here that really pumped up this team and moved them forward to where the 15-2 and all this other stuff? To me, that means nothing if you don't seal the deal, okay? And you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I'm going all the way to the Super Bowl.
That's it.
And they had every opportunity of doing that and getting the right players, and they didn't. And that's solely on Brad Holmes and nobody else.
Yeah, and Paul, no, I mean, look, both things can be true. The trade worked for both teams, but the Rams absolutely knew. Sean McVay said, I've had enough. And remember, the Rams only got to the Super Bowl with Goff because of the worst blown call maybe in the history of NFL football playoffs. That game at New Orleans, the pass interference, come on, man. And McVay said, here's how bad I want to get rid of this guy. We'll give a 1 and a 3 for Stafford. But wait, there's more. They added a first-round pick so you would take Goff. That's how bad they wanted him gone. So, yes, they knew, because in the biggest moments, he came up small for them, including the Super Bowl, where he got absolutely stuffed in a locker by Belichick. And then you had your Washington season ender, where he was awful. And then you had your Viking game, where he was awful. Yeah, there is an element, and I'm a Goff defender in that I think he's good enough to win a Super Bowl if you put the right stuff around him. There is this idea that bad Goff is always hiding underneath the bed like Jason Voorhees, and he's just going to pop out at the wrong time, and you're dead. Your season's over. Look, if I'm going to be the same guy who makes fun of Sam Darnold in a big spot, and I'm going to say he can't win a big game with a ginger, well, how many more times does Goff get to do that before we have to take that same approach here and treat everything he does as empty calories until or unless he delivers in the big spots? It's just a question. I don't want anyone to be upset on New Year's Eve. I got one thing I do want to bring up, Michigan related, not about, the score of the game. It's more, I think they really did Bryce a disservice this year. And I want to just throw something out there. Also, Biff, get it together. Good heavens. Guy's out there in like Hollywood sunglasses. His hat's crooked. He's got like some ridiculous sweatshirt on. My God. All he's missing is a cigar. He looks like he's on a golf course. 97.1. All right, Kenny, a couple of ticket texts, and then I just got something brief on Michigan and Bryce, and it's nothing disparaging at all, so I don't want anyone to get all sensitive about it. It's nothing bad, I promise. The bad man's nice, I promise. Kenneth?
It feels like bad golf is always hiding under the bed.
All he's got to do is get it right once. The point I'm making is his last 2 elimination games, he's basically giving you Sam Darnold stuff. And that creates some PTSD. I lived it with Eli Manning. Guy's got 2 Super Bowls. He still took heat for the way a lot of seasons ended, where Eli was terrible in some home playoff games, a couple of disastrous playoff efforts. You can't do it as a big-time quarterback making north of $50 a year. You can't. If you lose, it's one thing. But if you lose and it's primarily because of you, that's a completely different conversation.
Another lackluster offseason from Brad, and fans' faith will really waver. You think it's bad now, ...
I wonder. Yeah, I will be. I am hopeful. He has the self-awareness to come out and not talk down to fans or gaslight people. If he comes out arrogant, people are going to hit the roof.
You think so, or do you think it'll be I will be served my gruel type of an attitude from fans? Because we've seen fan bases just bend the knee to these teams also.
No, I think you saw a change when Scott Harris spoke, and fans got pissed. They didn't apologize, and I think you're going to see it again here. Fans are turning. Like, how many times are you going to punch these people in the face before they go, you know what? No, you stop that, mister. Like, come on. Don't you finger wag me. You go get an edge rusher.
This one says, having this Michigan-Texas game on as background noise is actually starting to make me a little sad.
It should. Makes me sad. Texas and Michigan, 2 elite brands, a helmet game, a uniform game. It's the Citrus Bowl, and this is nothing more. Kenny Cott should trademark it. We're rooting for laundry. That's all this is. There's no meaning behind this. I mean, Bryce and Arch are playing, but I've given you the opt-out numbers for both teams. We've joked around. It's a laugher. It's a scrimmage.
You know what it is, too, is it's funny because we used to be, even if you didn't really care about these games, this used to be a fun time of year. This
Correct.
used to be a time where you could go and be like, I'm going to go home and watch the Citrus Bowl. It'll be a good night.
Let me say this. While that communist bastard I co-host a show with is not here today, I will say you never have to worry about dedication and commitment from our service academies. Just want to throw that out there.
They always try.
Oh, Army showed up and straight up killed UConn. And guess what's going to happen when Navy plays Friday? Anchors away. They're going to be dropping torpedoes on people because they care. Yeah, I know Mao Zedong over here doesn't care, but whatever. When's Karl Marx coming back? Yeah. Commie bastard. All right. Kenny?
Is anyone actually excited to watch the playoffs until the last 4 teams?
That's why I asked. I don't know. We have to separate ourselves. This is what we do. I mean, okay. Do I have to watch Ohio State and Miami tonight? No, I don't know how much we're talking about that game, but I watch everything. That's just how it's how I was brought up doing this job. I'm going to watch. Now, yes, I've got podcasts that do incorporate that stuff. But the average person, no, I don't think they're stopping what they're doing for Ohio State, Miami tonight.
A lot of these games, you used to be maybe not glued to, but you used to have some sort of attachment to them.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now it feels like, I mean, I said the laundry thing already, but that's exactly what it feels like.
I got to tell you something. People don't realize how nimble Arch Manning is. For a big kid, he's twitchy in the open field. He's not lumbering. He just had a scramble. You go, all right, a person that big should not be moving that way.
It's great in a scrimmage, Mike. This is a fantastic watch.
And the problem is I can't even value it. Right. But no, the Bryce thing real quick, and then I'll get to the phone calls. It's watching Michigan play. There are so many simplistic, and I know my football people out there, I know any coaches listening, you know what I'm saying is right. There are simple things you could have done conceptually that would have just elevated Bryce all year. And this goes well beyond talking about, hey, we're going to run a read option, and when that DN crashes, I need you to pull and go. Not once have they done it this year. And ends were crashing down. But it goes even into an RPO game, which no, a read option is not an RPO, a true run pass option. Having that fake, having Bryce being able to then pull the ball with the option to then run or pass. These are simple concepts. And you watch Bryce, and you watch when he gets on the edge. See, I don't know that Bryce is a runner, but he's mobile. He can extend plays. There's a difference between being a gifted runner like Arch Manning and not. I don't know that Bryce is going to be able to move that way. But, like, not getting him on the edge, not allowing this kid to kind of get into the game. And you see him when he's in the pocket. He's not comfortable. That's just not where he's operating from. And still, even today, every ball is just 130 miles an hour. He's like Aroldis Chapman. They have got to work with him in the offseason. Bryce, 80%. Okay? Not 90, 80. The kid has a laser for an arm. We don't need all that. You know, I mean, he's a long way away from being able to kind of layer throws in there and do different things. He will uncork an occasional throw where the laser beam works, and you're like, damn. Like, he's hit some seam routes this year, and he just throws rockets. And you go, okay, that's pretty cool. But, man, did they do him a disservice this year, because even with a month of bowl practice, are they doing more spread concept today? Yes. But the simple stuff they never implemented. I got to believe, look, Whittingham, I'll be shocked if he's not running 2 tight end sets, single back. I'll be stunned if he doesn't bring an element of what he did at Utah. Lots of play action, lots of bootleg, get him out on the edge, allow his legs, not as a runner, but allow him to move the pocket, allow him to put the defense in conflict. It's criminal, no pun intended. It's criminal what they did this year. They wasted a year of his development. It's the part I've never figured out. You paid all that money, and that's what you did. And then again, the coach was too busy getting his wick wet. 248-539-9797. Again, it ain't my problem. He's the one who couldn't keep his pants on. Don't look at me. Hey, Coach, you ready to watch film? All right, we'll come back in 5 minutes. 248-539-9797. Couple of ticket texts. Whoa, he throws a ball you can catch.
New Year's resolution, stop trying to sell hope for the future. It's time to win right now. Doesn't matter which GM.
Hallelujah. I just want somebody to say we're going for it.
And this one, I think, is pretty close to the one you had earlier. Stop with the smartest guy in the room behavior.
Yep.
You're not smarter than everybody else.
No, and even if you are, you don't need to rub people's face in it. Like if you're talking sports at a bar and you want to break your friend's balls about a dumb thing he said, that's different than being the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar organization, i.e. a professional team. Like, honestly, like whether it's Harris or Iserman or certainly Brad Holmes, Trajan, he hasn't been here long enough for me to go that route, and he's a ghost. But the other three, the public speaking, it's a real problem.
Trajan you give grace to because we just haven't seen what the future might look like. He could be doing the GM speak. He could be lying to us. We don't know anything about what he's planning. But it seems like the other 3 GMs just have this very, like, I'm going to turn my nose up at the fan base attitude.
Hey, I missed this because I'm busy doing radio. Was Bryce trying to fight somebody? What the hell just happened?
I did not see that.
He was getting after somebody. He was pissed.
I saw Whittingham in the booth. That was cool.
Still strange. Just very strange. It'd be like seeing D'Antonio in a different, logo. Whittingham was a lifer. It's just it's going to take me a little while to like not see him with, a little you with the feather. It's just bizarro.
Yeah, it's like seeing your favorite player for a team that just goes and eventually gets traded or signed somewhere else. It was like seeing Fedorov with the Blue Jackets. Like, this doesn't math. This doesn't add up.
I was back when they had the Bumblebee logo.
Ah, the Bumblebee.
What was he? It was like Bumblebee, and he had like Elton John sunglasses on. It was the worst logo in the league.
They still have that as a mascot. Also,
how did they come up with that?
They had a phallic-shaped cannon also as a logo, as a mascot.
No. The cannon. Whoa, the cannon on the jersey looks cool.
Cannon on the jersey looks cool. They had a mascot, like an in-person dress-up mascot. that was a rather salacious-shaped cannon.
Unleashing the...
Google it.
Okay,
It's not pretty.
No,
but
we're not Googling.
On work Wi-Fi, I want you to Google it right now.
We're all set. Work Wi-Fi would suggest the Wi-Fi's working.
I forgot about
248-539-9797. Okay, this football season, don't just show up on game day. Moran Buick GMC's got deals galore. The Sierra 4x4 Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, 24 months. Also, to drive home, the 26 Buick Envista, $279 a month. They got you covered there. Guys, deals galore. Get involved. They always make it stress-free, fast, easy. It's MoranExpress.com. Certified service. You get the free loaner. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.